PKA 768. Our guest, Bruce Green, should be coming in about half an hour. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merchandise. How are you, boys? You're looking good.
Oh, wonderful. Just wonderful. Huge day. Big day. Started out strong. Got plenty of sleep last night. Full 9 hours. And then
My
got
hair
my
is
4-hour
extra
nap.
tall.
I noticed that. I think it looks great. It's a
Dude, go full Captain Pike with it.
I'm working on it.
I bet. Is that a thing between you and Jackie? He's like, man, I love Captain Pike's hair.
It's like as high as. Do you remember when Cameron Diaz in that movie grabs the sperm off of Ben Stiller?
Same technique. Yeah, it works. It
Same
looks like a
one,
dream.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like gorilla glue.
is that hair gel? I need something.
It works.
Just speaking of hair gel,
I had to adjust
you guys,
my camera. My hair's getting cut off.
It is. You can barely see your fucking YouTube medal in the back because of that. Do you guys remember? This was probably 5 years ago now, but there was like a viral story where some lady like slathered her head and hair in Gorilla Glue.
Yeah.
And was like, I thought this was hairstyling gel. And like they had to basically get a masonry chisel at the hospital and get that off of her. And everyone was like, well, let's give her a break. Let's see what the bottle looked like. And it's like a picture of a gorilla holding adhesive. Like it couldn't be. It didn't say.
To be
suave.
To be fair, it was a black woman. She might have thought that was branding.
Oh, I don't think so, Kyle. I think
No.
we were
Oh,
being
okay,
light,
never
and
mind.
now you're mean spirited.
I'm
That
not
was very
mean-spirited.
funny.
She's the one who gorilla glued her fucking skull.
What a retard! What a complete retard! That's so funny. Like just to grab something by shape and be like, "This is it." Just squeeze it.
that new
Not
shampoo
even
from
look at it.
Like, no.
Yeah.
This one trick CVS doesn't want you to know. Hairstyling products are half price at Home Depot.
She thought it was like what, like you use it once annually. That's how you
Yeah.
save money. Just keeps it.
Extra firm hold.
But anyway, this news story, Zach, that I linked you, that I was
What are we
hoping
looking at
wouldn't
here?
wouldn't expose before the beginning. I never see like the Kyle. This is like the twist on Kyle's police cam videos because I don't watch those, but I saw this come across my feed. The story is that the guy in the Chuck E. Cheese outfit stole the credit card of another Chuck E. Cheese employee and then over a period of time was like buying stuff on it, defrauding that other employee. And you can hear initially the video because it's like a 6-minute body cam. And it's a nice body cam video because unlike Kyle's, this is very low intensity. You can see the two cops are walking in. They're like, "Do we know who this guy is?" And they're like, "I think it's actually the guy in the Chucky suit." And so he's like, "Ah,
Charles M.
geez."
Cheese over there.
Charles M.
He goes by Chucky.
And they walk in and they find the guy, and for some reason they do not remove his mascot head. They leave his mascot head on. And so like as
That would traumatize the kids.
it did. The kids were in there and you can hear as he's being like walked out through that, the little corridor at every Chuck E. Cheese where you have to pay and the little ticket or whatever. Then you go to Run Wild. They're leading him back out through there, and you can hear these kids in the background, a chorus of like, Chucky, no, Chucky, no. They're like the least they could. I don't know what's more traumatizing, leaving the hat on or taking it off. Because you destroy maybe because you could convince a child that Chucky was just a little down on his luck.
Of course.
But
they got the head off.
They did take the head off.
Well, wouldn't you know? It's.
I was gonna say, based on the smile on his face, he's not taking it seriously. But no,
not at
now
all.
he looks more upset.
For those who are audio only, it's a number one suspect.
Yep, Charles M. Cheese.
Have to be better.
Yeah, the Chuck E. Cheese guy in his big old goofy red foam shoes out there stealing credit cards from his not employees. There's no way that guy's running the ship there, but a fellow
Who's the rest
employee.
of the rat crew there at Chuck E. Cheese? I'm a little unfamiliar with the lore.
There aren't, or I don't know if they still have them.
Grimace type character, a Hamburglar, and sort of their version of Ronald.
There was a
Hamburglar.
chicken. Who else was in the gang? There was Chucky, and then there was a chicken lady, and then there was, I want to say, a hippo of sorts up there. I'm having trouble remembering. It's been over 20 years since I've been to a birthday party.
Okay, so there's Charlie Rocket. There's Helen Henny. That's your chicken lady. Pasquale. Pasquale appears to be an Italian man who's perhaps like in the back making up the pizzas.
Yes.
There's Mr. Munch, which has a slightly different context these days. He's sort of a purple ghoul of a monster man.
Wouldn't you know
definitely
it?
their grimace.
Censorship strikes again. I try to go to the Chuck E. Cheese Gang fandom page and it says this wiki has been closed. Why? Someone speaking truth to power, perhaps?
Yep. Charlie Rocket is definitely a pig boy.
Yeah, I only remember the purple guy because he was like a stupid grimace, as if like the McDonald's one was cool. He was mostly involved in a Hungry Hippos like ripoff game, but it was like Munchies Munch Time or something, and you'd like slam this button to see how many little balls you could get on your side. This picture I hate, Zach. If you could find a better one, I'd appreciate it. That's not hashtag not my Chucky. That's not what he ever looked like ever.
Yeah, he looks a little. I don't like. He'd be touching the kids.
He looks a little fat.
Well, Helen Henny's kind of cute here, though. She can get it.
She's lost a lot of weight. So see, these are the ones I remember because there was an animatronic. That's
nightmare inducing.
There was no because the lights were bright and you were 9.
That's worse.
And there was an animatronic band. And it
Jasper Jowell's eyes.
I mean, okay, there were little bits of the eyes that
it looks
were
like
creepy.
that Iwo Jima painting from World War II, where the soldier behind the soldier is just a wake of blood and gore, like he's seen too much.
Like sometimes you could tell they hadn't serviced the robots in a while, and like they wouldn't blink in sync, and that was a little unnerving. Or their like movements with the instruments would be too jarring, too staccato, and I didn't like that. It's only like as an adult that I realized like how horrid it must have been to be like a 40-year-old parent having to sit there in the pizza area, because that was the only lounge area there, like because they were just sitting around, they weren't playing the games, they were conversing. But regardless of whether they were playing games or not, they had to listen to the Chuck E. Cheese band play the same 3 songs every 19 minutes on a loop over and over and over for the whole party. And I didn't like it. Annoyed me a little bit when I was like 9. So I can't imagine like my, but then again, like I do seem to also remember there being a lot of empty red pitchers on the adult table by the time we were halfway through the party, and they seemed to be enjoying it. I bet that was the reason. They're getting a little drunk at Chuck E. Cheese.
I'm completely unfamiliar with the lore. Never been there.
It's just kids, Dave and Buster's. It's fun.
I've been there.
Yeah, well then you get it. It's like Dave and Buster's with worse games, better. At least when I was a kid, the food was better. Their pizza was shockingly good. Shocking. You would have pizza at Chuck E. Cheese, and it was like, why would this be as good as it is? The one near me was great. Oh. It had like a real oven pizza. And then I think they phased it out.
Dave Portnoy went to Chuck E. Cheese once and got one of those pizzas. It actually, I think he gave it an okay rating, like not like a trash rating, but just like, it's okay kind of rating.
It's not bad. It's thin crust. I think he likes thin, like
he takes one
crispy
bite.
Crust. Not really,
but he doesn't. That's
too much weight. Oh, he doesn't?
No, that's the joke. He goes one bite, everybody knows the rules,
and then he eats.
And then he eats it, and he's like, "I love this. I can't stop." And
so
he
just eats.
He's never once only done one bite.
Never once. I've only seen like a few of the reviews, a few of the ones that Kyle sent me.
Hundreds and hundreds.
Okay,
of them.
That's actually good to me. I was like invalidating his reviews, because if I took one bite of any of your meals and then gave a review on it, especially if it was your entire livelihood, and then this guy's worth $100 million plus, takes one bite and ruins your business.
He's great for like he's great for, you'll see him sometimes that like the employees and the owner will come out and they'll be so kind to him and they're like, this means everything to us. COVID nearly knocked us out. We had to leverage everything, and Meemaw died and it's her recipe. And so this is the Meemaw pizza. And our hopes and dreams rest upon your review, kind sir. We'll leave you alone. No pressure. We love you so much. And then they'll walk away and he's like, I mean, the story and the kids. Look at the kids in the window and the Frankie, look at the kids, and they'll like flick the camera. The kids look hungry in the window, like they can't even afford pizza, and their parents own a pizza joint. We give a 7.5. All right, it's a friendly 7.5. Yeah, the story may throw me off a little. I don't know. like he'll give them a better score than maybe they even deserve, and he'll kind of like with a wink and a nod give them a 7.5 or whatever. He's a good guy seemingly from his videos and his deposition footage.
I remember that clip being huge. Probably 10 years ago now, something like that, where that actor was mad at him for saying he had herpes. Was that it? Where David Rappaport, Michael Rappaport, one of those, something Rappaport.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess they had a public feud or business related thing. And the actor had a giant herpes sore. And the Dave Portnoy at Barstool had a t-shirt made to like make him look like a clown with like a nose and like wearing a clown outfit, and also like a huge herpes sore on there. And in the deposition, the other attorney who like did the same tier of job that I would have done, like woke up hungover, was like, so what's the joke here you're doing? And Dave's like, the joke's that he's a clown. And he's like, okay, but you did put a large herpes sore on him. Is that part of the joke? And he's like, no, the joke is that he's a clown. He's dressed like a clown. What are you not understanding about this? Like, just being obstinate that he's not clearly making fun of him for having a giant herpes sore on there. Yeah, that was funny. I like seeing people do well in like absurd lawsuit depositions where it's like, come on, get over it. Like, someone made a mean t-shirt about you based like solely on a picture you took on a red carpet event with a like giant herpes sore. Like,
it's crazy
you
they
were
sued each other because they're both like, I mean, Rappaport's a professional comedian, comic actor, and like, I like him a lot, like his work a lot. That's weird that it ended up in a lawsuit.
He's wealthy. He's had a long career in Hollywood.
They dropped the lawsuits in the end. They each sued each other, I think, is what ended up happening for just silly nonsense. But the deposition footage is hilarious because he clearly doesn't give a fuck. His lawyers told him, like, say what you want. It doesn't matter. Have fun.
I'm sorry you didn't get to experience Chuck E. Cheese as a little lad.
No, nothing like that. I think I went to Toys R Us twice.
That's it?
Yeah. You know, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go in there buy you something? Before you haven't been good. You know, you drive right past that bitch on the way to Red Lobster. You know.
In fairness, you probably had.
I'm like, you're gonna have the Admiral's Feast when we get there, Dad. I can't have a fucking like second game for my Game Boy. No, keep playing Tetris.
A second game.
It's 1997. Come on.
Dude, I was like the only 8-year-old kid who, like, if my parents told me we're going to Red Lobster, would be more excited than if they said we're going to Chuck E. Cheese. Because I knew that meant crab.
I mean, I really love. Wow, we do crab at crab everywhere. I just like those cheddar biscuits.
There's no
I like
crab at Toys R Us.
I like to see the lobsters in the tank.
Chinese crab.
I like any restaurant that has live animals on tap. I think that's.
I don't think there's any crab at Chuck E. Cheese. I think your statement that there's crab everywhere is wildly off.
But I think he was saying I get crab everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That can't be true either.
Nope. Woody's won me over.
I like the live lobsters, though. I like the idea of picking the one that's going to die and eating that one. I've always said that should be everywhere. Like, you should be able to go to a place and pick out your pig, pick out your cow, like that one. That one right there.
I would pick out the saddest one in all instances. Like, just find one and convince yourself and putting you out of your misery. You get to go to pig heaven.
I want to pick one out and bring it home, put it in the tank. That'd be dope.
A pig?
No, crab.
No, crab.
There's a YouTuber, he bought a lobster.
It took a week to drown. It was crazy.
Red Lobster, brought it home, kept it as a pet. It took 2 tries before it lived.
I didn't know they'd let you do that. Although I guess why would they give a fuck? If you like, you know what? Can you knock $3 off for not cooking it? And they're like, you know what? Whatever, man. You know.
Do you remember that black guy that was making videos where he'd run into Red Lobster and just reach in and grab 2 and run away?
I do not remember.
He was just stealing them out of the lobby of Red Lobsters. He was just
don't film your crimes, people. Don't do that.
That's really on Red Lobster. If they wanted to stop stealing, they wouldn't rubber band the claws until they were taking them to the kill chamber. You'd let the pincers stay free that way.
Chamber? What is
somebody reach in? I guess the colloquially the pot.
I hope they're not boiling them alive. That's not cool. I never like it when I see that when they boil the animals.
Then don't watch Chinese street food or Chinese cooking videos.
They're doing that for fun. They're just
doing
like
for fun. It's like, oh, look how much it hates when I pour soy sauce on its nervous system. And it's like, why are you doing this? Just eat it.
I saw a lady eat a crab alive the other day. This Chinese lady had like a crab and she was tearing its legs off and eating them raw. And it was crunchy. She was like really having to power through it. But the crab is just like, trying to pinch her. And she's like, oh, that one next. And she like tears its claw off and eats that. It's awful. I hate that so much. Like,
There's no reason. It's cruelty is the only reason to do that.
It can't taste better that way. It can't.
If anything, they
taste
say
better
that stress makes animals taste worse, and so it could be impeding your flavor. It could be making it worse. I don't like it.
These are awful.
Yeah, I don't like those eating living animals thing. I saw.
I'm processing this in my mind. Like, would I eat a living animal? Well, I mean, you can still put butter on a living animal, right? That's the point of the crab.
It's going to be harder. You're going to waste a lot of butter.
I feel like you just rip the arm off, dip it in butter, and then you're good to go. Maybe I could do. I'm here for it.
I saw a Chinese, like one of the most egregious ones I saw with like the Chinese cooking was actually super recent. And it was, I think it was China. China's the only country big enough where like these videos are all over. And I guess it's a flash fried fish recipe. And they take a living fish and they fry everything but the head, and they do it rapidly. And so then when they're serving it, it's like peeling and flaking and fried on the outside, and the fish is still like like making a scared face, and like the people are just sitting around like it's a fucking blooming onion, tearing the pieces like tearing pieces off of this still alive animal.
That's awful.
Yeah, and there's people commenting like, you don't understand the culture. It's like someone needs to shut this down. You can't be just kill the fish and eat it normally. Why do this?
I don't even like when grizzly bears are eating salmon and they skin them alive and like rip them apart really slowly. I can't watch that. I'm like, come on, dude, just bite its head. What's your problem, bear?
You guys are making me feel guilty for what I do to grapes, which is basically the same thing. I pluck them off one by one, eat them bit by bit.
If you were Chinese, you'd be doing that with like cat paws. Like you just be ripping off their nails and everything. Yeah, there's no way maybe I'm closed-minded. Actually, I definitely know I'm closed-minded about some things, but like it would take the most skilled linguist with like a giant tray of physical proof and tasty food to be like, now blind test. This is the one we killed beforehand. This is the one that suffered immensely. What's better? And I'd have to like go 10 for 10 picking the tortured one. But there's no way that's it. It's just like some guy bored in China deciding that he wants to fucking kill animals, or no, actually deciding he doesn't want to kill animals.
Do we do anything like that in the West that they look at, you think, and they're like, oh, that's awful? They do that? Like maybe like it's not like they don't eat veal too. Veal is like the worst thing that I eat.
We boil shellfish alive.
I don't.
People do.
Some do, yeah.
Everyone I know kills them first.
Most chefs kill them first.
Yeah.
But I don't think the things we're talking about in these other countries where we flash fry a fish and eat it while its mouth is still gaping is an everyone thing either.
Yeah, that's bizarrely
that seems only China. I've never seen like a guy from Poland or Russia or Honduras or whatever doing that. Like I've only seen fucking Chinese people doing that. A lot of cruelty towards animals over there.
And the dogs and the cats too, like I saw this YouTuber who's like buying all the dogs that are for food and they're in these little cages and taking them with them to like free them, of course. Because
we're shopping for dogs now. A lot of Great Danes are like $3,000. And then some of the Great Danes are like $600. And I'm like, babe, let's get that one and resell it for $3,000. I'm flipping dogs over here. It's a genius idea.
Way better than couches.
You're gonna show up next week covered in scratches, looking exhausted.
Nobody will buy the dogs. I have 47 Great Danes. They're getting big.
For $600, all I could get were good Danes.
Oh, damn it. That guy on r/dog swaps was right. I'm in a huge hole here. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you could do that till you find the perfect one.
I think, especially but I don't know why. I guess I feel like Great Danes have, maybe because they're so big, minor genetic flaws that a lab might live through. A Great Dane his heart might just completely fail. I just feel like they shouldn't be that big. Like dogs in general shouldn't be that big. There aren't any wolves that big, which is a different story, but there aren't any other dogs that big mostly. And they seem to have like those sudden deaths sometimes with their heart stress and stuff. And it's got to be a product of, again, like most pure breeds are going to have some sort of genetic flaws, but
right.
the genetic flaws weigh on them more heavily because of their size, perhaps, and their large hearts and stuff. Because I don't know, I've never heard of a Pomeranian just dropping dead, or even like, you know, a German Shepherd usually don't just drop dead. But I've heard multiple people who had like Great Danes that didn't, or Wolfhounds that didn't make it to their 4th birthday or whatever, and it's like, fuck, that sucks.
Yeah.
So maybe the $3,000 is well spent. I don't know. My dog was $800.
That's not too bad.
I don't know. I find myself shopping for dogs, and a few minutes later, it was like, man, this isn't good for me. I don't like this.
That's
I'm
fair.
not ready.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not ready. Oh, okay, that's a different story. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, God, I really like Enderman.
Our last dog was dying, and we were already shopping. It's like I'm replacing you. Yes.
Jackie's showing me pictures of dogs, and I'm like, what I really want is another run with the last one. That's what I want.
Cloning.
You can't have it, but
you could.
No, not really. It wouldn't be the same brain, the same memories.
You clone the dog, and then you raise it the same way. How would it not be the same dog?
He would have to have a lot in common.
Like all of his genetics.
Yeah, but a lot of the things Woody is thinking back and enjoying are the memories and the time spent, not like the genetic identity of the dog.
I liked how affectionate he was. He hugs. I've never had a dog that hugged before. And he just really liked me. Every time he saw me, I was his freaking ear scritch slut. He'd just be like, right here, buddy, right here. I'm like, I got you. And I don't know. I'm just not ready to start over yet. Jackie is. She's moved on.
And are you kind of looking at those dogs and you're like, traitor? have you forgotten so quickly the legend that was Enderman? Yeah, it's important to take time in between them sometimes. I wanted my grandparents to get a new dog after their most recent dog Roger died like maybe 2 years ago now, and they were like, you know, they're country people, and so they never ever had an indoor dog. They were all outdoor dogs running around farms and stuff. And it was like sad talking to my grandpa a couple of years ago, being like, so when are you going to get the next one? Like, when are you getting a dog again? He's like, I think that was the last one. Like, I think that's it. And it's like, oh man,
we were
sad.
Doing some math. It's been a good, like 28 years in a row of us having a dog until now. So we usually, we buy them and have them overlap, but not this time.
This company will clone your pup for $50,000.
He's dead. What are they going to do? Take his paw print?
They could go get. Did you incinerate him?
They do this on CSI.
Or cremate him, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
if you had a loved dog, Bruce, who died, would you just try to find another similar dog, or would any part of you ever be like, you know, I have this, I cut his ear off right at the end, and I have right before the end, the last week, I cut his ear off. You take it into the clinic, you get a new dog. Or do you think
I would clone him? I would clone him, but also he wouldn't be the same dog, right? But I would totally clone him.
Mm-hmm.
It will be the same dog though, because like you hear those stories about separated twins, which are essentially clones. They're genetically identical, and one will go to a medium income family, one to a lower income family, and they'll end up with like wives with the same names, both being accountants, both driving like a Ford Escort, like genuinely, this has happened multiple times where the path isn't as open to us as we might imagine it is. So I think it's the same with the dog. So you take a cloned dog, put it in the exact same environment, which is Woody's household, and then treat him the same, call him the same name. You're like, oh, I put that other dog.
Name.
Yeah.
Enderman Jr.
Yeah, call him number 2. Like add a numeral onto it, just like The Simpsons, Ender 2. And they're $50,000 though. That's the real holdup. Also, he doesn't have any genetic material. Although maybe you could like do a little CSI, go look for some hairs or something. I don't know how this works.
What if you accidentally clean?
Dude, I'll check the steps. We still got tons of that shit left
Probably
over.
shit everywhere out in the yard. like you can make a slew of Enders.
So we do this thing in my house where we all take turns naming the dog, and I want a boy dog. I'm fond of boy dogs. I think they're the superior sex. But Jackie wants a girl dog. We'll see how it works out. But
girl dog's
I was like, Bark Vader is a solid name. Indiana Bones is a winning. These are like my leading candidates.
These are long names.
Yeah, they're way too long.
But just
for a
Vader
dog.
works, like later,
Indy.
or just Jones or Indy. Yeah, like you can shorten them. And I was like, I don't want a girl dog. And Jackie's like, we could name it Jonah Bark. And I'm like, hey, you're kind of winning.
All right, that's pretty good.
You got it.
Bark. Joan of Bark. I like that. That would be pretty fucking good. I think girl dogs are superior because they don't get into the territorial marking. They don't want to hump. When you get them fixed though, they do seem to turn into fat cows immediately. Every girl dog I've ever gotten fixed gained like a significant amount of weight proportionally and became lazier. But Toby, he's been fixed and he doesn't seem to have changed at all. He's still like aggressive and mean to strangers. Like he's still like scary as fuck when someone rings the doorbell. He just doesn't want to like, I don't know, fuck the couch anymore.
We fixed our girl dog and she got fat right away, but we stopped feeding her as much. That was the solution, was just to give her less food. And she lost weight and she looks great. Yeah. No, I know.
My dog's been on diet food for 2 years. Like
has he not lost weight?
Just feed her less.
She sneaks food, and because she's only 60 pounds, like one like cheat meal seems to really add up. One time I left a whole stick of butter on the counter because I was letting it get soft and I was going to put it on some bread or something. Mm-hmm. She ate a whole stick of butter. Oh,
hell yeah.
I came back into the room and she's just licking her lips. Like she's so content. And now whenever she smells butter, she's like, remembers back to that day when she got and she's losing her mind. Like, you cannot have butter. No.
Where did you leave the butter? You're like, all right, I need to go take a long shit.
She gets up on the counter and like
hang it over the edge.
What kind of dog is she?
It's like a shepherd mix. She's like gray and spotted, but has like a German shepherd style head. And she's like I said, like 55 pounds, I think, like that. 65 maybe. She should be 45. She's just a chunker.
Nothing's safe in my house in that regard. Like you put a plate on the kitchen counter and they don't even have to leave their 4 feet to lick the plate off the kitchen counter. They just go right at it like a horse. But it's pre-wash.
Yeah, I don't mind the dogs. I remember when I was like 13, I went to a friend's house. My parents came with me. We were like, everybody was meeting each other or whatever. My parents were meeting my friend's parents, and they had a chocolate lab. And I remember they took their bowl, they'd eaten something, and they put it on the floor and let the dog clean the bowl. And we weren't dog people like that. We had an outside dog. And so I was just like, ew. But now as an adult, I'm just like, oh, you want some? Like, here, have it off my fork. I just couldn't give a shit less. I love them so much. I think of them like family members. I really do.
They're the best. What have you ever had to put down a dog? I feel like you have, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that before you joined. I put down my dog. Okay. Was it 3 weeks ago? Maybe. Does that sound
3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Did you do? I'm number one. I'm very sorry. Number two, did you do the cheat meal thing where you give them the last meal? Did you give them like hamburgers and chocolate and all sorts of crazy shit?
No, not like that. In both cases, we put down 2 dogs this year, both Great Danes. They're about Anyway, in both cases, the morning we put them down, they lost their ability to walk, and that was the
last time I was on PKA just a few months ago. We were talking about this too. So this is I'm sorry both times.
This is the other side of this. Yeah, I was going to keep bringing everyone down, but yeah, he went outside and he was like he always was, an elderly dog, but fine. And then about 100 feet from the house, he just couldn't walk anymore and like army crawled back to the house and never walked again. So we had the vet come to us and put him down and take him away.
Oh, okay.
We used to give him burgers. I'll get them like cheeseburgers from Wendy's with nothing on them, and just get them like a triple baconator and get. But I already feed my dogs like that. Is the thing. Like they eat kibble, but they all have had cheeseburgers.
A weight problem.
That's why she's fat.
We don't do that to her. She gets like she'll get like some
mystery
chicken
how that
You should get like dog Ozempic, and then next time you send a picture, it'll have like that buccal fat face. It just looks I
really hate. Is it buccal? Is that how you pronounce it?
I thought it was
Kyle's dogs.
Buccal, or I've been saying buccal fat, but is it buccal fat?
I thought it was buccal.
I used to say buccal fat.
Buccal fat. Okay.
We all know what we're talking about. There's like,
that weird
Jenna
Ortega
like
got that.
Yeah,
Jenna Ortega got that, and it's such a downgrade that it's like,
absolutely.
And I hate to say this, but I hope it hurts her career, and that because I hope other people see that who are in her position in the future and are like, oh, don't do that. Remember what happened to Jenna Ortega? She was Wednesday, and now she's last week. Like nobody wants her in the show. Like, you know,
whatever
she went all
bad
freaky mode.
friend or gay guy told her to do that should be thrown in jail.
Yeah, she had like chubby cheeks, like chipmunk cheeks. Like that's both of those sound bad. She had a really cute face before.
She looks totally normal.
So the makeup on the right
on the left isn't her best. She was really cuter than on the left.
Yeah, sure, in Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
Why are people are doing this so that they don't have to put like makeup to highlight their cheeks?
No, they're she's done both here, which is why she looks so outrageous on the right. She's also on a red carpet or a fashion event.
But why are they doing this?
I don't know. It looks bad.
They like that aesthetic, or they think that someone does, because also Miley Cyrus got it too. She looks bizarre. On the left, she looks great. I mean, she does look a little bit like a child, but
yeah, she's young there.
Yeah.
Also, the woman from The Boys, I can't remember her name, Erin Moriarty.
Oh my God, what a fucking mistake.
Yeah, like she's gone like pretty wild on the plastic surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where it's like, I mean, I guess if that's what they want to do, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, go ahead. But like, we can all be like, why? Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe they're having psychological problems too. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I just think it's bad to like watch their work now and encourage that self abuse, and set a bad example for other young girls. It would be like if there was an actress out there who was suddenly 85 pounds when she should be 125 or something, and you're like, oh my God, you look like you're dying. Well, don't put her in the next Star Wars movie. That sends a bad message.
Is it just bad cosmetic surgery? Like always, like here's a pic of it's a dude. Zach, if you could show it as fast as you can. But he has that same sort of like high cheekbone cutout thing, and he's super handsome. Has he had plastic surgery? Is he just genetically attractive?
I feel like that's just more of a male trait, isn't it? To have like the really pronounced chin and higher cheekbone. I don't know. I could be wrong.
If you have low body
fat, that surgery look better on guys than girls? Like he looks over the top handsome. He might.
I don't think he's had that. Maybe he hasn't had the surgery, or maybe that's like some filter on Instagram.
Well, we're not sure this is a real human being.
It looks pretty.
Very true. But I'm just trying to demonstrate, like, if you wanted a perfect looking guy, you wouldn't go too far from this one, I guess. And is that what they're targeting with this buccal removal thing? Is it only look good on guys? I don't know.
That's what I said. It's some gay guy advisor who's like, you know what I like? Man, you should get this surgery. And yeah, they shouldn't do that. What are they going to do later when they realize like, oh, fuck. It's like the opposite of, you know how some actors as they get older, they like, and Woody's brought this up before, they like almost tactically gain 1.5 pounds a year, 2 pounds a year, and it like smooths them out a little bit. It's like the opposite of that. This is going to intensify the wrinkles and the creases and everything eventually. And then how are you going to fix that? More plastic surgery, more intervention. And then you have actors who like can't even emote on TV. Have you seen those, especially like older women who have so much Botox in their forehead that they're supposed to look shocked, but there are no wrinkles in their forehead. There's no crow's feet. There's no movement.
I forget which actress it was, but I heard one that like let herself re-age. She's like, I did the Botox thing. It made me a worse actor. So now I'm just a better, older actress, and that's what's up.
Good for her. That's what they should do.
Yeah.
It's I know it's easy to talk about bad plastic surgery, but just recently my wife was showing me really good plastic surgery. And generally the Kardashians and the Jenners are way ahead. But I don't know if you've seen Kris Jenner's recent facelift, but it's amazing. It's like an amazing transformation. Yeah, it's like, and everyone was like, how did she do this? So like their plastic surgeons are super innovative.
Show us, Zach.
Yeah, I'm sure Zach's trying to find.
What was her name?
Oh yeah, it worked out. They fixed her.
Kris Jenner. Kris Jenner.
Holy
K-R-I-S.
shit, she looks like one of her daughters now.
It's wild. It is a wild transformation. It's like completely different and like taking years off of her face. I don't even know how. Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
so
fixed her nose. She had that witch nose, I suppose I'd call it.
Witch nose.
Yeah, this is an evil person, by the way. That's a very about being mean to her.
It's a very rounded nose on
this
the
lady
left.
pimped her daughters out for it.
Oh no, I'm not saying she's good or bad. It's just more of just like the plastic surgery itself is like incredibly life changing there. At that
Pretty
point.
sure
right. It's not like I can't find flaws on the right. Like somehow her cheeks seem unnatural, but it's an improvement, and that's what we're talking about. We're not comparing her to the target, comparing her to where she started.
Yeah, that's probably also the only face she can make. Like
That's her
he's just walking around looking like a stuffed animal, just a static face.
Yeah,
I
those
think she
people
looks
are
better
the
with longer
worst.
hair.
Yeah, well, every woman does.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, to pull off short hair, I feel like you have to be a really pretty young woman or guy. But like, but an older
short
woman
guy.
with short hair, it's never the move.
No,
Conversely, I don't know many men that look great with long hair. I don't know
True.
that I've ever seen a man with long hair that I've been like, whoa. There's like a couple, like a Fabio, or like, you know, like there's like
Antonio Banderas, maybe.
Even
Yeah.
then,
yeah.
I usually
exactly.
think they'd look better with short hair. Like if they had the perfect cut, it'd be an upgrade from there. You know, like some people are so fucking attractive, they'll look good in a Viking hat and a wetsuit. That doesn't mean Viking hat and wetsuits are a good combo.
That's
Remember when
true.
Brad Pitt had the shoulder length hair in like Legends of the Fall and maybe in Interview with a Vampire? I think that might have been a good look for him. Legit, like
but
he
not
might
as
have been
good as him with short hair, right?
like
Not
a
as good as
lion
him
with a
with short hair.
mane. Yeah, I don't know. It was a good look.
I really think Brad Pitt with short hair is like commanding. So I don't know.
Mhm. It's like a guy like Fabio having long hair is almost throwing it in your face, where he's like, I can have the haircut of a 13th century serf and still be better looking than you. And it's like, oh, fuck, that's true. There's no hair that's safe.
Remember when that bird hit him in the face?
Yeah, yes.
No,
I
that
know.
was-
He was on a
I'll
roller
ne-
coaster.
I'll never
and a
forget it.
Bird hit him in the face so hard. I think the bird exploded, but also he bled a lot. And they were worried it was going to disfigure Fabio. And it was like, where's he from? Is it Italy or
Sweden?
Sounds
I don't
Italian.
know. I'm not sure.
like they lost their national treasure to a seagull? On a,
Oh shit! When you said bird, I pictured a minor bird. It was a goose.
Yeah.
Dude, I hate geese so much, man.
They're awful.
They're the worst animals.
They're the
on
worst.
planet. I saw, a few years ago, I was watching Tier Zoo and I saw a goose bully an elephant. And I'm like, that's just fucking ridiculous. If that elephant knew what he was working with, he'd just take care of the goose. And then I saw a goose bully 3 tigers for about 5 seconds. And then the tiger just pulls them in. The goose is getting ripped to shreds. And I was like, perfect. That's the outcome I was
I
hoping.
saw that. I
You saw
saw that.
too?
I was like, that's what you get. That's what you get. It's a tiger. And he's not alone. It was a bunch of tigers he was trying to bully. He got down to this little like intimidation goose stance or whatever, and the lion just snatched his ass up. That was a good video. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the geese either. I've been bullied by swans at the park before as well. You just got to get out of their way, you know. Like, nope, dude. Because if you were to like turn on the swan, I don't know, 29. They're mean. What are you gonna do? Oh yeah, you be the big man who beats the swan to death in front of the
What are you
park.
gonna do?
And all
Snap
of a
its neck? Yeah.
I swear to God, that's
Cops
me.
on
And
the
I'm
way.
not changing. I walk through a park with a lake in it, a pond, wishing a motherfucker would. I sit there like I see other people like keeping their distance from the goose. I'm like, come my way. I hate geese so much. I'm like Batman's parents walking down Crime Alley with a tuxedo and jewels, just like bring it. But I'm not
breadcrumbs in every
Batman's parents. I can take a
pocket.
Goose.
It's better to avoid them by like a large radius, in my experience, not for any other reason than there's a 35-foot just shit circle surrounding all of them. And it's not even like that somewhat less offensive white bird shit. It's like green and goopy, and it's like dog shit everywhere. And you can't even walk on. I remember there's a path around like a pond at a place I used to work. And like sometimes people will go out there and like walk around the path at lunch. And it's like, I did that maybe once during goose season. And it was like, I think I've stepped on this path 3 times. I've been walking through grass, trying not to step on shit. Terrible animals. Canada should be kind of held responsible for it.
Let me ask you this, because I've already thought about this a lot, actually, having a 3-year-old now. If an animal attacks my 3-year-old, I'm going to kill it. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's a goose or a swan or dog or whatever, I'm going to kill it. If a goose attacks you, let's say it hurts you, are you allowed to kill it, or do you go to jail for killing the goose? I don't know.
No jury would convict you for killing a goose. Like I was walking, I did nothing. He came at me. You know, that's the find out stage.
That's right.
That's what I mean.
The witness for the prosecution is going to skewer you on the stand. First of all, like first of all, we've been referring to it as a goose. His name was Charlie. Okay, he'd been living in that bush. And just so we're all clear, and then they go to slide 3. This is Charlie's family. This is Henrietta. This is his clutch of eggs. He was protecting them from Mr. Woody here, who actually stomped upon several of the eggs because wasn't watching where he went. Charlie was defending his brood.
Shouldn't have worn my Yoki shoes. Woody looks over and there's one goose on the jury.
I got burned again.
I'm in trouble.
How did my lawyer let the goose on the fucking jury?
It really is true. I walk through parks like Mr. Big Man, hoping a goose will. I hate geese so much. I'm looking for trouble.
I feel like nobody's going to get you. Actually, it's probably one of those things where it depends on the state. I bet if you're in, Georgia and you kill a goose, totally fine. Maybe California has or Washington. Washington probably protects geese.
I live in California, and you're probably right. You're probably right, Taylor. It sucks because, I'm just walking through a park or something on the path, and then I get attacked. It's not my fault that the eggs are close or whatever, but he's who knows? He could be doing serious damage to my arms and face or whatever. I got to snap his neck. I don't have a choice.
The problem with it is it's going to be hard to show damage from the goose. I feel like it's goose teeth, those little weird bird nubs. They're not going to be able to draw much blood. Maybe, it's gonna be grosser than it is threatening, because if a big goose gets in my face, I'm going to be thinking these things carry disgusting germs and diseases, and it might bring the Canada plague or whatever they have up there. I could get sick. I just want it to get away from me. And if I killed it, I couldn't I'd have to go that day to the court and take pictures, because if it was 2 days later, I'd be well, it was pretty gnarly. It's entirely healed. There's no.
I looked it up. I found out the truth. Apparently, these birds are protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and you can't kill them unless. Okay. One is if they're attacking a child, you're allowed to protect the child. Yeah. The other is if you can prove that you were going to suffer significant harm from this goose, which I don't see how that would happen. That'd be true. Listen, my feelings were shattered, but I don't know. I just hope no one's looking.
Yeah, that would be my number one concern. If I got in a physical altercation with a goose and no one sees, I'm taking it to the grave, because I know that at some point in that altercation I go and I get a little startled.
Somebody's gonna catch that on camera.
The story on this show in detail, and I'm just gonna throw in Minecraft every so often for deniability.
Nice. Good idea.
I would lie. I'd be so there I was, staring down the whole flock. Not only was Taylor lying about the number of geese, it was a duck.
Ducks are great. No, I wouldn't jump straight to killing. By the way, I would kick it a few times to see if it left. That's what I would do, is I try to get it out of here.
Kick it to see how far it would go. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, hold on. No, I didn't say that, but I've been you would think that if you kicked an animal, it would stop, right?
Not pit bulls.
No, pit bulls don't stop. That's true. Yeah, but geese, I don't know.
Pit bulls, geese, and what's the animal that just doesn't give a shit? I'm losing its name.
The honey badger.
Honey badger.
Yeah.
I don't think those live anywhere around people, do they?
Aren't they in Africa?
I thought they were in America somewhere, in a desert region.
Wolverine. So the Wolverines, I think, live in Canada,
Michigan,
and the Northern Territories, perhaps.
Cheaters.
And probably in Michigan too. It's awfully north. But I think the honey badger is an African animal, because I often see it contending with cobras and lions.
Oh. Well, I bet it's not winning many against the lions.
It does.
If it does, it's out of sheer disinterest from the lion.
I've seen it. Lions. It gets all up in their face and snaps at them and bites them. And
that's me trying to coax the Rock into punching me in public so that I can make money.
Emaciated. You could probably take the Rock these days. The
Is
Rock
off the roids.
He lost a lot of weight.
He claims it's for a role, but I claim it's because his heart was about to explode.
Yeah, he's playing a guy not dying of steroids. So that's what he has to do.
Yeah, no, he's lost a significant amount. He looks like a normal human being now.
He's probably. I think he's probably off cycle. He's got to be off cycle, because I'm sure he's been on steroids for 10 years, or at least, maybe
his entire
15?
life.
Yeah, probably his entire life.
30 years, at least the last. So when he was his early WWE stuff, he looks pretty skinny and not like super like a Superman, but once his career popped off in that, he got bigger and bigger every year. And then occasionally there'd be a year where he just got bonkers big for a role for a Fast and the Furious or a Hercules when he played Hercules that time. And he's clearly not healthy. You can't do that to yourself. He's in his 50s, right?
I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I'm not sure.
People who do a lot of steroids, it seems like they get to mid 50s and then they age rapidly in the face and everywhere. And I don't know if that's like because of the steroids or if it's because of the reverse of what we were saying earlier, where like getting fat, forces the skin out, forces the wrinkles out, and then you lose all that muscle. And now like wrinkles that never showed up on film.
I think you lose collagen and your skin gets thinner from the testosterone and from certain steroids. I think I've read that before.
I was reading recently, sort of the rapid aging in men happens at 40 and 60.
Yeah, I read that too, Woody.
Oh, yeah.
It was like 44 or something. Yeah, like 43 or 44. When a man turns 44, it's like all of a sudden it's like this like fall off. And then there's like another fall off at 62 where again, like you got, between 40 and 60, you'll look the same. And then at 62, it's like bang, you get old again.
That sucks. So it's not even gradual. You just wake up and it's like a bad, not funny version of Freaky Friday.
That's why you need hormone support, Taylor, before you get anywhere near that age. It's when you got to get on the roids. You got to get big. You get power. You get powerful. You got to get super physiological. You got to get enormous. You could be a modern day Hercules. Always keep this in mind, Taylor. A modern day you on testosterone would be the most powerful man in the ancient world. We hear about these ancient heroes of lore in the Bible, in medieval times, all that. You would have been stronger, bigger, and more powerful than anyone in history. You could achieve that in 12,
David Stone would have ricocheted harmlessly, and I would have led the Philistines to victory.
David wouldn't have fucked with you. David wouldn't have fucked with you. He'd have seen your delts, and he'd have ran. Like there's no way an accountant with a sling is going to take down you pumped up on, I don't know, a few hundred milligrams of testosterone a week.
I'm picturing it now. I'm laying on my deathbed. I'm 59. I'm like, at least I was huge the last 2 years.
Your bed's a triple wide bed, and it's supported by concrete blocks because you kept breaking normal beds with your enormosity.
The last thing I'd leave to my family is having to finance a casket.
Who said that? It was one of those like fitness guys. He was like, "Let me die at 50 and bury me in a double wide casket."
I don't give a fuck. He's in what's probably a full size sedan, but he's like having to hunch down just to yell.
He's like that Simpsons meme where the giant man stands up out of the car.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Is there something funny about my appearance?
Look, everyone, this boy marching him around. Sorry.
No. I feel like I read something just recently where they're doing a sports league where it's all steroids. Is that correct?
Olympics.
Yeah. I feel like I've heard this for years.
There's some billionaire behind it or something or other. I heard about maybe there was a swimmer who and some other people. But yeah, I would watch that for sure. They're gonna break every single record. They're gonna break every single record.
I don't know. That
not every single record. There's
on
some
the idea that the other Olympics doesn't have steroids.
They do, but they're
metered.
They're hampered by having to hide it.
Yeah. When I listened to the guy who came up with the clear and the cream for Barry Bonds back in the early '90s talk about how I think he helped FloJo and some other Olympic runners like win all their medals back in the early '90s, and he was explaining that they would give them compounds on the day or the day before the race that would be out of their system really quickly. But if the guardrails are off, you can be on everything, any compound. You don't need some boutique special made compound that was handcrafted just for you to beat that test. They can just put the syringe in your ass and go. You'll be big and mighty.
Yep.
The limits are, I don't know what the limits are because not many people who are that athletic do that crazy shit. I guess you could look at Mr. Universe, like some of those bodybuilding things, and you can see how big people could get. Ronnie Coleman got the size of a fucking piece of livestock or something.
Was he bigger than current big guys? I would just assume that we're still pushing the boundaries in that like every other sport.
I'll have to Google that because when I see it, it's all on a TV screen, so it's relative. It's hard to tell. But Ronnie Coleman to me looks like the biggest human being I've ever seen in my life in his prime. He did.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was the biggest. I want to say people have said he's the biggest ever that's ever been done it. But Woody, I would agree with you. I thought for sure that Mr. Universe would just keep leveling up the steroids and being like, well, this dude does 2 times the steroids that they did in the 1980s or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So. Well, I've seen like the subculture online of people who do the hardcore like trenbolone ones, and it was these 2 guys who were just huge beyond Matt. They were doing like HGH and trenbolone, like their heads were their hands, like all this stuff that happened, like you get that bubble gut, like all that stuff, but they were enormous. And I was like, man, how much longer do these guys have to live? They're like probably only 40 and they look like this. And then like during the little clip, it interviewed them and they're both like 23. Oh, like 23 years old, and they have like the face of someone in their 40s. The body's huge and like shockingly big. But
so this is Greg Kovacs. Apparently, he's the biggest bodybuilder ever. He walked around at 400 pounds, and he would cut. He was 400 pounds, and he would cut to 330.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God. You know, that guy on the left is no slouch.
He is kind of doing the camera thing. Like the guy on the right seems much closer to the camera than the guy on the left. Apparently, all the bodybuilders know how to look bigger in a picture.
Oh,
like he's in the foreground pretty much.
The next image I sent there is him lifting doing some light work. You know, no big deal.
It might not be too different because Kovacs is
lifting outfit.
Kovacs is 6'4" and Cutler is 5'9". So that.
Okay.
You know, there's a big size difference there.
Cutler's 5'9".
That's what the internet says.
You know what's weird about this too is that I don't think that this man, the largest man in the world, is the strongest. Like wasn't the Mountain recently? Didn't he just beat the deadlift?
I think he did. Like
1,100 pounds or something. That was like something crazy that he did in his home or whatever.
Yeah, when you start getting to those deadlift world records, they start doing like Price is Right shit, where like 1,003 pounds is the world record, and so a guy will do like 1,003.6.
There's often a lot of contention about those records because when you're lifting that heavy, the precision of each weight's plate adds up. Like if you're benching 300 pounds and each plate is off by an ounce or 3 ounces even, that's still not a lot of weight because there's only 6 or 7 plates or 6 or 8 plates. But when he's got like 25 fucking plates, if each one's off by an ounce, we could lose pounds here in the record. So they have to use everything has to be calibrated, and it needs to be done in front of the right people. I think there was some contention about that, whether the Mountain was going to have the record or who's the guy who did it. And his blood was shooting out of his nose.
Yeah. Eddie Hall.
Yeah, maybe Eddie Hall.
Yeah.
I also, maybe it was Eddie Hall when he did his deadlift. He didn't have any shin wraps on, so he just grinds the fucking skin off the front of his shins on the lift up. You see the skin like coming off and the blood start coming out, and it's just like, bro, it's not that big of a deal. Let's put some shin wraps on. Like, what's going on here? Or get a bar that's not knurled in the middle. What are you picking up? I hate seeing those kind of injuries. I don't like getting road rash and. Yeah, it's avoidable too. I saw the one guy's like pimples start exploding and bleeding all over him.
What?
Yeah, like his blood pressure's so high when he's doing the lift, his pimples are bursting and bleeding. And he's got more pimples than the average person because the steroids.
The steroids.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
you can lift so hard you clear your skin.
It doesn't. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Well, I wouldn't say clear. Your skin explodes though.
Damn. Why would? Oh, never mind. I was going to say, like, when you're exercising intensely, your blood pressure goes down because it's moving faster through your body. But for something like that, where you're just deadlifting, you're probably not engaging enough aerobically for that to happen, right?
I think he's
and you're like holding your breath. And
you're straining. You're straining.
Like turn all red, when they do it, and so it's just. Yeah.
Like Kyle said, their blood shot out of his nose because that's what happened. Like and I think it's just like a one lift. Obviously, they warm up, but it's like a one lift thing. They're not like sitting there doing aerobic exercises before. Probably warming up a little, but not really. And then then it's just the greatest strain a human body has ever done.
Yeah,
because I would imagine there's probably nobody else in history that has lifted as much as that guy has. So.
No.
I think they did a show like that with a bunch of those guys where I don't remember where it was. If it was an internet show or like the History Channel, Discovery Channel.
I think it was called Real Monsters.
They had all the famous bodybuilders, and every episode they would do a different historical lift, and some of them were kind of like fables or mythical lifts. Like there was some maybe Civil War or Revolutionary soldier who had picked up the cannon barrel onto his shoulder and carried it up a hill to reposition the cannon so it could be refired. And they like do the math. They're like, well, a cannon of that day would have weighed 425 pounds. So we got a cannon here. And then they would like try to throw a cannon on their shoulders and lift it, go up the hill. They did a bunch of those.
They have like a reenactor guy there to like give them a history lesson on the cannon as well. And it literally looks like Frodo's dwarf double in a scene with Gandalf, like explaining the Revolutionary War to these just behemoths. And I remember the Brian Shaw, the biggest guy of the bunch there, like would be over like too respectful of like the historic lore sometimes, where he'd be like, it's a pretty well established story, some lore. This guy picked up this 500-pound cannon and carried it 800 yards to the next hill, and I wasn't able to do it. This 8-time world's strongest man, but there's no way to know, it's totally possible. And it's like, Brian, like you don't have to be humble, like you're shorter because of how much you're depressing the ground right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I firmly believe that the people of our era are the biggest, strongest, fastest that have ever lived. There wasn't some Greek runner who was just magical and could run faster or further than we can run today. We're just better. Sports science is better. The medicine is better. Their upbringing is better. Their genetics is better. Everything imaginable. And the population is larger. So you're drawing from this much huger pool of people, and there's money involved. The athletes of olden times, the people who would do these feats, they were strong because they worked all day at some laborious task. It wasn't always just genetics. All that had to play into it. So like this was a miller or like a farmhand. Like he probably had nagging injuries and stuff. He wasn't getting fucking magical cells injected into his joints twice a year while being supervised by doctors and scientists.
And any of the people who did have those feats were like freaks of the time, like some weird genetic. Like we all know that guy in like Wisconsin who has like the biggest arms and hands in global history.
I thought you meant the guy with the finger that looks like a dick.
Wait, is that not the? I'm talking about
the arm wrestling guy.
I'm talking about the arm wrestling guy.
Yeah,
there's a different guy who just has the gigantism in like one finger. And his finger looks like the meatiest cock you've ever seen.
It's circumcised and everything. Like, it's not just a big finger. Like, there's a head on it. Is this a joke?
It's a hog, Taylor. I mean,
I gotta see the picture. I want to see the picture.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Giant penis finger.
Yeah, that'll find it. Actually, I bet it does.
It'll be in Kyle's search history, not mine.
Oh, don't image search that. Woo!
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's exactly right.
Guy with big finger deformity.
Big finger seems like porn. Big cock daddy black dude finger gently. Those are not the search results I was looking for.
Are you on Pornhub?
Those are not the search results you are looking for.
I see a lot of deformed hands.
Yeah, macrodactyl, where your hands.
The one I saw was on Reddit, so I think Kyle and I might have seen the same picture.
Did you hallucinate this? Because I saw the giant guy with the two arms.
Found it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you? Okay.
All right.
Well, unless this is fake, having an overgrown middle finger can be a blessing. Ooh, the nail's disgusting though. This might be a different guy with a freak hand. It's on Facebook. Hang on, I'm trying to find it.
Kyle getting tricked by Facebook boomer AI slop right now.
I know. Yeah.
It is funny how, like 15, 20 years, Kyle's copy paste skills have not improved a lot. And he's a little
I haven't picked a target yet. It has nothing to do with Control V.
He's like, it's on Facebook, can't be done.
You should put the macro of Control C, Control V on your stream deck.
So I'm not signed in.
Well, you can just.
But it's. I really love it at this point.
I'm not signed to Facebook.
Kyle, shoot me the link. Minute and a half goes by. Got it. Figured it out.
Not true.
Why did that?
That's not true. I can do it almost as fast with just my mouse hand. I don't need to do Control C, Control V, or whatever. It's not necessary.
Are you a
We're not moving
right-click copy link guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, weirdly, I'll go between the two. Sometimes I'll right click and copy paste, and other times I've like got my left hand ready to go for Control C, Control V. So
Sure. I mean, there are times when we all browse with one hand. Sure.
That's what that's meant for, and only that.
I mostly use the keyboard.
Okay, so was this a specific guy that like TLC did a predatory series on that you're
Someone
remembering?
read
Or
it.
is it like okay?
you haven't found it yet, huh?
Too.
Not found
No,
that penis
I'm
finger?
really struggling to find it. I found one, but it doesn't look like the same guy, and it might not be real, the picture that I found. So I don't want to
This
share
sounds
that
like-
one. I
this sounds
found
like
one
AI.
that clearly looked real, though.
You
me
guys
search on
might have
Reddit.
seen AI. You guys might have seen that some. Now, who
No.
knows? You got
The odds of
yeah.
me being fooled by AI, I mean, almost 100%.
A lot of
There is this.
pictures from India of people with
There's this, but I don't think that's real.
Did you guys see Obama get arrested? That was terrible.
Not again.
Not
Oh.
again.
Trump's tweet.
Is this what you were?
This one's terrible.
That's definitely not a penis, though. It's just a giant finger.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same
You're
one.
not putting that nail in me. Good God.
Looks like a thick nail.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna end up scritched by that. If you try, you gotta put a condom on your finger, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This
Magnum.
sucks. And then you see the guy on the news in fucking Wisconsin who got it everywhere in his arms and hands. And meanwhile, and everyone's like, that's pretty sick. You see that
Well,
guy's
he's the-
fucking ring? It goes around a Coke can or something.
He's the arm wrestling champion of the world. That guy.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah.
like, and he has gigantism, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm just really good at arm wrestling, obviously, because his arms are massive. They're huge.
Was he the world's best at one point?
He was
he-
winning
did
a
he
bunch
get
of tournaments. I think that
I
was
think
right.
he's currently the champion. Yeah, because no one else
Currently.
beat him.
Oh, I thought
because
it was that. Is it
his arms are
Lawson?
huge.
I forget the guy's name. There's a dude I thought was champ.
I could be wrong. I thought I just read this a few weeks ago, but
Yeah, bring up the image, Zach. His name is Jeff Dabe.
oh, good for
And
you.
he's the guy
with.
with- Well, I Googled big arm guy. And then,
Oh, okay. All right, all right.
yeah, and actually it brought up a different professional wrestler who only has it in one arm, which is not as great. Now
Be
you
symmetrical.
you're probably bad at sports because you can't.
Yeah, there he is. That's the guy.
He looks like Popeye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does look like Popeye, and he doesn't like. He's a farmer, and like I watched a video where it's like, so what's your training? And he's like, I farm. And he's like, so do you do like any sort of like exercise? He's like, yeah. Sometimes I stick my giant fucking paw in this like, obviously not a Home Depot Homer's bucket of rice, but a 55-gallon drum of rice, and then just move it around for half an hour or whatever. And that's like that's what he does. Yeah, that's crazy.
He doesn't look that much bigger than Juju. Of course, Juju's not small.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a huge guy too. But like the hand difference there is crazy.
Yeah, but not as crazy as it would be had it been my hand.
Yeah.
Look
Look at that
that.
toilet paper roll on his
Oh,
finger.
no, what happened to his finger?
Well,
And
I
it's
think
he
also
just-
broken and weird.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
it could have just grown like that. Clearly, it's like it grew in weird. You know,
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
that's rough. I saw a clip of him trying to use a phone, and it was like akin to bullying. It was like it's like, wow, the last man on earth who uses a stylus, and it's not a stylus; it's like a whittled down baseball bat. It's an entire chopstick. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not a freak of nature like this. I wouldn't want this. You wouldn't want this, right?
No, it seems like it would get in the way more than it would be useful.
Look at that bottle.
Yeah. Like that would be a pain in the ass.
You're totally right, because like even if you cash in and you're the whatever arm wrestling champion, who gives a shit? Like, so what? You made
No
what?
one.
$50,000 a year or something.
And
arm wrestling.
it's not even
Uh-huh.
one of those things where he could like hustle somebody. He couldn't be like he couldn't hustle somebody at arm wrestling at a bar. They'd be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" No, Popeye. Of
What
course
is
you
that
can beat me.
circle?
That's his
Oh,
ring.
that's his ring.
His ring.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, is it
That's-
his ring in someone else's hand?
it's his
Correct,
ring in
yeah.
his wife's hand.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah. You couldn't hustle at all. You'd be like, you want to, first of all, you'd walk in and be like, anyone want to bet $100,000 on arm wrestling? And then they'd be like, no, I just saw you tear the door off its hinges on the way in here. So I will not be engaging in this challenge with you. Yeah. This would be cool for like a day to be like, man, what other things around my kitchen can I just crush? And then after that, you'd like be like, all right, time to chill, play on my phone, play a video game. And like, you can't do WASD unless you have like a big, like foam children's learn to type keyboard. Like that's what you'd be gaming on because your fingers wouldn't fit. Yeah,
not a Dance Dance Revolution pad or something. That
you wouldn't be able to use you couldn't use a controller, like an Xbox controller. No way.
Yeah,
I think that's made for people. It's the same argument against being 7 feet tall. Like suddenly the world doesn't fit you.
That's right.
It wouldn't be worth it. Imagine if he was a PlayStation guy. Those aren't an appropriate size for a normal man's hands. he couldn't. He'd still be on Xbox Original with that giant Gen 1 meaty controller. You remember that?
I've never understood how PlayStation gets away with that and how people don't always complain about it, because we had the console wars. We probably still do to some extent. And it's always been so obvious that the Xbox controller is just superior in every way. Yeah. Like maybe yours has some sort of like tilt capability where like tilting it, but I think Xbox has that now too. The tech is the same everywhere. Yours is just itty bitty for little Jap hands. Like, it's no good. It's no good.
I remember it was weird because I thought the same thing about even the PS2 controller, the 3 and the 4. Those were all terrible. And I remember being like, these are bad controllers, and no one else was. And I was like, no, I play the games on PlayStation. It's fine. And I was always like, these are terrible compared to the Xbox controller. Even the giant one, the original Xbox controller, was huge, but felt better in my hand. I will say, the PS5 controller is finally okay. Like it's coming up to where the Xbox controller is. It's not as good. It's better. But it's better than it's better than PS4, 3, or 2. Like those are all just terrible. I need
the staggered joysticks.
They stop like halfway down my hand, and it's like sort of like holding it like this. I want to feel like I'm on a motorcycle or something. It's going all the way across my palm.
Thumbs go when you hold a controller, right? So you have your buttons here, and you have your stick here, and this is where they rest. And then this is like the occasional stick, or you can do this, but this is the comfortable position. To make it so your fingers go like this the whole time, like it's wrong. No, this is where your hands belong.
Well, Taylor said it, like the staggered joysticks. That's what makes the Xbox controller. All the PlayStation controllers, there's 2 joysticks in the dead center. I hate it.
I would have come up with symmetrical too, but I would have been wrong, just like Sony was. I like the aftermarket ones now. It used to be back in the day when we were young. If you got some Mad Catz controller or something, that's the little brother, the guest controller, right? This baby is mine. Now, I think Microsoft makes the mid-tier controllers, and the good ones are the third party.
How much does that controller cost though?
$80.
What?
That's like not any more than a regular one. A regular one's like 60, right?
I have one that's $250, but I don't like it as much.
Well, this is you're talking about the Elite controller. This is like, these are like $200, and they're good, but like I don't know. I'm not a pro gamer, so I don't necessarily see the huge difference between the Elite controllers and the regular Xbox controllers, because the regular Xbox ones are what, like you said, 80, 60, something like that, and then these Elites are like 200, 250, 220, whatever it is.
What's the selling point? They look the same to me.
They're heavier. There are paddle holes on the back here. You can put a bunch of paddles in, so you can have extra buttons if you wanted to do that. There's specific I guess there's just specific ways that you can press these buttons, so you can like press them further in, and there's more variability than on a normal Xbox controller.
Those things are a really big deal to me. These buttons on the back are what I use to dodge in Souls games.
There you go.
You dodge like during a fight 15 times a minute. Like you use them a lot. And so it's super important to me that I have like an ergonomic and I can just get it really easily. These extra buttons here, I put macros on them because there are some things I need to do where it's like hold Y, hit left trigger, hold Y, hit right trigger. And these are things I do during the most critical moments in games. So I just put them on my macros, and now I have one button I can just hit with. Like I held my thumb here all the time, but it's there for these two. And that's a big deal to me. The thing he talked about with the throw is this far on mine. I could change it. There's a switch. So it could be like, that's right, wrong switch. It could be this far, but I like it this far. Yeah. Because what happens is I'm timing the parry of a shield where I like knock the guy's weapon away. And either that parry triggers somewhere during this giant travel, and the timing is really precise, or it's this little travel. So you can see why the timing on that really short throw would be nice for me. I'm like, I would never play with an ordinary controller anymore.
I haven't even played a controller game other than Oblivion in a while.
Yeah. Picked up mouse and keyboard the other day. So here's the deal. I have a friend. He's very, very good at shooters mechanically, but he's never played Tarkov before. So I was going to be like his Sherpa, teaching him how to play this new game. I'm doing a terrible job. We had like a 12% extraction rate. 50% is like fine, right? 12% is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
and even with him being able to click, not on faces, on noses, like he's that guy, we're not surviving. And it's all my fault. There were times when I'd like take him to the wrong extract because I didn't know the scab extracts that well. And I'm telling Kyle about this, and he's like, whew, 12%. And Kyle offers to play with us. And I'm like, this is good. This is good. I didn't realize that in the last like 4 years, how much I had forgotten the maps and stuff. I thought I knew it like the back of my hand. And was our extract rate 0%, Kyle?
We got out once. We definitely got out once.
Scab run, and you died.
Yeah, that happened. I was killed by a friendly scab. That was crazy. It went as poorly as it could have gone. The reason it's extra hard for us is because we're starting mid wipe, and this is a hardcore wipe. They've removed a lot of the niceties that Tarkov once had apparently, and our early missions are to go to the same map over and over. So we died like 3 times in a row on the same map, and your friend's like, well, what else could we do? And it's like, this is it. We just got to do this over and over and over. We have to do. We gotta go to the grenade launcher. We got to go to the machine gun. We got to extract. Until that happens, we can't progress.
Here's the thing Kyle doesn't know. So I led him, and we got out successfully one time. With Kyle there, we kind of, as a scab run, we got out one time, but mostly we died every run.
Yep.
And then, without any leadership at all, his extract rate surged to 75% without my helping him. Like, okay, we might have identified the problem here.
Well, just being solo helps. I will always do better solo, because when I'm playing solo, I'm like, I don't know exactly where we are. I'm going to spend the next minute and a half laying in this corner figuring it out. But I feel like if I do that with y'all, I'm like, they're waiting on me. I got to figure this out quick. Let's go this way till we see something I recognize. And just bumping into people in that game. And of course, we got level 1 gear. We don't have scopes, and everybody else does. Like, if we had seen the gear sets of the people that were killing us, it would have made a lot more sense. I think. I think they had good gear, and they were just shooting us in the face. That one death, I just had a grenade out. I haven't played in 8 months, so I'm super rusty too.
I was going to say, I don't know about the matchmaking for you guys, because you guys have been playing a long time. So I don't know if it's matchmaking you guys into like harder lobbies than it would be him. So
I don't think it's skill based. Well,
okay,
matchmaking is not skill based. My lack of success, that's skill based. I can be better. I just need a little time to get the rust off.
What's also just like when we get into gunfights, like we have to shoot them in the face. The forehead won't work. The back of the head won't work. The top of the head won't work. If they've got a helmet on, because we're level 1, our bullets won't penetrate anything.
There are bullets in the game that are armor piercing. And when you have that, you can kind of just spray center mass and get kills. But that armor is more expensive, and it's not starter gear. So we have to hit in the face, or like even better than chest would be legs. At least that would slow them down and do some damage. But it's a slow kill, and you're just at a disadvantage. Tarkov is famously and intentionally hard and cruel.
That's
and here we are.
Yeah, I'll play again anytime y'all want to. I enjoyed myself. I like the evil of Tarkov and how awful it is. Because when you do get a win, you're like, yeah, we survived. Like we died 10 times in a row. A win is big.
I like that he's playing without me. Like he likes the game. He's gonna buy a more expensive version of it, and he's sending me screenshots of the loot he just extracted with. And he had a documents folder.
Ooh.
So, the more I play these games, like what Kyle just described. Like Woody, you've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, I think too, and like from some
I have, yeah.
That relief of like finally getting out. I think I have 10 seconds of relief. I'm like, oh, thank God I made it. I never want to play this again. That's it. Like the first thing that I think to myself every time that I do it. Like I've finished off that challenge that I gave for myself. I don't want to fucking touch it for another 6 months. I don't know what it is. And people are always like, don't you love that sense of accomplishment? And I'm like, no, it's a video game. Video games are designed to be beaten. So like, who gives a shit if you beat it or not? Everybody else has too. They just took a long time. And so to me, it never feels like an accomplishment. It just feels like I'm like, I don't want to, I'm done. Like I just get it away from
the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you playing now? What are you playing like currently?
Well, I played the Battlefield 6 open beta and I loved Battlefield. I'm like a huge fan of Battlefield, and Battlefield like I vibed with. So for me, winning or losing kind of doesn't matter. Like I was like sort of like having fun because I knew I was executing on what I should execute on. Mm-hmm. And Tarkov, and actually even to a greater extent, Elden Ring feel random to me. Like Elden Ring, I could play for an hour. I know the pattern of the boss, and then I just got to wait for the boss to not do the overpowered attack over and over and over. And eventually, once that happens, it happens, and I got it. And Tarkov is the same way. Like I could matchmake into a lobby with some really fucking badass dudes who have the best gear in the game, and then they shoot me in the face and I die over and over. Like I would imagine you guys are probably not bad at Tarkov, but you probably got put in some really hard lobbies.
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah, eventually you'll get an easy lobby, and then you won't have to worry about it anymore. So.
Oh, it's definitely a little bit of both. Like right from the start, I was like, man, I'm feeling rusty here. I pulled the grenade out, and I forgot how slow they are to pull the grenade out, and I can hear the guy coming around the corner to shoot me, and I'm just like, click, and I'm just like, faster, faster. He kind of looks at it a little and pulls it back like this, and the guy comes around the corner and just kills me. Woody killed that guy, killed another guy, and then killed like a bunch of scabs, and then he died to a claymore that's just in a room to be a bitch-made claymore. In this game, there's a little room off the beaten path with just a claymore in it that you can't see.
What else is in it?
You die. There's a safe in there to lure you into the room.
There's a safe in it. There's like you have to understand this is like a kid finding an unguarded Easter basket or something, and I'm like, oh, a safe. Let's see if it's locked or not. And I think as I died, Kyle was like Claymore, and I was like, ah.
Is it like a Call of Duty Claymore where like if you notice it soon enough you can jump back, or is it like
it's like a real world Claymore that instantly explodes and sends 700 ball bearings into your face?
so you're not going to make it.
I was trolled by Nikita.
Yeah, it's literally a troll Claymore, because I've seen people as like a fun thing with their group, like they'll send the noob in, he'll die, and then they'll run in and loot the fucking safe. Like, oh, you died that time, but
it was my moment too. Like I had so much gear. My character couldn't run halfway across the street without stopping and catching his breath because he's heavy and he's like level 1. I was going to leave with like party supplies for everyone, and it wasn't meant to be.
Didn't go well.
You got all the bad runs out of your system.
Yeah, right. This is what I mean. Is like, it feels random. Like you guys were having a good match. Things were going well. And then you run into a claymore, and then it's all over.
Patience is the strongest virtue in Tarkov, I think. Like you could be the best at clicking heads, and you could have the best gear, but if you're not, and what I mean by patience is, let's sit here for a minute.
No, you're right.
Like,
you're totally
let's
right.
make it 7 minutes actually. And like if you were to literally lay down in the bush when you spawned in and wait 10 minutes, all of a sudden half the competition on the map is dead, you know? And like some people have already extracted and stuff. Like, it depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to go in there and like frag out and have a good time and like you want to compete, then you probably should have went to factory or even arena. But moreover, if you're trying to do that, then you can have fun no matter what. But if you're trying to go in there and do those tasks, oh my god, it's a nightmare to try to find the right wine bottle when everybody's outside the building trying to kill you.
The reason patience is so important is that information is so important. So if Kyle's patiently waiting in a semi-safe space and I'm thumping around with my elephant feet, I'm going to lose that gunfight when it's time. I didn't know he was there. He knew exactly which direction I was coming from and where I was headed towards, and I will lose. So that being stealthy is a big deal, having the information advantage. And,
you should get
but
into
when you're
Helldivers
Sherpaing, it is difficult to like Hey, trust me, this game is great. Step 1, lay in the bushes. Sometimes I like to find a YouTube video before the raid starts to keep me entertained for the first 7 minutes.
That sounds awful.
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. Like, again, if you're trying to go get into a gunfight, then just go get into a gunfight. But when your mission is literally, I've got a map on my other monitor, and I'm like, all right, well, we're in the northeast, and we have to go to the southwest. A diagonal across the whole map, crossing a major highway in view of like tons of high rises, and there are 4 teams between us and where we got to go. If we start, I mean, you're gonna want to just start sprinting in that direction, but then you die every time when you do. You've got to go slow and carefully, but we're level 1. We don't have a good headset. We've got level 2 pack of vests on. If they shoot us with anything, we just instantly die. Starting mid-wipe is like playing the game on extra hard because it's already hard.
I wear a pale blue UN helmet so my teammates know which one I am, because I'm trying to guide them, and it doesn't help me with any of this stealth.
I mostly broke myself from team killing, although I do usually play solo anyway. But there was that moment when you were already dead and I was hurt, and your boy like looked at me, and I could tell by the way his character looked at me that he thought I was an enemy. I was just like, no! And he just, I was like, oh, he is pretty good at clicking stuff.
Did he kill you?
Oh yeah.
He was a top CS:GO guy for a while.
My chest was blacked out, so he could have sneezed on me, but he hit me solid. Helldivers, on the other hand, is just a blast. I wish you'd get into that with us. You've already got the Stream Deck. You could program that bad boy up, and I drop into quick play and I role play with people, and nobody wants to talk to me ever. Nobody's got mics in that game. Like it's hard to get people to have fun with me. And I'm like, who's ready to spread democracy? and it's just crickets. I'm like, fuck, you guys suck.
I would do it, and I'm so interested in Helldivers. I'm watching videos on Helldivers now. Not even like how to play. I just enjoy the propaganda that like the leadership puts on you. I like the whole vibe of the game, but I just convinced my friend to buy Tarkov, and we've been so excited about hard mode for Night Rain. We talk about it every day, my little friend group, and we're all jazzed about it. You can download mods and like play it in advance, but you can't level your character or anything. And I've been doing this thing where I beat every boss and then I switch characters and I beat every boss again. I just have one more boss to beat on my current character, and then I'm going to do the hard mode mod to get 6 days of practice.
When's that available? Or is
Wednesday
it now?
night.
Oh,
Wednesday night at 9 p.m. And
Kyle, if
I will
you
say
want to play Helldivers, Kyle? I'm in. I played 250 hours of the game. It's the best.
I'm about the same. I think I got about 250 as well. I'm like a level 70 something like that. Yeah, I love it too. I'll add you on Discord.
Please do. Yeah.
I have a blast at it. I really enjoy it. I like the new content. It's pretty hard. It's a lot of CQB stuff down in tunnels now, which normally the way I play Helldivers is sprint backwards, get a little distance between me and the horde, like mow them down and rinse and repeat, drop some airstrikes on them. But when you're underground, all of a sudden you don't have those airstrikes. You might retreat into a wall that's behind you or another horde behind you, and if you don't have teamwork, it's rough. And they added some new enemies. There's a dragon, essentially, like a dragon bug that breathes fire. And there's what do they call the giant worm? Like the Lord of the Swarm or something?
Yeah, as a hive something?
Hive Lord, maybe?
Hive Lord, that's what it is. Yeah.
It's a worm
huge.
that's so big, it's hard to explain how much bigger this enemy is than any other enemy in the game. It's like a skyscraper in front of you. It's a bit like the worm from Dune, but much scarier.
Cool.
I heard it has explosives and shooting it in the map, but
people have killed it, but it's really hard. You can't but people have done it. It took like 10 nukes basically.
It's 150. It's 15 nukes. It's 150,000 XP or HP, and a nuke or a hell bomb does 10,000.
Have you killed it yet?
No.
Okay.
I just ignore it and do my tasks.
This requires like all 4 of the players to focus and to have the right loadout.
And then 20 minutes.
Hive Lord.
It takes 20 minutes of 4 of us coordinating and bringing the right gear with us to do this on purpose. Like bringing the right kind of stuff and doing things like team loading rocket launchers together. And I haven't killed it. I've seen it killed on YouTube, and it took about 20, 25 minutes.
It's really interesting because Helldivers before I would have recommended Helldivers for the fact that it's just like Kyle said, where you just like fuck around. You can go on and like throw like airstrikes and just have fun and like blow shit up. And this update has turned it almost on its head where like now you actually have to coordinate and you have to actually bring in a specific loadout to do specific things. And Helldivers wasn't like that before. Helldivers was just play against the computer and have fun. And it's totally different and much, much harder. So I haven't fully gotten into it yet. I played the new update a couple days ago, but I haven't done more of it. I need to. Is the original casual mode still available?
Well, it's not. There's a different mode. There's
different areas.
The bug campaign has so basically in lore they have come up with a new plating for our spaceships, so we can go deeper into enemy space. And we are in like the bug home worlds now, like far behind enemy lines. And the bugs are bigger and badder here. They have more armor. There's another super annoying enemy type that burrows under the ground when it approaches you, so you can't shoot it. It automatically sort of gets a free I'm in your face kind of thing, and he's armored, so it's just like Tarkov, where if you don't have the gun that shoots through the armor, then you're basically defenseless. And there's also some little guys that are spitting green acid at you continuously. It's very overwhelming if you don't know what you're doing and you haven't played the game. It's like the difficulty goes from 1 to 10, and this feels like 11.
Yeah, that's right. But yes, you could do casual if you wanted to. You could just go to another planet and like be like, let's just fuck around and have fun.
Or you just drop the difficulty level down to like 4 or 5.
Oh, you can do that.
And you can play wherever you want. You set it between 1 to 10 before the game, and like 1 is boring. There are so few enemies, and 10, you'll be surprised that a game can render so many enemies.
Does it do that thing where like the game makes fun of you for being a pussy? Where like level 1 has like an icon where it's like the JD Vance fat face, and then level 10 is like I don't know, one of the buccal fat girls. And it's just like scarier and scarier because I don't like that.
Not really. They've got fun, inventive names for each for each level, but I don't think they do like the Doom does that with like damage on your character and with difficulty levels with the icons and the imagery. But there's a ton of people playing as it opened up to Xbox, and you've got crossplay, but again, those people don't have fucking microphones, and that's annoying to me because I want to role play and have a good time.
Why don't Xbox people have microphones anymore? Or is it just that game they don't have it?
PC, right?
It's Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Right?
All platforms.
Yeah. Everybody's playing together.
Except for Switch. But
maybe everyone on Xbox had mics, at least like 2/3.
Yeah, it came with it on the 360. And so like every lobby was just, if anything, like, do you remember how quickly you used to be able to mute one by one an entire lobby in COD 4 just because it was a cacophony of nonsense the entire time? And so you just mute everyone you're not actively playing with. Just like you everybody who played COD like got the start up A, like the rage quit. Everyone could do that in a microsecond.
The host has left the game.
I quit out all the time. I remember at one point like checking my COD 4 like win rate, and it was like 35% or something, like probably even lower. Because if anything, I was the worst soldier. We're down early, 22-8 in this TDM. I'm going next. Yeah, I'm getting out of here because all I have to do is like check, and I'm like, oh, this is hopeless. Dragonov 64-9 has died 13 times. What I think is happening is he's running off somewhere and getting shot in the head by some bastard who's trying to cheapen the richness that is Red Tiger camo. Like he didn't earn Red Tiger the way I did on this OP M16. Man, it was great how little balance there was in that game with guns. It was like, all right, what do you want to do? It's like, oh, well, I want to be like stealthy kind of. And it's like, all right, silenced MP5. And it's like, what do you want to do? Anything other than that, M16. It's like, when do I use the other guns? And it's like, well, I mean, that's just more of a boardom thing. Like, just you can whenever you want, I guess. But there's like half of them. There's no point in ever using.
More than
Dragonov. The Dragonov was horrific. The Mac 10, or I guess it was Mac 10 or Mac 11 in that game.
We're talking about COD 4.
COD 4, or no, it was the Scorpion. It was called Scorpion.
You had the Scorpion. You had the MP5. You had the AK-74U. They all had niches, but they weren't pronounced enough. Like they had the idea for niches. The AK-74U is a submachine gun, but it had assault rifle penetration. That would be nice if you made more things penetrable in your game, but they kind of weren't. The Dragunov, when you wore Juggernaut, you could kill people with an upper chest or a headshot. They couldn't do the same to you. They all had to headshot you. It was an advantage that you had over them because you had that knowledge going into the fight that they didn't have. There was lots of little niche things like that. But in the end, MP5, P90, M16, maybe the AK if you're styling on people, and that was it.
The ultimate styling on thing. I remember spending forever to get the gold Uzi. And the gold Uzi with the silencer was maybe the coolest looking gun in the game, but it had an effective range and accuracy similar to like that pump shotgun, to where it was just almost unusable. The only cool thing was like, yeah, this guy's gonna watch the kill cam maybe and realize that I'm a total loser that that got 150 headshots with the Scorpion and the mini Uzi.
Yeah, that's how games fail really quickly when they have that super dependent meta. To bring Helldivers into it again, like there's so many weapons and so many ways to get each job done, whether that job is taking down heavies or taking out big swarms or something in between. There's a weapon that sort of straddles those lines, and then there's a copy of that weapon and a different version and a laser version, a plasma version, a poison gas version, a flame version. There's just a ton of weapons in that game, and they make you pay for them, but you can earn the money in game. So I like that a lot. They sort of sell weapon packs that are themed. So there's one that's all explosives, one that's all electric, one that's all fire. But if you can farm up the credits that you buy them with in game in, a day of grinding or something, or you can just give them $10 more.
Yeah, it's like $10, and the game itself is $40 retail. You can find it for $30-ish now. That's like totally worth it. I don't know. To me, Helldivers is such a good deal. Versus a $70 video game, especially like a COD. A COD is a really good example of that.
And I just love team-based horde shooters. Team-based horde shooters are my jam for sure. Like I really like Darktide, but they don't have a scoreboard in that game, and I can't.
They don't.
I love after a Helldivers match clicking stats and seeing that I led in kills and I led in stratagems thrown and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, all right. It wasn't in my head. I really did help us get that win there. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I did poorly. I'm like, oh, I need to work on this. I shouldn't have used that pistol. That really slowed me down there. Like I like learning via those stats. And Helldivers is like, you won. Who cares? I do. You fuckers.
Yeah. The Vermintide 2 or whatever. Helltide.
Well, yeah, Vermintide 2 had the scoreboard, and then Darktide is the 40K version from Fat Shark, the same developer. And they just took out the scoreboard because
I don't know how I feel about the scoreboard. There are times when I want it. Like I play this Night Rain game, which is another like you and your friends against the computer. And it'd be nice to know how well I did, and who did the most damage and stuff like that. But like, for example, Left 4 Dead. Whoever gets the most kills maybe feels like they were the most effective. That's horseshit. That's not how you should measure a player. Mm-hmm. Whoever got the most kills, it's just the guy who was in the front the whole time, like, being the most aggressive. And anyone can do that. I think more impressive is most revives, most specials killed. They're the more dangerous ones who end your run. That kind of stuff.
That was the stat I would go for, is like most specials killed.
Okay.
I would try to be that utilitarian guy who had the elf that had the heat-seeking arrows, and anytime a special would make its little audio cue, I would instantly switch to my it's dead. It's
never some trash mob that ends your run. So I don't really care how many trash mobs you've killed. We can all do that.
The Helldivers has good stats like that. It's a lot of things. It's accuracy, shots fired, enemies killed, stratagems thrown, deads,
friendly fire.
How much friendly fire damage you did? How many?
I don't think you need to keep track of things like that.
Samples you extracted with.
It's too much.
Lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, I need a scoreboard at the end of a game. Can you imagine after Call of Duty or like a shooter if it was like, well done, soldiers, and then it just went to the lobby? You just
I don't have to imagine.
You're having to keep track in your head.
Yeah, I don't have to imagine, because remember when Battlefield 2042 launched a few years ago? It didn't have a scoreboard, and I was awful. I was furious. I was like, what do I do with this? I played through a Battlefield match, and Battlefield's the first thing I go and look at is like how many points I scored, how many control points I was getting. Like I kill death, whatever. I didn't matter to me in Battlefield because you're taking points.
Yeah.
But they didn't have a scoreboard when they first launched that game because I think they were trying to like maybe like Darktide be like, hey, everybody had fun. I hate that shit.
Lame.
I hate it.
Their excuse is that it promotes toxic play, but it's the opposite. Like it would be so good. Like if I'm playing with 3 of my friends and one of them did poorly, like, hey, you see, that didn't work out, right? You got to use the flamethrower there. Use the flamethrower and they just walk into you and die. Don't stop using that shotgun. You're not killing anything. You're just stunning everything. You know, like here's the proof. Like there it is. Yep. And then you get better and you improve by seeing how bad you are. And also sometimes you got to cut some people cut some people loose. You know, I see you went, you got 3 kills and 30 deaths. Like you got to fucking go, bro. You got to go practice before you come. I practiced before I came to play with you. It wasn't just for my benefit. It was to show you a good time. You clearly do not have the same care for my well-being.
I do that too, but I call it training. All these solo runs, like beating every boss with every character. I'm training offline so that
training
tonight
for what?
I can be the best.
What are you training for?
You know, the Night Rain Olympics that might be an event.
Skip another workout. I got training.
So I know you're very into this game, and I've been like this before too. When I get super into something, I buy accessories. Do you have like a headband, or do you have like special deodorant? Like are there blue filtering glasses you put on? Do you put a certain cushion in your seat? Like
the thing is,
so he does.
I tried to buy a Wilder sword. Wilder is one of the characters in game, and he has this real it's recognizable sword with a blue fabric hilt, and the blade looks like it's hit a lot of things because it's all jagged on one side, and I want it, but I can't find it. I found one guy on YouTube who made a custom one for himself. He's a blacksmith. And I was like, should I reach out to this guy? No, I don't really want a $1,300 sword, which I'm sure is what it would be, right? This guy custom made this sword for me. But I just hit up Etsy every so often, see who's making things, what exists. So I tried.
Any blacksmiths listening, Woody would love a notched sword from his video game.
I can't believe that they don't have it, Woody, because like this is a pretty.
All I'm finding is 3D printed garbage, but I'm looking for something that's cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Music cool, a little liberal. All right, I'm looking.
I don't know. Swords are pretty cool. It is cool to have swords, but that would suck if you've spent $1,300 to commission a blacksmith, and then I imagine some YouTube blacksmith guy that's like his commissions have to be after the videos, and so he'd get it to you in like 5 months when you're on to the next Souls game, and you'd already have in your head a different sword, and you'd be like, this fucking piece. Now you're like having to text a blacksmith. Have you started yet?
I could see it going like that. Now he made his sword when the game was really new, so he churned his out like, you strike when the iron's hot.
Sure.
The game was hype when it first dropped, so he was able to get that done. I don't know how much I really want to spend on it. I just wish that I could go shopping and see what was available, but nothing's available.
You'd have to find something on your wall behind you to take off to hang it up, unless it could go like underneath.
That American flag can go.
Get that the hell out of here. Everybody has one of those. Who cares?
Don't burn it. Yeah, don't burn it. You'll go to jail.
No, actually, I really like that flag. I didn't mean that flag was one of the last, or maybe the very last flag to fly in Afghanistan as they took it down and left. So soldiers asked me if I would. That thing is a certificate.
It says "Job well done."
Talking about, and there's
get them next
patches.
Says mission accomplished. The date is like August 2003.
Okay, it wasn't our best war, but it's the only one I have a flag for.
War.
That's true.
I don't want those Vietnam flags.
It's all muddy.
Just soaked in blood and smells like weed.
It's going to be my new business. Selling off the Amazon flags with counterfeit certificates. What it's been. This is from the moon, idiot.
I want like a melted. I would want like a melted gear shift knob from the Road of Death in Iraq. I watched a 30-minute thing from that Simon Whistler guy. If you don't know who Simon Whistler is, he's the bearded guy with the bald head and the British accent that has 8,000 YouTube channels.
Who it is?
If you search Simon Whistler, you'll immediately be like, "Oh yeah, that guy." But he had the 30-minute video about the road of death in Iraq, and I came away with it with a different thought process. Like apparently, like they had raped and they had raped and pillaged in Kuwait, and most of the vehicles that they had that were sedans were stolen Kuwaiti vehicles that they were making away with after they'd raped and pillaged, and those people had it coming. I think they killed like 1,500 people, but they destroyed like 10,000 cars and military vehicles and tanks and jeeps and all sorts of stuff like that.
That would be a cool collectible, like just the skull of that guy hanging out the front of that truck on the highway of death
with his head all crispied. Yeah, that picture wasn't distributed in the U.S. Only like 2 news organizations distributed that. He talks about that in the video. They were in the UK.
I've never seen this guy before. This bald guy with beards. Like I've never seen one of his.
He genuinely has at least 15 different informational YouTube channels that are really high quality, well done, well written, well read stuff. It's very good.
I just scrolled down after searching Simon Whistler, and someone who I guess dislikes him, some commentary guy, was like, "Why is this guy everywhere?" And the thumbnail is him, and it says "The King of Slop." It's like, based on what you're saying, Kyle, these don't seem like slop videos. He's just like,
if I made that content, I would hate him too.
My favorite, Kyle, and I bet you've seen this. This is the war story content. You know, what was the name of the Russian mercenary group? They were in Ukraine early on.
The Wagner Group.
The Wagner Group. Well, I think it was during the first Trump administration, although it's not political. They were attacking a U.S. protected oil drilling facility in the Middle East, and the Russians are attacking the Americans. The Americans call up Russia, and they're like, "Are you attacking us? You know, like we don't normally do this. It was in Syria." And the Russians are like, "Nope, it's not us." And they're like, "You're sure now? It's not you?" And they're like, "No, not us." So then America unleashes holy hecking hell. And like the drones, artillery, like we just go bananas on them.
There was an AC-130 there.
There was an AC-130 loitering drone, not the kind of like kamikaze drones, but the drones that fire missiles.
Apache helicopters.
Apaches.
And Navy SEALs or Delta Force. I don't remember which were in that's who was there. It wasn't
Delta
like...
Force was like the first responder on there, and they're like helping organize the aerial attacks. And we just absolutely demolished the Wagner Group. But the story is really well told because it's like, you know, it has this nice arc of like a few Marines went out to like address it and like make them stop, and they got overwhelmed, and they're hunkered down in trenches, like just hoping that help can arrive, and then help arrives and in force and things are just boom, boom, boom. You have to watch it. I could get you a link. It's maybe 18 minutes long.
This is the medal the Russians gave the men who survived that operation. If you look at the medal closely, you'll see that's an Apache helicopter firing down at a Russian soldier who's on fire.
Oh my God.
That's their medal.
There's the medal just for living through this assault. And the documentary thing I'm talking about is like, while this medal is real, this scene never existed. There were no Russians standing tall facing Apache
I mean, you wouldn't. Nobody would.
I bet there were a couple guys very, very briefly just get vaporized the second you stick it up. That is a ugly medal. I don't like it. It's not symmetrical. It doesn't. The lettering on the sides, that's not even like Russian lettering.
That was Arabic.
Like
it looked
Arabic
like so perhaps the Syrian government had something to do with the medal.
Yeah, if you're going to put a medal out, like spend a couple days on it. Like a couple drafts.
They only had to make like 8. They probably weren't a lot they needed to make.
Yeah.
You know, they wanted to spend a lot of time.
A good one's like the Purple Heart, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Very simple. They kept it simple because they're like, you know, we're going to have to give out a ton of these. And so let's keep it simple, but also classy, also nice looking. And all of our high level medals, like the Silver Star, Bronze Star, Medal of Honor, they all look nice. They all look good. Maybe Russia's high level ones look good too. I don't know. I bet North Korea still has the trashiest ones. They're over there fucking stat padding.
Those things are made of lead. They look heavy. You see those guys just
I've never seen those. What?
Well,
Really?
they have like 55 medals on every single general, and it's like all of them
They put them on their pants.
are too old to have
Like their
served in
chest
Korea.
gets full, and then they start pinning medals to their pants leg. I'm not even kidding.
0% of them are old enough.
They haven't fought a war since the late 50s.
Yeah.
That's the key thing here. I found a picture. I want Zach to share it. There we go. But like you have to understand, this is if you look at the medals on these soldiers, none of them were alive during the last war that the country participated in.
Mhm.
So what are these medals for? Like latrine
Holy
duty?
shit!
KP?
Oh my god, they're huge.
None of them have the well-tailored suit medal, I notice. Or that scout badge.
That is
You
what
also-
that's kind of what Kim Jong Un wears, though, right? Doesn't he wear like huge suits and huge
That's
clothes?
true.
He doesn't have much
Everybody else
choice.
has to look fat too. That's a good call. Like he dresses the whole gang
His leadership
slovenly.
gets more impressive all the time.
I love it. And he's the only one that's allowed cheese.
It's like in the movie
that's
the interview or whatever. Kim Jong Un is like, "Oh yes, it's true. We have many fat children." Like he's bragging that there are fats in his country because that's a sign of wealth.
It is crazy they went onto their legs. I know you said it, but now that I
Arms!
see it, yeah, the arm.
Dude, it sounds like fucking Santa's sleigh when they're all marching. They're jingling. and
Listen, the
jangling.
Koreans are coming. Jingle, 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 jingle.
I
wonder
did. There is power creep in our military's medals too. I've noticed. I saw one of our like generals from the past 10 years, and it was like some guy, and he had a huge, just whole side of his chest full. Nothing as egregious as that. And then I checked, and it's like this guy never even like saw combat. Like he wasn't that kind of soldier. And then I saw like a comparison one where it was like General Patton or someone, and he had just like a modest little like maybe 3 with like 2 under it, which like a really small area. And it's like, wow, we've been power crept too in this way, just like in video games where we're giving them
Are
out
they
too
like-
early.
I don't
Are they
think
like
so.
Boy Scout medals or something, or like what are they giving the medals for? If they're running out of room, or if there's so
I don't
many
know.
now?
I know here it'll be stuff like those medals that everybody has, those little like stitched on things. It'll be like, oh, that person passed their rifleman exam. And so everybody has that. Or like this person is like an airborne member. So they have that. And then like
I've
the
never heard
colors all mean
stealing
different
valor
things.
from another man, but here we go.
I'm stealing.
No, you're taking their valor from them that they earned and had on their chest. You're like, I don't count.
Well, you know,
You think it
if-
was easy to thrive on the target range like that?
I don't have that medal. And so I wouldn't know.
I think it's like a marksman medal for when they like
Yeah,
score
Taylor.
like really
Come
high.
on. Some of these guys walked for hours to get those medals.
I could tell you what medals I earned, but I'd have
Around
to kill
the
you.
whole base.
We are not the North Koreans. If our guys have medals, they earned them. Like we fight, we have been continuously at war my entire life. Like what are we talking about?
That's what I was wondering, because I would love to see a list, because you always see all those medals all over. Just even U.S. generals. I'm sure there's a list. There has to be a way to decode all the things they're wearing and be like, okay, he has this for this, he has this for this.
They do it on Reddit. I've seen guys do that on Reddit where they like break down, especially when it's foreign guys. They'll be like, oh, this means that, and this means that, and the other. Sometimes it's interesting because sometimes it'll be like, oh, that just means he went to that country. He didn't necessarily do anything important. That's just the campaign medal
Yeah.
that everyone who went there got.
I think
Which
I'm
still, I mean, if
conflating-
you fly my ass to Iraq, whether I get shot at or not, you better put something on here. I went. I didn't stay at home.
I think I'm conflating the patches with the medals because the patches are different. That's what I like. Those are the ones where it's like I went to Kuwait and and all I got was the stupid patch, like that sort of thing.
Did you ever
But-
consider going into the military at all?
Not even once briefly.
Really?
Really?
Never. No. I was like, this looks awful.
I
I
definitely
very
did.
much did. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely did. Yeah.
After 9/11, it was like, let's go get them,
Yeah.
And then I watched Shock and Awe on TV in high school, and I'm graduating next year, and it's like, looks like we're mopping the floor with them. Like, just get in and get out. We better. I might need to sign up today if I get to see any action here. This thing's not going to drag on for 20 more years.
Yeah. Dude, my friend,
If I
dropped out
joined that
of-
war then, I could have retired in that war from the military. 20 years of service on that one campaign that we didn't
Had you
win.
joined, it would have been shorter.
we'd have knocked him out. I'm gonna tell you right now. Look, if I'd have been there,
I've
things
seen the
would have gone
videos.
different.
You're quite
Look,
good.
I got Marky Mark, just like Mark Wahlberg. If I'd have been there, it wouldn't have gone down that way. Okay.
You'd have been sitting here, and on your jacket, you'd have your own set of finger symbols.
Fucking all over me. I'd be jingle jangling all over this podcast.
Hell yeah.
I'd make y'all salute. Like there would be, you would have to.
My buddy dropped out of college in like late 2009, maybe early 2010, out of the ROTC program because his concern was like, the war's going to end any day now. I've got to get to Afghanistan. And then like he got there and spent a lot of time in Afghanistan, and it was like, didn't end so quick.
Afghanistan sucked, dude. There were those units that
he said
were out
Fallujah
there.
was really sucky.
I bet it. I can't imagine what it's like to go door to door in a city with 10,000 enemy insurgents who want to kill you, and they mark their bedpost for every American they even shoot at. Like that would suck. But those guys, and I think it was Tora Bora or something like that, up in those Afghani mountains, they would have them stuck on some mountain ridge in a dugout with like sandbags around them, and they're like, "All right, you hold the valley." And it's like, what are you talking about? They're sniping at us every day. They'd have like the shitty rations, like they'd run out of their Pop-Tarts and stuff. Like they'd be out there for months at a time on a mountaintop in Afghanistan. I don't know if you know, the weather sucks there. like getting shot at, like that'd be a nightmare too. I wouldn't want any part of that war. That was such a sketchy war. Clearing those houses like your buddy did. Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight somebody in a fucking house. That gives up every advantage that we have as a trillionaire country. Like, we should be shooting them from outer fucking space, not getting so close we can smell them. Because that's what they'll talk about. The guys that are over there, like, you could smell if the house had people in it or if the food had gone bad. And if you smelled that spicy BO, you knew they were in there. And I'm like, what the fuck? We shouldn't be able to smell the enemy. It's the 21st century. We've got so much money.
That's too close.
That's
I wouldn't want to be able to smell my foe, because that would mean they could probably smell me too.
You hear about those tunnel rats in Vietnam would talk about they'd eat the Vietnamese food, so they would stink like the Vietnamese because their BO is completely different from their weird, wacky Viet Cong diet.
Would that work?
Yeah. The man crawls down into rat holes to kill people with a .45 pistol. Like I'm gonna take his word on it. That
would have been the worst rat hole.
I'm eating a foe every night before we go on patrol. If it'll get me through this.
I'd put a mirror on a stick and put it 5 inches into the hole and be like, all clear. Look down the corridor. I would be so unhelpful.
Yeah,
I spend most of my time like calling and trying to convince like the provision master that like, no, we didn't get any of that last shipment of food. It's really just your unit that keeps losing it, and it's like, war is hell, brother.
I think ISIS came and snatched up all the strawberry frosted Pop-Tarts. I don't know. There was 3 cases yesterday. They're all gone.
Well, we came and investigated, and we did find all the Neapolitan ice creams with just the chocolate part eaten out.
I was watching a thing yesterday about, and I didn't know this, but we captured so many Germans during World War II in the North Africa campaign. The guys who fought under Rommel, who'd been pushing the Brits around, we showed up and beat the fuck out of them, and we captured like 300,000 of them or something like that.
Oh, wow.
And I always thought that our prisoner of war camps were maybe over there in friendly countries, or like the area we captured in the rear echelon or whatever. Like they're back there. We boated them to the USA and kept them in like Michigan or something like that.
Really? We did.
We had hundreds of thousands of German POWs in this country. And I watched this thing where they talked about how they were reversed brainwashed when exposed to American culture. Like they got on the Liberty ships that we were baking one every 42 hours, by the way, at peak. We'd crank out a boat every 42 hours. On that boat that was bringing them back, they had K rations, which our troops would complain about. But in that K ration is chocolate, sugar, coffee, cigarettes, processed cheese, meat, things that they'd been living on bullshit like sea biscuits for weeks, starving to death with dirty water, and they hadn't had coffee since the war began. They get on the Liberty ship, they have K rations and an ice cream machine. So then they got in the POW camp and they were prepared to be starved to death. They'd been told the Americans are brutal. The lies about their opulence and their big economy and the production is all just propaganda. And they got here and they were like, candy bars. that the guard told me that any child could buy one for a nickel, whatever that is. He gave me a candy bar. It's the thing so precious. He gave it to me, and it had nuts in it. Real nuts. And then they were like, they had icy cream at the POW camp, I guess. And it was just like, you can imagine, they're like licking their ice cream, singing like, we were the baddies.
And some poor guys in like Japan having like bamboo shoots grown slowly under his fingernails, and we were giving him ice cream.
I didn't know we boated them over here. That's crazy.
I had never heard.
Why Michigan?
POWs.
Like you get
it
here
may not have
and
been
you're
Michigan. That's the state that's in my head, though. Let me see where we kept it. Where in U.S.
We boated them over directly to a McDonald's. We dropped them off at McDonald's, and we said, "You go ahead. You have whatever you want. We give you a $10 gift card."
We were playing the long game.
So we had 425,000 Germans that we brought here and kept in over 700 prison camps throughout the United States during World War II. So they were all over Texas, Colorado, Oklahoma, Iowa, Virginia, and Arkansas, according to this. So a little SEC action for the most part.
They're in the SEC other than Colorado. Damn. That seems like a huge amount of effort. Like if I were in charge, I would have been like, no, we're not using our Liberty ships for this. We're going to build a little shanty town here, and they can, we'll trick them with the ice cream we have left, but no, we're not shipping them all the way to Michigan and then shipping them back in 8 months when this is over.
Oh, speaking of, please go. I was going to ship something else. Please continue.
Oh no, I was just gonna. I also wonder if what Kyle was saying was like they were doing it on purpose. If they were psychologically trying to turn them and be like, hey, like there's no need to fight against this. Look what we've got, processed cheese. Like check it out.
It was true. It wasn't manipulative. It really
no, I know, not at all.
It wasn't manipulative. It was true. It was like, look, we didn't want to fight you anyway. Hitler declared war on us. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like we agreed to fight the Japanese after they bombed us, and then Hitler had this agreement with Japan that was sort of misunderstood, and he was like, war on the U.S., which made it really easy for FDR to start shipping troops into Europe. Like what a fumble that was.
Yeah,
he was probably pretty pissed at Hirohito. That was his name.
No, FDR loved that Hirohito started the war. He may have even conspired to allow it to happen. Oh, Hitler? Yeah.
Yeah, Hitler would have been pissed.
They didn't coordinate. There's this, I think her name is Sarah Payne. I don't know her credentials, but she's an incredible historian. I see her do these talks and podcasts, and she talks a lot about Japan and the early days of World War II. And one of the things was how Japan and Germany just didn't trust each other. They were sort of frenemies. And so like Japan really needed a supercharged engine for their planes. The Germans had one. It was like the best one, but they wouldn't get it. The Germans or the Japanese really needed torpedoes maybe, and the Germans had the best torpedoes of the day, but they didn't tell each other that. Like there was a lot of that going on, not working together and sharing where their technology was leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else.
And they were both like using their secret Morse code to send insults about Mussolini, I bet. Bullying him.
I'm thinking about it though. Like, wasn't Russia originally on Hitler's side?
They
originally agreed to. Wasn't it the something Ribbentrop Pact?
They had a non-aggression pact, and Russia had already, I think they were already in control of some territories they weren't supposed to. But obviously, I think Hitler thought that he had won the war in the East when he started. I think it's Barbarossa was his when he attacked Russia. But to hear those commanders talk, they're like, there's nothing in front of us, nothing behind us, and the enemy continues to retreat. Like it's thousands of miles they've progressed now, just chasing the Russians, bleeding themselves dry and extending their supply lines. And all the while, the Russian winter is coming.
Well, no, but before that, I think the Russians and the Germans were on the same team or had
correct.
An alliance.
Yeah, Woody. I
only mentioned it because I can see why maybe Hitler didn't want to give their stuff to Japan after already an ally flipped to the other team.
Well, they did flip the other team. Hitler declared war on them.
Ribbentrop.
Yeah, I think that was going to say.
Hitler turned on them.
Basically betrayed them. It was like, yeah, well, you know what? We'll be friends in this. And then, I mean, that's what Hitler did. He took over everything. He was like, nah, fuck it, I'm going to take over everything. And so then all the other countries around. Yeah, and he almost
they were only
did.
stymied at Stalingrad.
They tried to make Russia the 51st state.
Their pact was basically to be like, all right, Soviets, Nazis, we're going to look the other way, and we're going to split what is now modern day like Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and
Bulgaria,
you guys can have your side of it. We're going to have our side of it, and then how about we just like agree to expand our empires and then that
But
did
Hitler
go
changed his
south.
mind. Yeah, Hitler changed his mind, and he said,
He
"Never
wanted-
mind, it's all mine. I want it all."
Sarah
He wanted more.
Payne described it as Hitler was ashamed of his need for an agreement with Stalin, that they were so opposed philosophically that it was shameful for him to have to deal with Stalin, a fascist sort of communist.
Stalin's a communist, yeah.
Yeah. Well, both. He's both. Fascism isn't necessarily a political organization; it's more an act of will and like the way they run their government. But he didn't want to do business with a commie, and he was sort of, in a way, ashamed or embarrassed that he had to sort of make sure his back was protected. So when he thought he had the eastern area covered, he went ahead and attacked Russia, which seems like a huge blunder because it was.
Yeah,
but he almost got him.
That's why the Nazis spent so much effort on the Hugo Boss outfits, because Hitler was like, all right, if I have to, make ends meet with this commie, I've seen what his soldiers are dressed like, total schlubs. Our guys are going to look nice. And so that's where he got his little private victory.
Maybe. I have read that. Yeah. I have read that somewhere.
Have you ever seen the Soviet the Soviet soldiers in World War II dressed up? Every single one of them looks like one of those Korean guys in like some previous, now dead Soviet soldier's much larger coat.
It's always brown and drab, and it doesn't look like a uniform. All right, so here's the thing about the Russian military. The Soviet/Russian military, you didn't use socks until very recently, like maybe the 70s is when they started wearing socks, because they'd always use these foot wraps. There's a technique for wrapping your foot in a cloth that is as good as socks, if you ask a Soviet. Yeah, it wasn't until maybe the 70s when they introduced the first socks for their troops.
That's all. I'm like, I guarantee I'm doing my foot wraps and I get 3 steps into the march and I'm like, it's just a tangled mess down there.
Like, came off again.
Sorry, everyone. We have to wait.
Taylor
I
has
just
a
imagine
whiskey.
some podcast in 2175 being like, they didn't move to toe socks until recently, like 2100.
Toe socks.
Yeah, they're all wearing those goofy mountain climber shoes.
I'm always interested in those when I see them, but I can just imagine, you ever stub your pinky toe against something at night, how bad that hurts. I'm just imagining like jogging through like a forest trail and getting that bitch hung on a root.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen someone in public wearing those?
Yeah,
Not in public.
I have definitely seen. Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
It's worse than pajama pants somehow. Where it's like
weird.
Of
Everybody
course
hates
it's
them.
worse than pajama pants. How dare you? How dare you? Like I didn't detect that
Taylor
little
realize how
slight.
offensive this is to
My
the Myers
pajama
family?
pants are in the
you wear
21st
pajama pants
century.
out of the house?
First, the pajama jeans. They look like jeans.
Yeah, okay.
They're denim. It's stretchy denim. They're like cheap barbell pants. They cost like $40.
Those aren't PJs. I was picturing you going out in your like Atlanta Braves, cloth.
They don't have belt loops. They print the belt loop on the fabric and the fly. Like it doesn't have a real fly. It just has like a fake fly. But if you like try to open it, it's like, oh, this is only like a centimeter of fabric that juts out to
that pretends to open. Yeah.
Yeah. Pull them
Pants with
down.
elastic in them are not for people over 25 because you can get fat and lie to yourself.
Truth.
Oh.
If you take one thing away from this episode, audience, it's that. Those room to breathe, slightly stretchy jeans are just evil. They'll let you.
It's terrible being comfortable. Yes. Let my denim restrict my eating habits. I got a scale for a reason.
I got plenty of room in here. I am gonna get 2 burrito balls.
Yeah, it turns out I can eat trail mix and still fit in these stretchy pants.
Yeah.
So trail mix must not
If
make
you're
you
getting fat, the last thing you need is wardrobe malfunctions.
Yeah.
Like let a man have some fun. Let them eat their cake.
Then you have to notice because you're like, I shouldn't have exhaled like that standing.
Was that Marie Antoinette?
Yeah,
Marie Antoinette
but
say
I
that?
don't
Let
think-
them eat cake.
Yeah.
I believe that was in response to the people are starving.
Yeah, it was a famine. They were starving, and she was like, "Oh, why don't they just eat cake?" Because she thought everybody had cake.
I don't think it's a true story, but yeah, the deal is they didn't have any bread. So her being an out of the box thinker was like, well then cake. And it's meant to tell the story of how she didn't understand the crisis.
I thought it was like a glib response. Like I couldn't care less about these foreigners. Oh, this thing they don't have access to?
Oh, it could be.
Let them eat
I'll
cake.
fact check myself.
Because
I
the
thought it was-
French hated her more than other royalty because she was from Austria. She wasn't even French. She was an Austrian brought
Do
over
you know how
to
much
marry
bread-
the royal family.
Do you know how much bread they ate in France during that time period daily?
Probably a crazy amount. Those people love bread.
Yes.
And they're so
guess,
thin.
Guess how much bread? Do it in pounds. 2.2 pounds of bread a day is what the average Frenchman ate during that time. So when we run out of bread, we're just starving.
Okay.
I
That's like
Googled
how
it.
much bread the FDA told you to eat until like 8 years ago. Daily 2.2 pounds.
Their diet consisted of like a liter of wine a day and 2.2 pounds, a kilo of bread.
A liter of wine.
Yeah. How do you
That's
get
like-
anything
that's,
done?
that's more than a bottle of wine.
That's pretty big.
How much
yeah.
is a bottle
Yeah.
of wine? And they don't come in
750
liters?
milliliters.
Yeah, 750 are like the
now that you
normal
say it, I've seen
skinny bottles of wine. A liter. That's a good bit. It must have been like when they say stuff like, "Did you know that the English drank a gallon and a half of beer a day?" But it wasn't like, it was like bullshit beer. Like Kyle's brought up, like it was like 1% alcohol just to make sure there wasn't dangerous microbes in it.
Same way
Okay.
grog
It
was.
It was they had dirty water, so they had to drink something with alcohol in it to like clean up their water, and that's why everybody was sort of drunk all the time.
Yeah,
Mm.
must have been kind of fun. They're like, "What do you want me to do? This is our only option."
That's like when pirates. That's like pirates
Man, you're
drink only
pregnant.
rum.
Yeah,
Grog.
grog, which is I would so
Rum and
much
water.
rather drink
Yeah.
a 1% beer than a 1% rum and water solution that's hot in the sun.
Oh man,
Some rat shit in it.
Yeah, you say
Can you
that
imagine
after on your first month aboard the vessel. By the second month, you want something to take the edge off. I promise.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Maybe.
can you imagine drinking all
Scrubbing
that?
that
and look,
deck out there. Some
would
asshole
be hot.
flogged you last week because he caught you jerking off. like, you don't want to live that ship life back in the day was hell incarnate. Like every time I hear about what pirate life was like, or even like aboard the Royal Navies of that era, it's just hell. It's just hell.
Yeah, shit sucked.
I love
Everything
the
had
people who do it
weevils.
now. There's a whole YouTube genre about this. I watched a guy. It was his dream to become a full-time sailor. This is his bag. And he worked and worked and worked, bought a boat. Boat was not ready. His mission was to sail from California to Hawaii. And he worked on this boat for an awfully long time and finally got it ready in what they call a blue water state, meaning like it's meant for, deep across ocean missions. And he sails and he's so excited. His dream's coming true. End of the second week, like, okay, all right, this is cool. I'm really doing it. End of the third week, he has like 6 more days. He's like, that's enough, really. Like, I'm kind of over it.
Yeah.
His whole life has been rearranged, but he's over it. He couldn't
What
wait
kind of
to
tech
land.
did he have? Like, what was his living conditions like?
It was kind of smallish boat, 32 feet. And he had short sleep. He seemed to use like this sort of couch in the middle of the boat on the side is where he slept. I'm not sure how to answer what kind of tech he had. He had a navigation.
I guess my thought
GPS
was
he
like,
followed.
I was talking about the sailors of olden times where they'd be eating those ship's biscuits and things that had weevils living in them, and they'd have salted pork if they were lucky, and that they would do this thing where I think they called it a pudding, but don't think pudding. They would take like green English peas and they would put them in a bag, and then they would tie a knot in the bag and they would boil the whole bag. And when you opened the bag again, you had a ball of green mush that was flavorless. On like a holiday, you'd get a dollop of butter to put on your green mush.
I'd rather just eat the peas.
I think he had a propane camping stove on a gimbal so that when the sea moved, it would stay more or less upright. And his diet was maybe comparable to what a hiker would be eating, some fresh foods early on and some dehydrated foods towards the third week.
He's probably pretty lonely, right? It's got to be fucking lonely.
Yeah, you probably get bored.
People don't talk about the loneliness very much. They always talk about the richness of the cruiser community. That's what they
I don't get lonely.
Cruisers.
I thought those lonely if they're meeting up. If you're meeting up with other people, then at that point,
He's got internet,
there's a
though,
cruiser
right?
community. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't need to see people. I wouldn't. The loneliness would be the last issue for me on a boat. I'd want to be near the coast so we could see stuff. Because for a while, the open ocean would be a wonder to look at. Sunsets, sunrises, the stars on the ocean. I bet you'd see so many stars. But after the third week, I'd kind of like to see something that's green again. Or I'd feel comforted if I could just, oh yeah, that's the coastline over there. What's that, like 12 miles? Wow, I could make that if there was an emergency. It'd just be nice to feel that safety zone that's just a few dozen miles away. Other than just, when I see people doing that fishing in the South Pacific, it's the loneliest you can be. The closest people are the space station at that point, and it's like, oh my God. And it's not the smoothest waters. It's actually the roughest waters. It's where you see that crazy lassophobia footage of gigantic waves and white surf and stuff. It's really scary. And the water's so cold it kills you. Like everything about that place is terrifying.
I think the ultimate hypothetical dream. I'm never doing this. One, I'm married. I have a family, I have responsibilities, and I get seasick so badly. This just isn't the life I should have. But if I wasn't me, I'd start from North Carolina. I'd go down the coast. I'd go off of Florida, maybe stop at Cuba, maybe hit the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, go around the Gulf of Mexico, up across Texas and back to Florida. Like that sort of circle is a really noteworthy sailing trip, but it's also never more than like 3 days at a time. You're 2 nights and you're at the next island. Now you're in Trinidad and Tobago or something. You live in there for a little while, you resupply, go to the next island. And that would be a cool life for a bit.
Yeah, I agree. Again, the open ocean thing is sketch to me.
28 days in the Pacific. Like, that's a lot.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't care for that. People have died like that and disappeared like that. We got into this whole conspiracy rabbit hole the other day, me and Scum, about Ghislaine, that's how you pronounce it. Ghislaine Maxwell.
It's Ghislaine Maxwell?
Ghislaine. Her father, Robert Maxwell, it's believed that he was a spy of some kind. The British spy service said that he was a Russian spy, but there's also talk that he was a triple spy, and he was an Israeli citizen, I believe. I believe he was buried there. So most people believe he was a Mossad agent, first and foremost. And he was also a billionaire, worth like $3 billion or something like that. And in '89, he purchased the company that makes all the textbooks and history books in the United States. And so I felt like we were going down this rabbit hole where it was going to be suggested that he was rewriting history books on the orders of Mossad for the American consumption. But the more I dug, it didn't seem like that was the case. He owned the publishing company. He also owned a publishing company that publishes like in-flight informational booklets and stuff like that. So it just seemed like a business venture for him more than anything else. And also, if you can imagine, like Penguin Publishing / Random House, they don't editorialize, they don't rewrite, content. They're just printing and publishing and whatever and selling. But what I did find was that he died a mysterious death while yachting in the Atlantic. They found him, quote unquote, drowned. And there's a huge conspiracy.
An Israeli-British double agent died mysteriously in the
triple agent.
I know, that's how weird. What a weird
agent.
That's odd.
So weird like circumstances around his death and life.
I mean, he was for sure assassinated.
The boat was named. I think the boat was named Ghislaine, or like Ghislaine's spirit, or it was like something. I was named after his daughter. I remember.
Sounds
that.
like she's dead. Ghislaine's spirit.
Well, I don't know. It was the spirit of Ghislaine or something. I can't remember what but I remember the exact name of his boat, but it was something.
If my dad had a boat named like Taylor's Memory, I'd be like, "This is the last time we're hanging out." We're not doing this anymore, you fucking lunatic. Yeah.
I've seen people name their boats like My Son's College Fund or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
I had a boat as a teenager. It was named Thanks Dad.
Oh.
Did he name it?
No, my mom did. Well, it was her idea, but we were all excited about it.
That's kind.
And that's ridiculous if he named it.
Yeah.
So you always remember to be thankful.
That's why I asked. I'm like, this is either thankfulness from Woody or kind of weird from Woody's dad.
Never forget. We were talking about the SEC POWs, and it reminded me of how great last week's college football openers were. Georgia, of course, shellacked their competition. It's not a big deal. It's one of those countries.
Yeah, it was like University of Phoenix.
Yeah, we probably paid them $1 million to beat their asses. Mizzou also shellacked some team, like scored like 50 or 60 or something crazy.
Yeah. St. Mary's School for the Deaf.
But I was more interested in the L's that my enemies took. Texas loses an embarrassing one with Arch Manning going out as starter. Alabama loses an embarrassing one. Love to see that. The dynasty is dead. Nick Saban is gone. Suck it. Roll Tide, please. Oh, and horns down, you fuckers. Then over at UNC Chapel Hill, I think, is that the school that Bill Belichick?
That's the one I was going to go to. Bill Belichick.
Oh,
well, it's just they paid, I think, $50 million for Bill Belichick, thinking that they were going to get the New England Patriots dynasty. Instead, they got the Boston Celtics version of Shaquille O'Neal. This guy who retired and didn't tell anyone and still suits up and shits the bed. They absolutely suck. He's a ghost of who he used to be, and I'm here for it.
You know about his girlfriend, right?
Yeah, that's why he's not good at football anymore. He's distracted.
So
she's 19 or whatever.
24. So she's 24. I think she's about to turn 25 this year, maybe. And they made the joke. Someone tweeted out this hilarious. They were like, "Weird coincidence. Bill Belichick's girlfriend is the same age as his backup quarterback. Both 24."
He wants to feel close to the team, kind of know the culture.
Dude, so I love seeing all those L's. I hope Georgia has the trajectory to do well. Texas was ranked number 1. We're ranked number 5. So that's a boon for us for sure. Seeing them take that L. I haven't looked too much at the schedule, but there's going to be some rocky moments and pitfalls. I hope we can get through this season, get back into the playoffs, and secure that UGA dynasty. We need one more before I think you can call it a dynasty. They won 2 in a row, then they lose one, and then they win another. That's dynasty in my assertion.
Who's your team, Kyle? Georgia?
Yeah, UGA. I grew up. I was born in Athens, where they play out of, and I lived most of my life about 40 minutes away. Obviously, didn't go there or anything, but I'm definitely a big fan.
You watch football at all, Bruce?
Now.
I do watch football. I just don't I don't watch college. So, but
my Eagles are playing Scum's Cowboys right now. It's 7-7.
They're streaming it right now on the Discord. There's a bunch of them. Scum's in there watching it. Yeah.
I think Cowboys
the season. Right, first.
The Cowboys should suck, and the Eagles should be good. The Eagles are heavily favored, but it's tied, so that's why they play the games.
Who do you pull for, Bruce?
I inherited the Packers from my dad. So, because my dad, when he was a kid, he loved Bart Starr, and the Packers was like, they were the dynasty back then. They won like Super Bowl 2 or 1 or whatever it was. And so when I was growing up, he would always root for the Packers, and I was like, what? We were from California. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. Like, well, I don't understand why Green Bay, and that's why. So, ever since then, I've always sort of been a Packers fan by proxy. And hilariously, it's like all the like Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers now, the two amazing quarterbacks the Packers have had the last 20, 30 years, their legacy's just ruined. Like both of them are like, Brett Favre was like stealing money from welfare or whatever it was. And then Aaron Rodgers is like super cuckoo. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. So it's really funny to be a Packers fan now and be like, kind of like, yeah, things are going well, I guess.
What's crazy is you had those two like generational talents and only got like 1 or 2 Super Bowls out of it, right? Between Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and so it was like it was a
gunslinger. We saw your baby dick. Well, you fucking loser. That guy sucks. Go strap on your Wranglers and defraud some underprivileged minors, you piece of shit.
Yeah, but he could whip around that pigskin.
He has the NFL record for interceptions.
That's right.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you have to be careful with those kind of records because, like,
I think you got to play you got to suck for decades to get or you could just most interceptions.
The Martin Brodeur has the record for most goals allowed, I believe, in NHL history, and it's because he played for like 10 years longer than even like a very long playing and like 10 years worth of games.
So his save percentage is good for career
for the era he played. It was good. Yeah.
I don't think Brett Favre's interception percentage was good.
That
No, it
quarterback
wasn't.
had
It
like
wa-
the
it
most
was-
defensive team in the league. They pretty much ruined hockey with that left wing lock bullshit. They'd win 1-0 all the time.
They did.
I-
That's why they made the rule, the Brodeur rule. The behind the net thing.
Sorry, getting on a tangent here. Martin Brodeur was regarded as one of the best puck handling goalies in the history of the game. And I'd watch this guy play and be like, I'm better than him. And the truth is, I am. But I tried doing what he did with goalie equipment, and it's a whole different thing. I'm like, oh, I see why all goalies suck at handling the puck. It's really hard in this shit.
Yeah, this glove is cumbersome, and I didn't realize they all shoot on their offhand.
Yeah. First of all, they're holding the stick backwards. I didn't know that was a part of it. I didn't notice too much. It's you can't handle this puck very well as a goalie.
He was like
like
my
to
sports idol growing up. I would come out of the net too much sometimes to try and play it, and then be like, "Well, I guess I'm never going to be that guy." Just gave up a really soft goal, and everyone on the bench is mad.
I would like to be into the NFL, but like, there's no cup.
Falcons.
The way I look at teams and franchises is you can do so badly that you lose me forever. And when the Falcons lost that Super Bowl, that was it. It was like, all right, this is clearly not the kind of organization that I even want to be around.
Really, forever. They lost you forever because
forever. Like you can never come back from that. That comes up on ESPN every fucking year. There's every time a YouTuber makes a video about like the worst losses of all time, not just in NFL or sports, just in life. Like they might talk about there's the asteroid that hit the dinosaurs, and coming edging that right out is the Falcons losing the Super Bowl when they were up 25-3. Because some of the dinosaurs actually persisted for up to 200,000 years after the strike. You know, they clung on. They had gumption. The Falcons, however, laid down, bent over, and really took a shellacking from the GOAT, Tom Brady. And every time that comes up, I have to watch it. And I do watch it. And I remember. Taylor was there with me when it happened. We were there together.
Oh, no.
It was a pain.
It soured your mood.
You can never go back. You can never go back.
Never.
This
Wow,
week?
never. Okay.
Was it Tuesday? Were we playing Tarkov? I forget. But like things were going well, and then we ended up losing. And someone called it a 28-3 moment, and we all knew what they were talking about.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, that's exactly that literally happened this weekend. Yeah, it gets referenced as just, oh, you shit the bed big time, huh? What a humiliating loss. Wow, how do you come back from that? Like if I'm on that team, I'm shocked. I hate to say this. I'm surprised none of them offed themselves in the fallout of that. Like if I had done that, like my whole, if you're in the NFL, it didn't just accidentally happen. You came from a football family. You came from a football high school because your family moved to that locale so you could be coached in a $50 million stadium in Texas. Like you've lived and breathed this shit your whole life, and you're at the pinnacle of the sport, and you've got the best team in the world. And of the decade, the Patriots, you got them pinned down like a bug in a science experiment. We're in the fucking locker room at halftime. I would have loved to hear that speech. It must have been like, well, we did it, boys. You want to crack a little champagne early? Yeah, let's have a few glasses. What's the worst that could happen? That's all I could do to explain what happened is they got drunk on champagne at halftime instead of finishing the fucking game. Because it's just, you can never come back from that. I'll never be a Falcons fan. They would need to genuinely win like 3 out of 4 in a row. Like they'd have to turn into the Chiefs and have like a Chiefs like run. And for the first 2 Super Bowls, I'd be like, we'll see. We'll see how they are next year. We'll see how they are next year. 2 in a row. Okay. 2 in a row's been done a few times. All right. Cowboys knocked it out. I'm sure
they won a Super Bowl like 5 years ago. Like not that long ago, the Falcons won.
Falcons?
Yeah, didn't they win in or no, I'm thinking the Braves. The Braves won. It's about 5 years ago, and you hate that.
The Braves kind of on the outs too.
Sorry.
I'm not too happy with how they run their organization over there either. You go to the playoffs 14 years in a row and you come back with 1. You have Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox, 3 Hall of Fame starting pitchers, and you come away with 1 in 1995. Bullshit. Losers. Bobby Cox. Bobby Cox was the coach during that time. Fuck him. Fuck your old ass, you loser. You loser.
Wow. Only one win.
You have one job, and it's to win. It's to be victorious. It's binary. There is no fucking like points for winning a pennant. Winning a pennant? What does it even look like? What does a pennant look like? I don't.
Some gay little flag.
You got to show up with that World Series trophy. If we're not wearing diamond rings that say World Champions, then we lost. Second, it's second or last.
I'm so sorry I brought this up. This is so raw for you. This is 2017. This happened, and these have been a bad few years for you, Kyle. And
he opened his own wounds up on me.
I'm so sorry.
I like how you complain like they did win a Super Bowl. The St. Louis Blues NHL team made the playoffs from 1979 to 2004 and won 0 Stanley Cups.
That's the record in all major sports. I know.
Holy shit,
congratulations. You're the greatest losers of all time.
Until 2019, baby. I got banners in my gym all over. Yeah, it was
and you know as well, with as little cocky knowledge as I have, I know that was a fluke win. We know that was a bad year for them. They weren't a good team that year. They weren't the best team. If you had to go back in with your time machine and be like, all right, the aliens have come to play hockey for the fate of mankind. We have to pick a team from the season the Blues won the cup to go fight the aliens, the Monstars. It's like Space Jam but hockey.
Yeah,
you don't send the Blues.
You absolutely would.
Kind of right.
They were the best.
I think the Blues had like the best. The playoffs happened in the spring. They had the best late winter. So like you look at February, you look at March. And you're like, damn, this could be the team.
Yeah. The September season hasn't started. The December version of the Blues, you wouldn't have sent them because they were like last in the league at New Year's. But spring Blues, the best team in the league by far. They had the best record in the second half of the season.
Send them to the Monstars.
I send them to the Monstars because guess what? You know how the Blues won? We didn't have a single superstar.
That's how we lose mankind.
It was because
the bias of a Blues fan.
It's because we played dirty. And the Bruins fans were like, the Blues play dirty. And every other person on every hockey forum was like, give them hell, Blues. Fuck Boston. These guys have been bullying the whole league forever.
They're going to call that shit when you play the Monstars. You're going to have some fucking Cardassian refs calling that game. Like you better play clean.
No, playoff hockey, dude. It's not clean.
It is when you play the Monstars. We're playing on Neptune. On one of the moons of Neptune.
They'd have to play here.
I got to get going, but I'm sorry that I brought it up.
I'm not sorry.
It's okay. We got another hour and a half to argue.
It was good.
It's good to see you, Bruce. Yeah. Take care.
Always good to see you guys. Thank you again.
Yeah, man.
All right. Later, man.
All right,
everybody, go check out Bruce's stuff. And before we move on, lock and load, folks.
Mm-hmm.
You know the spiel. You know the whole pitch by now. If you still haven't tried it, you're missing out. 10% off with code PKA or code JIZ on GorillaMind.com. That's linked below. And it's not just this supplement. If you're interested in this and a bunch of protein stuff and a bunch of sleep stuff and a bunch of weight loss stuff, energy drinks, protein powders, protein bars, anything you need fitness related or just lifestyle wellness related, go over there and get from Gorilla Mind, all efficaciously dosed and studied by Derek and his team of scientists. But start with lock and load, guys. Let's be real. You know, this is the grand poobah. This is the big mamu over there, the best product in my humble opinion. So check it out. Lock and load. Use code PKA. Use code JIZ. Get 10% off your entire order, no matter how much you get. And also the merchandise code PKA10. PKA10. That'll save you 10% on hoodies, hats, mugs, t-shirts, stickers, whatever you want over there. I haven't seen anybody post evidence yet of putting the stickers put the PKA stickers over the top of the Biden and Trump stickers at gas stations, unless that's encouraging vandalism or something, in which case don't do that. But have fun with your stickers in a responsible way that's legal. But no matter how you use them, send pictures to Woody, and then he can show the gang, and we can all appreciate it. So use code PKA10, save 10% off all the merch, high quality stuff. You will enjoy it. I've washed all the stuff they sent me before we agreed to do merch with them dozens of times now, because it's been like well over a year, and it's still holding up great. Doesn't have that weird crispy peely feel that some of those cheaper shirts have, or those cheaper hoodies. So check it out. You will like it, and use code PKA10. Oh man,
dude, the Eagles and the Cowboys are playing right now. Cowboys are up 14-7. I'm not excited about that. Still plenty of game left. On the positive side for my boys, our defensive tackle has spit on their quarterback. He just hawked a loogie and spit on him, like hit him in the sort of sternum. And I'm
something.
like, okay, yeah, we got it. It's not a total loss.
That's one of those things that like I don't like to see from teams I'm rooting for, because I always think like, oh no, this is going to be the halftime thing that they all lock in on potentially and be like, are you going to let them go out there and spit on you? Really? Is that the kind of players you are? Is that the kind of team this is? And they're all going to be like, no, we're the Cowboys. They're like, and then run back out there and have a good old time.
So
you don't
Zach,
want to
I don't
give
think
them a chance.
I'm sorry to cut you out. I wanted to make sure Zach didn't show this because we've been copyright struck for an NHL halftime show where a grandmother scored a goal through like a mostly blocked goal and won like a car. And they're like, yeah, you can't show our games. It's like, this is what? Okay.
That's so stupid.
They're hyper aggressive on sports footage, but there's a photo or a video of our guy, Jalen Carter, spitting on their quarterback, which I take as a W.
That is so boorish, so classless. Yeah, just classless. That is
disgusting.
If you think you can come into our house saliva free, you have another thing coming.
Dude, I wish he would file assault charges. I wish he'd file assault charges.
He'll get off scot free.
Are they playing in Philly?
Yeah, they're all going to be wearing fucking Eagles hats.
Damn it! That is.
I didn't see him do it.
That could have been anyone's spit.
Like that's such a shitty move. I don't like that one bit.
Yeah, that's class. And it's like
neither did their quarterback. Fucking
no. Was there any call? Was there any penalty?
I mean, he's a little bit ejected from the game.
Oh, okay. Wait, was that the quarterback that spat?
We lost our defensive tackle, I think, and the quarterback was the guy who received the spit.
Wow, good. I'm glad he. Well, what do you call it when you kick him out of the game?
Ejected.
Ejecting
Expelled.
him from the ejecting him from the game seems like the right call. All right, that's fine. I would be like upset about that. I'd be like, all right, we gotta hate him collectively forever, then, right? Like, but if they ejected him from the game, I hope he gets fined. Yeah, that's shitty. I don't like that at all. I
hope he gets a statue. He's standing up for the Eagles' pride.
I did.
I don't understand how to appreciate sports.
They're gonna be greasing the poles in Philly tonight.
I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but not fully. I realized in the middle of the thought, because I did think it was funny when Brad Marchand licked that guy. But
that's funny.
But
that's funny.
Also, he isn't doing something just gross to someone else. He's getting some grossness.
He's arguably getting the grosser side of it.
He's getting
when a fighter kisses another fighter in the face-off. I'm okay with that. Like that was like mutually assured destruction. We both smooched there. We got a little gay on each other. Everybody's seen that shit. You know, like I've never seen a fighter who was like, I don't think there are any openly gay fighters, but that would be extra fucked up if one of them smooched a straight guy. Like that's a whole nother level of. But of course,
Sugar Sean openly bi.
I don't think so. I think he's just they've got like a polyamorous thing where they have like banging everybody type orgies. Oh, speaking of banging everybody type orgies, have you watched any? Weekend? Oh, so good, so good. Got the clap. But
it's an itchy Thursday. What do you?
I got a little Foramycin that I bought from the pet store, so I'm all good though. I just rubbed it in. I don't know if you've been watching the new season of Peacemaker, John Cena's superhero DC Universe show. I won't spoil anything, other than to say that like James Gunn, I think, is writing and producing, and he's done a really good job. I haven't seen Superman yet, but he has woven Superman lore into this, where they reference things that happened in the Superman movie, and I think Hawk Girl's there, and the Green Lantern is there. These aren't spoilers. They're not doing anything. It's sort of like a cameo type funny moment. It's really funny again. John Cena's still funny again. It's got some emotional moments. There's only 2 episodes out. It's on our Plex if you don't have HBO anymore. And I like
doing the bedroom scene. Maybe we're headed to.
Well, there was I won't spoil it, but there was so much nudity. It might cap the record for nudity in a TV episode.
Okay.
I remember Game of Thrones had an episode where I think Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, was at the whorehouse. And then maybe there's another episode also at a whorehouse where they're like trying to pick the right girl. And so you'll have like a slew of just gorgeous naked women who are all tens in the background and the foreground. But it was wild. There was just pussy and there's just hard dicks and pussies and just.
You know what's hard to beat? Spartacus.
Yeah. Spartacus is the goat at nudity, and they got Lucy Lawless to show her boobs in there, which I've always been a huge Lucy Lawless fan since Xena Warrior Princess back in the day. So Spartacus is the goat of on-screen nudity, and there's that one girl we've talked about her tits before because they're just like perfect, like gravity-defying cannons that she's got. She gets like raped by the head of the household, although he like owns her, so it's kind of. But in any case, he's like thrusting and they're like bouncing, and it's like, my God, are those real?
You know who I think might have had the best boobs in cinematic history? She was like in Dorne, a snake or something in Game of Thrones, where she talked about how great her boobs were, and I thought, you don't think so?
No,
overhyped.
Those are like symmetrical little bee titties. Like
Perfect.
I mean, okay, but like let me best boobs in Spartacus. That'll get it.
all right. Let's see which.
Like this chick in Spartacus is just wacky pants on head. It'll take me a minute to find it.
Now, if you found out they were man-mades, would you change your opinion?
No, because they like a lot of beautiful things are made by man's hand.
Okay. Some people have strong opinions on that.
What are we reviewing here, Kyle?
Titties.
Best boobs in cinematic history.
Or TV shows that really shine with their nudity. Game of Thrones, Spartacus.
And apparently Peacekeeper 2.
Magic Mike.
I haven't seen that. I'm straight.
Oh, you simply must.
Her name is Laura Surridge. Boobs.
I don't even know. I've never even heard of that person.
Yeah, she's just a boob girl from. Oh, great! I found the whole video. Oh, this is killer. Come on, this isn't slow copy pasting. I mean, it's a nice metered, measured speed.
Yeah, that was very crisp. Oh, I remember this scene. Yeah. I wonder why she doesn't get more work.
Yeah, if you skip to like a minute and 12 seconds after he spits on his hand to fuck her in the ass, you can see that these are just insanity titties.
I like how and that whole ludus is like so attractive. Even the fighters are shredded, and then this goober owner, just this pear-shaped, narrow-shouldered, like douchebag.
Dude, I went to a minute 12. They just keep showing the same 4 seconds again and again and again. I'm at 140 now. It hasn't changed.
He's thrusting.
Is there something wrong with my computer? No, this is the video playing properly. I skipped ahead to 2 minutes. It's this. Wait, is this a 2-minute, 26-second video of the same 3 seconds?
I think they start looping the good part there at the end, but it begins with a bit of foreplay, I suppose. But yeah, big fan of that. Those are the best titties I've ever seen in a movie or TV show, I think. Although Eva Green in I think the movie called The Dreamers is pretty colossally attractive, and she shows like vag, and not that Merkin vag. Peacekeeper has Merkin vag, just so we're clear. Big hairy Merkin vag. They don't Merkin them cocks though. There's some big old dongs. They're like dancing in slow motion, and there's dongs.
That was big to you?
No equal opportunity Merkins? Why not?
I'm teasing. I haven't even seen it.
You need a huge Merkin to hide this thing. It need to be a shrubbery.
Okay. Or they could just have it grown normally, like en natural, right?
There's not enough pubic hair in the world on a human being to hide the cock that this fellow is shaking about.
I have not seen what you're referencing.
Yeah, it's the new season of Peacemaker. There's a big nude scene that's pretty wild. No, but I'm liking it so far. Eagly has a good scene. As always, like John Cena's character is showing a lot of emotional range while being a doofus. And like you feel sorry for him. He's kind of having a hard time of it. It's a good show. I'm looking forward to more of it. I thought there's more out. There's only 2 episodes though.
Is it a show you're actually liking, or is it like just kind of a time filler one?
So the first season came out like 3 years ago, like maybe toward the end of the pandemic even. And I really, really liked the first season. I watched it with like everyone I knew. So I saw it 3 times the whole season within like a month or 2. I was like, hey, you want to see Peacemaker? You want to watch it with me? Let's go. And just really fell in love with the show. And with John Cena too. He's a really good comedic actor. and dramatic actor. Like he does a good job, and I like the premise of the show. I like everything about it. And then the second season finally came out, and it looks like the DC might be poised to move ahead of Marvel for good. If Marvel's Doctor Doom stuff like really shits the bed, then DC is absolutely going to take over that market. What do we have here? More nudity? Yes, I am.
It's
18.
the scene you're talking about.
It took. All right, so I clicked that I'm 18, and it took me to another web page where my mouse cursor is now a giant cock, and there are pussies oozing cum everywhere.
This is further evidence that you're too slow in the draw, because I got out of that so fast, no cursor change. I bet what
there is a complex ad structure you have to dodge, but I saw it and I'm like, this is surprising to me because this penis might even be below average. And I was like, oh, that one. No, he's right. He's right. That thing is like a baby's arm. He's in the background. You're muted, Kyle. Oh, I think.
Oh, the Eagles tied the game.
It just seems like a weird thing to have a ton of in a superhero show.
It's a weird superhero show.
I think of superhero show as like aimed towards young audiences.
No, not at all. No, definitely not.
Well, I do think generally I agree with Taylor. They're generally geared, but Kyle's right too. And the boys also.
Peacemaker's father is a member of the Ku Klux Klan. He beat his brother to death as a child because his father forced him to fight. He is a murderer. He is a superhero who was actually a supervillain and just didn't know it. Like well-meaning, but clearly evil. His best friend is a serial killer. He is not a good guy. His best friend is
one of the best parts about the show.
That guy's funny. He's very Jeffrey Dahmer-esque. They make him, he looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. He acts like Jeffrey Dahmer. He's very weird. He clearly is a sociopath.
He always wants to kill people. Like, it's when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And he's just murder.
This is inappropriate. He had to go from filming smut like this to shaking some cancer kid's hand later that day, saying, you can't see me, or whatever his thing is with wrestling. Sad. It's like, why is John Cena why does he smell so odd, Mom? She's like, oh, he does other jobs. He's not just a wrestler.
He's not fucking because he's so depressed. Like he's trying to have fun, but he's so depressed that he just gets sad and doesn't take part in the fuckery that's going on there.
I skipped around, but I think he was fully clothed. Everything I saw.
Yeah, he doesn't get naked.
Yeah, this looks. It's a little much.
So Kyle, the Epstein survivors went on the steps of the Capitol and pleaded that Massey's bill get passed. Did they vote on it yet? I think it didn't pass, or they don't have the votes or something.
I don't think they're going to get the votes to release the Epstein list or some such.
Yeah, they have 4 Republicans and every Democrat trying to release it, but they can't get. I think they need 6 Republicans, and they're not getting
so they're too short. Well, who else is on the list? Seems like you could get like one of the Paul guys on board for that. Are they already in the mix?
Trump is threatening anyone who votes
Rand
for
Paul's
it openly.
Senator. Yeah, Trump is openly saying like he's going to primary you. It will be considered a hostile act if you want to release the Epstein files.
So fucking insane.
But
that's just what innocent people do, Taylor. There's nothing weird about this.
Oh, it's totally not unbelievably.
A lot of fake stuff in there. A lot of fake stuff. Propaganda.
Yeah.
So the survivors are saying they're going to put together their own list of all the men that they saw take part in this and all the men that abused them. And but then Marjorie Taylor Greene came out today and she was like, "Yeah, that's great, but the problem is these are the richest, most powerful men in the world. They'll sue these ladies into the poorhouse. They'll be homeless, but members of Congress can't be sued for things they read on the floor of the House. So I'll read your list on the floor of the House." And then she had a good speech.
That's a good little loophole.
Yeah,
it's like an old thing the founding fathers put in there that they couldn't be prosecuted for things they said during debate on the House.
Good. Fuck all these people.
Well, so where I was going to head to is like, you think it'll happen? You think?
Which part? That MGT will do what she said she offered to do?
Both sides. That the victims will put together a list and MGT will read.
Yes, I think that'll happen.
I've had the hiccups for 4 hours.
I know. You ever do a spoonful of sugar? That helps. That always takes care of it for me. Just a whole heaping.
I always just drink as much water as I can for the longest period of time that I can, or I just hold my breath. But I feel like that's just all placebo. Like,
right? Jackie tried to scare me, didn't go anywhere.
Sorry, I'm just not scared of you.
Women saying boo is the least threatening thing I can think of.
She just said, "I'm pregnant." Oh, it worked.
Yeah, you gotta watch a spooky movie
With our couplets.
and you know how it'll go. The second we're done, you'll stop.
You think that we'll know some names?
I think probably not, but maybe. I doubt it, honestly. Like we'll see what happens. It's nothing ever happens. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like nothing ever really happens, and the truth never comes out. And I just feel like it'll be like a House of Cards episode where somebody will get to the door of the list and somebody will put a hand on their shoulder and be like, "How would you like to be the CEO of Grunham Northrop?" You know, and they'll be like, "Yeah, hold on to this for me. I need to go head on over there and stop my career." Like I just feel like somebody will get bought, or they'll get scared, or like frightened by, like threatened, or they'll be blackmailed themselves. Like, oh, it turns out your son's been very active on campus. I don't know why these are all old Southern gentlemen.
Well, because that's, as we know, Ghislaine Maxwell, notorious Alabama fan. That's where she's
Marjorie
from.
Taylor
Alabama.
Greene. Part of it is very interesting to me, right? So this is an amoral person, right? This is a person who never does the right thing, tells lies, etc. I've heard again and again that behind closed doors, she's a very clever, sane, calculated person. But on camera, she kind of plays a QAnon believer who says that the Democrats were responsible for the hurricanes, like literally the weather systems. George Soros space lasers caused the California fires and all sorts of like wild QAnon stuff. So why is she doing the right thing? This isn't her pattern. Well, she wants to be a senator and she doesn't have Donald Trump's support, which in fairness to Trump, like this is why the Republicans don't have more Senate seats than they do. It's always the Democrats running some like centrist, professional, like reasonable person, and then the Republicans running Herschel Walker, right? That's why they don't have a Georgia Senate seat right now. They ran Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. That's why they don't have PA right now. These places are all pretty red lately, but they're losing because they're running whack jobs. So I think Trump sees Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to run for Senate, and he's like, not again. No, why don't we just run a reasonable person? Georgia should be kind of an easy win. But if we run Marjorie Taylor Greene, we could lose. I know they did go blue for 8 years ago, but
the population is like, I'm going to get it wrong, but like
right?
it's like 6 million people in Atlanta and 4 million in the rest of the state. Like Atlanta is a blue city, and it's a it's black and blue. And it's I think Raphael Warnock is our senator that won that race about 4 years ago, maybe. I remember being like at that gym, like on a treadmill, and then announcing his shit. But I think
they won in like a COVID election where both senators had done like they had profited off of COVID by making stock trades with insider knowledge, and they just beat that drum until people were mad at them, and the blue team was able to win.
And he's black.
I think that they have a Republican governor. So it's not like it's a blue state, it's purple. But I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. But I think it's a red or purple. They just had some bad candidates. Herschel Walker comes to mind.
Oh, Herschel Walker was a buffoon.
He was the football player, right?
Yeah. Very good football player. He owns some car dealerships here. He seems like a nice fellow, but a buffoon on the microphone. Like clearly doesn't like a slow-witted person who's had a lot of knocks to the head.
A lot of bumps and bruises.
Yeah, we're not running it up the middle here.
He should just enjoy doing commercials for certified pre-owned fucking Chevys or whatever the fuck he does.
I think there are slam dunk people in Georgia for Senate on the red team. And I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of those people. I think. What do I know? But I think that is also why she's loving this Epstein shit. She's like, oh, Trump, I've been loyal to you for like 12 years now or whatever. 8 years, call it what you will. And when I want to run for Senate, suddenly you're endorsing anyone but me. Well, heck you. I think I should read all the Epstein names out loud. I think that's what's happening behind the scenes here.
Well, a Democrat offered to do the same thing, so the holdup will not be the reader as much as it will be
Democrat. Massey offered his. Oh, you're not thinking of Massey though.
I don't know who Massey is. So,
he's a Republican from Texas, and he offered to do it too.
Yeah. No, that'll be good, but I don't know if they're going to put a list together. And I don't know, a bunch of women working together on something. I just don't know if they're going to be able to
never works.
Get a list together. It just seems like, oh no, it was this guy.
That's true. Look at how long it took them to fucking deliver the mail in that World War II movie they made. When they put all the girls in charge, everybody was getting incorrect mail. You know, it wasn't good.
I mean, you can't argue with Taylor's logic, probably.
True. I didn't watch the movie, nor did I read the story.
I don't even know the movie you're talking about.
I'm gonna watch a movie.
They made a movie about women delivering the mail during World War II.
Black women who were like, Hank from Breaking Bad is like looking all stressed out as a general in his office in the trailer, and he's like, World War II. And I'm in charge of mail. And he's like, this is a big deal, guys. We need to get the mail to the front lines, and it's getting there too late. And then a bunch of sassy ladies get it done, I guess.
Nancy Mace, who is a sexual assault survivor, Republican House of Representative person, and she left in tears after listening to the Epstein victim. It's just like bringing back all this trauma, etc. I saw the video of it. It looked pretty sincere to me.
I wasn't convinced.
And then she decided to vote against releasing the Epstein files. I was like, of course you did.
Dude, so many of these people are just performative, doing their little song and dance.
Just to be clear, like, and I think this gets lost in the shuffle sometimes. I don't know what the Epstein files are. Now, look, it's clearly some files related to Jeffrey Epstein, perhaps including some of the names of perpetrators or people who were part of his sex thing. Maybe there's evidences in there against them, like not just a list of names. But I don't know what it is, and I don't know who has it, and I don't know when it was acquired or where it came from, and no one, and that's so like.
Well, what we do know is they redacted all the names of the people who took advantage of these girls.
How do we know they were redacted?
Well, there's no names of people in there. I think it's safe to say. I guess I can't know which parts they blacked out. Sometimes entire pages are blacked out, but we know they blacked out Trump's name because that's been widely reported. And maybe the Epstein files for me are just the unredacted versions of stuff that's out there.
I don't think it's as like simple as people like. I doubt there's like a Word file somewhere or just like one list sitting in a notebook. It's like, no, if this was a foreign intelligence operation, it's probably multifaceted and there are different bits and pieces are stored in different areas. And there are certain people in, whatever, Mossad or whatever intelligence agency who know this, but other individuals don't know this. Like, I think it's just an easy colloquial way for people to be like the Epstein list, which would be the aggregate of all that information.
Like my best guess, and that's all that you can do because no one has ever nailed down what it even is, this list, or where it came from, or what what's in it, or what might be in it, or what format. Like my understanding was it was just evidences that were collected from Jeffrey Epstein's homes and from his island and stuff. I don't know what that is though. Like what you suggested is something that probably does exist, which I would call the Epstein list, which is whatever Mossad collected, whatever Epstein collected and then turned over to Mossad as far as political blackmail. I bet there's a list of that says Jim Norton came here to fuck little
not Jimmy, not little Jimmy.
different Jim Norton.
Okay.
A weird guy, a weird creepy wormy guy, not the Jim Norton So, Jim Norton, he attended, October 17th, 1997, ex-MOV file, sex with little boy, 3 minutes long, audio included, and then like bullet points going down from that. That's how a Mossad list would be. It would be like, this is the dirt we have on this person. This is the dossier on who they are and how they're connected and why we're pushing buttons on them. This is the file for him. Like that would be organized somewhere. But as far as what was found at Epstein's place, the Epstein list, the Epstein file, it's not going to be a thing that he has put together in the same way he had that album of birthday cards where it's organized and leather bound and prepared and organized. It's just going to be shit they found at his house.
There's thousands of hours of videotape, they said, tons of pictures, and all these documents have these blacked out things. And curiously, No one rich and powerful is named in the
Yeah.
files that we've seen so far.
We don't know what those videos are.
Call
They
me
never-
crazy. I think perhaps rich and powerful people are being protected.
I think maybe so too. But what my point is, like, they've never. That's what I want to believe. That's the conspiracy theory. But no one's ever shown me any glimmer of anything that would suggest that that's true. Like they say that the tons of videos and images are downloaded from the internet, child pornography. The same way when you see like some pedo ring get broken up in the States or in Europe or whatever, they're like, oh, that we found him with 2 petabytes of child pornography. Well, that's just porn that he had downloaded and was keeping. They're suggesting that that is what they found at Epstein's place. I haven't seen any evidence, and what I mean by evidence is like a person I believe putting it on record or a photograph to suggest that there's hidden cameras on the Epstein Island. Why was there's no footage at all of like the raid there, them going through like people's drawers, like going through, like looking around. I've never seen anything that suggests that they found stuff like that there. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is they always hammer Epstein file, Epstein list over and over. What does that mean? What does that mean to you, news reader? Like explain to me what the Epstein list is.
Yeah, I don't want to get caught up in semantics when they've clearly blacked out all the stuff that they don't want us to know. I want to know what they've been hiding from us.
But what was
they've
that
been
piece of
holding
paper?
back.
I think we all do.
What was that
know.
piece of paper? Was that who typed those words on that piece of paper, and what are they in regards to? Because and I'm not trying to get into semantics. I just think it's important. Like I'd like to know, what is that piece of paper? Was that a list of guests? Was that a flight itinerary? Was that a sworn statement by a caterer? Was that a video? Was that a transcript of an audio file? Was that a transcript of a video file? What exactly was the words on that piece of paper? I don't need to know the content, the names and the dates. What was it? What was it?
Yeah, I in my head, it's a summary of the other evidence collected. You know, like, all right, we know this guy sent this money to this guy, and then we know that afterwards, this guy took a plane trip to his island.
So
but that's sort of something written up by like a case officer or something.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. And then they release it, but they black out all the names and all that.
Yeah, so this is like the thing is
that would imply an investigation.
We're not like the only chance I think we have is if some good faith whistleblower like in Mossad or something releases it, or maybe because I doubt the US government or intelligence has access to 100% of this. Like, think about it. Like, you're a secret agent. All of us are secret agents, and we've successfully blackmailed the most powerful rulers in the West to do our bidding and pay us off and all this. And then out of nowhere, there's a huge upswell of people who discover this operation, probably one of many operations similarly, and then are like, we need to release this. We need to release this. The last thing the three of us would want to do if we were agents who knew that information is allow it to get out there. Because now we don't have blackmail over those powerful leaders anymore. All those leaders are going to be jailed and deposed. And now we have far less power to influence the new people who weren't on the island, who weren't doing fucked up shit with kids on a fucking secret island with a sketchy temple on it. Like, basically, the people in charge of the core of this information that have all of it have a huge vested interest in not releasing it, because they have power from it staying secret. And so I would not be surprised if a year from now we're having another conversation where we're like, but I think this time they're going to vote on the super duper serial. We're going to release it and talk about it. And maybe I'm pessimistic, but even if they do, I don't think we're getting anywhere near the full information. Like, we'll get a little drop in the bucket of what's been going on, but you never know the future. Who's to say? Hopefully they all get released, and every single person on it who can be proven to have done that shit is locked away forever. Kyle, you're muted.
I don't think they have any proof of anything. I think they found some stuff at Jeff's place that suggested that something had happened, but I don't think they have like the video of X person doing Y act. I don't think they have anything like that. I think they have a lot of CP from the internet, and I think they have like maybe the apparatus for creating blackmail and passing it on to an agency like Mossad, and they might have some like guest lists, but I bet it's almost impossible to extricate the people who were there for Mai Tais and a free weekend from the ghouls who frequently you're like, oh yes, these boys are much better than the ones in Thailand. The filthy little buggers. I think it's triplets.
I think it's actually more likely that they do some horse shit where they release some people on a list and then they use someone on that list released to be like, hey, we have actually verifiable evidence that this person isn't engaged in any of this. And actually, because we just proved this just now, that means the whole thing is bunk. Sorry, guys. We did like it's just going to be a way to hide.
I don't think they're as smart as you are. I don't think they're going to be like the Empire. That's something the Empire and Star Wars would do. They like release their.
That's what I would do. Like that would be the easiest way to maintain your blackmail control is set it up so that it looks like nonsense, and then you just move forward and call every single person who hammers home on it a conspiracy theorist, just like they did before it was like totally understood by everyone this was a real thing they did. I'd
like to see national polling on like how big of an issue this will be for the midterm elections, because I had no idea that say Roe v. Wade was as low on that list as it is. Like it's like 13th or something. It's on the second vertical list of things that voters care about. I wonder if this is going to be a voting issue, or if this is just going to be like a smear campaign.
The economy is too terrible for people to like have stuff like Roe v. Wade at the top or Epstein at the top, but I don't think it's going to be, a page 3 issue. I think a lot of people want to know who and to what extent our elected officials are controlled.
I don't know,
not just elected officials
in particular, but I think things like Epstein are very important. And here's what I mean. A lot of people are like, these guys are crooked, they're criminals, they're pedos, they're awful. Let's vote the bums out. And then they do, and they get Trump in there. And that is their idea of throwing a Molotov cocktail in a dump of a city to start fresh again. And then they get Trump in there and they say, oh man, it's just a different swamp monster. Let's vote the bums out. And that's what the Epstein list might provide. Just like, I thought Trump was going to release these files. I thought Trump was going to be a breath of fresh air and the guy who wasn't on the side of the deep state. But it turns out he's the biggest swamp monster in the
the question would be, they don't let you get this high without being compromised.
Do you think you could run on that as your primary platform? Like the economy, the foreign policy wars and such, but Epstein files will be released on day one of my administration. Do you think that can be your leading edge thing?
100% no.
Not number one. No, I don't think so. But actually, I'm bouncing back. If your leading edge thing is these people are crooked and compromised, Epstein files is just one symptom. Pharmaceutical lobbyists are another one. This lobbyist, that lobbyist, military industrial complex. These are the guys that are really running the show here. But I'm pure. That could be a front page number one issue. I'm not as the dump that
you'd have to name. You'd have to say the word Israel to make that case, and nobody will do that.
They did in New York City,
no one's doing
right?
That.
Remember we talked in New York City about how every mayoral candidate except one was like, dude, day one, first thing I'm going to do is visit Israel and bend the knee. Except one guy. That guy won.
We'll see if he actually wins. But I saw that clip too. It's like, it's like a bunch of people talking about being a mayor of a city in the US. And like, well, step one, I'm going to travel 3,000 miles and touch an old wall. And then it's like, what the fuck? Like, there's
not the guy that won.
If I were their handler, like, I would be like, you're being really on the nose, guys. Like, geez, Louise, don't lead off with that. You're going to come
on the nose. Do you remember when do you remember when the congressman was wearing his IDF uniform in his office with the Israeli flag outside the door?
Insane
he
behavior.
Posed for that picture.
It's cuckoo.
Oh man.
Can you imagine any other?
I don't know why people don't get it, and like why you can't wake up. And I got to be honest, like I see this happen sometimes. It gets stymied like by conspiracy theories, like the crazy conspiracy theories and the wacky stuff. Don't mention Jewish space lasers when there's actually a problem here that's on the front page and is in black and white. Okay, don't muddy the waters with Jewish space lasers and anti-Semitism. And what I mean by that is like mocking their appearance or whatever, and just going into a racist thing. This is a political thing. All right, this is about a country. I don't care that Jews happen to be running the country. That's irrelevant to me. I really don't. You know what I mean? And that's not how we should face
He cares about their actions, not their
if
religion.
Germany was doing this and involving themselves in our politics, I would feel the same way. Those are the anti-Jews.
Two sides of the same coin.
Those are the positrons to the to the.
They did the first
electrons of
Holocaust. The Jews are doing this one. It's a whole different thing.
See, here's the thing about
We'll switch off.
Germany has gone so far the other way. I remember seeing I mean, they're beating the shit out of those anti-Palestinian protesters. There was some woman, I saw German police beat her ass. There's blood running down her face as they drag her away from protesting for Palestine. What the fuck?
Dude, did you see like 7 different members of the AfD, which is the German right-wing party, have been assassinated, have been killed in the last couple weeks leading up to an election?
I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
Those isn't that the organization that usually say is I don't know, an extreme far ultra right wing, and in reality
they do, but
maybe not so many immigrants.
I don't know their core, but I know that a big part of being right wing in Europe is no more migrants, no more immigration. They're changing our country and we don't like it. And that's really the only perspective you need to have in order to be considered a Nazi in modern Germany.
Can you say it's my fault? My mind drifted. 7 people were killed. You said?
I think it was 6 or 7 AfD candidates were killed in the last couple weeks leading up to elections in Germany. So they're seemingly pretty clearly being targeted by the powers that be. Yes, Kyle says 7. He was on mute, but that's not good. It was a crazy, a borderline unbelievable number. You remember Mexico, their recent election where dozens and dozens and dozens of politicians were getting assassinated in the lead up to their elections. It's crazy.
Well, we don't have any corruption like that over here.
No, we're all squeaky clean here in America.
I don't know if it's
Canada,
true or not.
you could join us.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I read that.
Actually, if we allow Canada in, they'll never win another Stanley Cup again.
I read that in the UK.
Because they won't be Canada anymore, so they'll be America too.
I'm sorry, Kyle. We're all excited about the cup.
No, I read it in the UK that young girls had been arrested for carrying hatchets to defend themselves from the migrant rape gangs.
Did you see that clip? Yeah, it was some 12-year-old girl with a knife and a hatchet being harangued by some migrant guy, and the police arrested her.
Well, she was armed, Taylor.
Well,
she could have defended herself.
Yes,
she was wearing rape pants.
She was wearing.
This is sewn up in a fucking suit to keep from getting raped by the.
This is the kind of thing that definitely doesn't precede enormous cataclysm and riots and change in a country. That's crazy. And meanwhile, they're arresting people for sporks. Get it together, guys. Come on. You can't even have cool knives. No guns.
I'm just glad nobody over here is talking about taking our guns away when we have a little mishap.
Hey, how about this? We haven't figured out how to take Canada yet.
Only Trump, Woody.
Trump says he's going to ban trans people from having guns, and
can't make your mind up about
this. Is what he does.
Okay,
he always targets the unpopular, right? He goes after John Bolton. He goes after trans people. He goes after flag burners, and every one of these things kind of whittles away this. You could be next, right? There was literally a Supreme Court case that decided burning flags was
fourth, first, and second amendment in order.
But who wants to stand up for flag burners, right? I think those people are icky. Every time I see it, I'm disgusted. It's something about it. I don't know. I just bleed red, white, and blue, I guess.
But I hate to see it.
And everyone who does it is typically a person I very much don't like. It's never someone that I agree with burning a flag. So, but going after flag burners, it's this is just what he does. He finds someone unpopular and targets them.
Yeah. All this shit is going to be used as a pretense for more limits on speech.
He uses them to chip away at the Bill of Rights, search and seizure with John Bolton, right? Then he goes First Amendment with burning the flag. Then he goes Second Amendment because trans people shouldn't have guns. Fuck you. It's printed right there. All the people should have guns. All the people should say whatever the fuck they want. Hate speech and free speech are synonymous. They're the same things. You wouldn't need a goddamn a law that says you can say whatever you want if you were saying nice things. No one would nobody would come around. Hey, oh, did you compliment that flower in public? That's not what free speech is. It's the ability to say "fuck you" to your leadership, to burn their flag. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, it just threw me off the whole spiel. When you started talking like a fucking chimney sweep.
Well, those are the people without any free speech. Those are the ones that have to arm their daughters with hatchets so the migrants won't rape them in the streets.
How about this little idea? We haven't sealed the deal on Greenland or Canada yet. How about this? We arm the moderate rebels in the UK.
The IRA.
We allow them to, or the 12-year-old girls with the fucking knives. And then they take over, and then now they're basically, now we pretty much own them.
I'm not completely sold. What do we arm them on with?
Like our leftover guns, not the good stuff. They don't need the good stuff. Like
1911s or something?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they need machine guns. We got Tommy guns. We've got crates and crates of World War II Tommy guns. Like just laying somewhere, I promise.
Yeah, we can give them those, and then when they win, we own the UK, and it's the ultimate Uno reverse from our history.
This is for 1812.
See,
you burn down our White House, we're burning down the palace.
Every time someone tells me that they carry all the time, but they carry a 1911, I say, show it to me. And you know what happens? They can't. No one fucking carries a full-size pistol. And I don't see it. I think we should arm them with Dillingers or something. A little mouse gun, because they'll actually have them in their pocket.
Well, we're going to arm a whole bunch of them. And they're going to be feeling good.
Rifles over there. You guys need to feel safe. That's what we do in my country. You walk down any street, guy with a rifle right there in the corner. He's looking out for all of us most of the time.
Most of the time. And then if he's not, guess what? The rifle guy in the other corner is gonna take care of that, right? I think these are good ideas. we just arm the Brits who are hating their government, and then we get England. I don't know what I'd want to do with the UK. We could travel there. I'd take vacations without a passport, I guess.
You don't want a big island full of pasty people, bad food, and terrible weather?
Right. Maybe we should go for Spain or Italy. I feel like the beaches are so much better.
Yeah. We could do all of it, right? We just
all of Europe. That's been tried before. It's actually tougher than it sounds.
We could do D-Day again. We could do D-Day again, land at the beaches of Normandy. Nice this time of year, and then just move on in through France. The French are assholes by every report. You have never in your life once heard like, oh yeah, I went to France. Man, the locals are so kind and understanding. I spoke a little French to them. They love that. Did you know that? They love hearing a foreign speaker like learn their language and show that effort. They appreciate it, and they show that appreciation. No, you hear they're awful people. Their cities smell of piss. And they are so awful to tourists. It's like it's not their third biggest chunk of their economy. It's all I hear about the French is they're terrible, terrible, undeserving people who we shouldn't have saved. We should have made a deal with Hitler and let him keep France and give the rest back. He would have done a better job.
We could have had our own little. I guess it would have been sort of like the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. It would be like the cheeseburger-Ribbentrop Pact, and we would get to take half of France. Whatever half has half has Paris.
You end up like French Canada though. Like the problem with France is it's full of French. You need Hitler to go in there and clean them out like he did Poland.
They've got enough good food to overcome a little bit of haughtiness. And guess what? They're not going to be so haughty when they start getting fat. We're going to start spraying their fucking wheat with glyphosate, and then all their haughty, we're not fat shit is going to come right to an end. The ultimate.
I want to make them pronounce croissant the American way. That'd be the first law I'd enact if I took over France. Croissant? Fuck you, hang him. Like if you don't hit that croix hard, that's how you would know. Like if we were like in the streets fighting, be like croissant, and then he'd have to call back croissant, and he'd be like, croissant,
baguette, baguette, however they talk. Yeah.
They suck.
I feel like France keeps to like. I feel like I don't see like French people online the way I see like English.
I see them
and like
rioting
German
all
people.
the time.
Maybe they don't. Yeah, well, they're ace at rioting.
I was wondering where Taylor fell on that, right? Because on one hand, when we see riots in America, we almost always hate them. We're like, look at those assholes. There should be laws to run them over with our cars or something like that, right? And then we see France riot for like higher pay, and we're like, you guys, we should be more like you. They're really the winners. They're getting shit done. So where do we land on this?
I mean, usually they're
just
rioting
depends
because of
what you're
retirement
rioting
age.
about.
They'll like raise the retirement age from 42 to 43, and they'll burn down half of
42 to
Paris.
43.
They'll make the work week a full 30 hours, and suddenly the Arch of Triumph is lying in rubble. You know, like they want their creature comforts, and like in a first world society, maybe we should have that. I've seen people make the case for a 3-hour workday, and it's like I think we'd be okay if we didn't have that 1% with half the world's wealth. We could probably squeeze that balloon, and all these little ones would inflate enough that we could get by on 15 hours a week of work a week, right?
I don't know. There's a lot of jobs that just.
If you weren't looking out for the shareholders and you were sharing the profits of these,
You're thinking we
Taylor,
nationalize all industry.
Here's what I was thinking.
Socialize.
As Kyle spoke. I was like, all right, let's think back to my Cisco days. Let's say I work like 45 hours a week. How many were?
He's like a mouse that fell in a tank of liquor, and he like crawled out.
So hard. I've been muting, but then I laugh, and I'm like, the show's kind of missing the kickback. That was funny. And, like,
That's fair. Yeah, can't help it.
And then, so if I worked 45 hours a week at Cisco, maybe 15 of them were really heads down productive hours. The other 30 were meetings or Reddit. So
there are jobs that are
15-hour work week could work.
I think it could work for many jobs. So I think it could work like production jobs. It's going to be a little weird, but jobs like the jobs that are a little bit like high school and college projects where you can technically do them in an hour. You don't need 3 weeks. I think that if people worked hard and got to 3 hours in, it would work out. But jobs like sales, I guess if the car dealership was only open for 3 hours a day, you'd show up during those 3 hours. Yeah. It'd be fun. Yeah.
What about
that'd be my
drivers?
political platform. Delivery driver.
You need those guys to grind.
Oh, we're not talking about people that actually work. They have to work.
Oh,
I'm talking about people like us who barely work.
White-collar jobs. Yeah.
Yeah. Taylor, you work.
Essential services would have to be 24/7.
You're 100% right about how like the schedule like white-collar jobs go is like so much time is taken up by like meetings and minutia and nonsense and little. How do I respond to this in like a business, or just straight up slacking and being like, you know what? If I finish this assignment right now, he's going to know it only takes me 3 hours to do this. So I'll give it to him tomorrow afternoon. And then every time he says this, is that who? Star Trek?
Scotty, the engineer in Star Trek. He's a famous miracle worker. Like Scotty, we need those engines back online. It'll take me 5 hours, sir. But in reality, he can do it in an hour and 15 minutes easily. So when Scotty, those engines, I've done it, sir. Full power. It's like what a miracle worker. It was gonna a 5-hour job in 45 minutes, and it's like he just keeps his reputation going by overselling how difficult something is. But I think you can just do multiple shifts. If you needed 24-hour service, like at the hospital, we're doing 3-hour shifts. We need a lot more doctors. They only work 3 hours a day.
Yeah, you're switching off in the middle of surgeries.
I'm out. That's it for me. He's pulling the gloves off, throws them in the body.
I'm handing you. I'm like, I do not envy you. I'm just like walking away. I made a real mess in there. I'm sorry.
I zoned out 20 minutes. Brain fart.
I'm almost positive I didn't wear a watch to work today. But if you
that happens so much. Like, I don't know about you, but I think of doctors as like almost like supernaturally talented and proficient and responsible, because it almost seems like the two go hand in hand. It's like you didn't go through 8 years of medical school and get your degree before that, and then do well enough in high school to pay for all this shit just to be a lazy bum who leaves a sponge in my mom, right? But it turns out, they'll leave a sponge in your mom. They'll forget a pair of forceps in your dad, and they do it a lot.
Do you think it's common? I don't think it's common.
I don't know, but specifically leaving stuff in there. Isn't medical malpractice the third leading cause of death in the country behind like heart disease and smoking or cancer?
I thought that medical malpractice had to do with like
that's a lot.
Not being sterile enough.
No, it's like anything that like the doctor or nurse was supposed to be doing that they didn't do. So it's
a lot to get right to be perfect there. I don't know. I have benefited from doctors more than most. And I like look at my doctor and I'm like, dude, the only reason any of my arms or legs work right now is this guy. And he does this every day. Like how much has my community benefited from his birth? Like, it's huge. And heck, my wife, she got into a motorcycle accident too. My hobbies are contagious. And like the only reason her shoulder looks like a human shoulder right now is his practice. We had a different doctor do it. Anyway, they are heroes to me, and the good they do in this world is hard to measure.
But not the Marines, just so we're clear, not heroes.
No, what about Marine doctors?
Well,
Double
now you're
heroes.
winning me over.
Yeah. Or is that like a double negative? Cancels out. Who's to say?
Wait, if you heard there was a surgeon on board, would you sit in your seat on the flight and let him go first?
No. He's not going to surgery. He's flying back home.
Exactly. But you would for a Marine who had to tend to
only because they make me.
What are you gonna do?
When I walk through and like quickly open and close my wallet and say special agent, they don't let me. I'm all right. You got me. I'm not a special agent, but I do have a gun.
They let soldiers go on the plane first. They still do that?
Yeah. Like if there's any around, they're like pre-boarding
I don't know
and
if
any active service members. Some airlines still do.
I'd much rather get off first than get on first. Getting on first is way overrated. First class gets on first,
For
board
sure.
first. Like it's not a big deal to me unless I'm gonna start my free drinks and get drunk early on the flight. Like that's the only time I might care. But otherwise, I'd pay way more money to get off first.
I mostly fly first class, and I'd rather get on last because in first class, like we have our own baggage compartments. There's plenty of room for my carry-on. It's not a problem. But if I was in coach, I'd like to get on first so that my bag doesn't get checked, and then I've got a whole ordeal on the other side.
That is the worst. When you're like the last person on a packed flight and they start like giving that warning as you're like coming down the runway and like, we're running out of overhead space, folks. And it's like, hopefully I can make it. Turn around, no one. And now I have to give it to some guy who's going to like in my head, like surly throw it over the side as soon as I'm out of vision.
I was on coach and I was like training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, like, 4 times a week at the time. And I'm thinking I'm like Captain Tough Guy. And I go to my seat, and some guy has his carry-on and his suit laid out across the overhead baggage.
Rude.
Like nice. And he clearly doesn't want it to be wrinkled or anything. And I see that, and I'm like, oh, no, you cannot have this whole overhead cabinet meant for like the 6 of us to yourself. So I just take my luggage and I push it in, and I smush his suit up against the back. And he's like, whoa, my suit's there. And I said, yeah, I saw it. I took my seat.
Yeah, it's a nice suit.
I like to imagine half empty flight, lots of other that'd be funny.
Like ball it up first, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if that makes me a dick, or maybe I just responded appropriately to a dick. But.
Yeah, well, sir, your suit's no more important than my Ziploc bags full of cat pee.
No, I'm not a vet. Why did you ask?
What kind of self-important asshole spreads his suit out across coach? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's rude. Like if he knew he was bringing a suit, get one of those tri-fold suitcases, like a literal suitcase. Like that's why it's there.
This wasn't even, if it was in a bag, it was no more than like a dry cleaner bag. Like it was just laid out in the flat.
Yeah, that guy's in the wrong douchebag move. Like
I've never had to check my carry-on before at that moment, usually because I do first class unless it's just a really short flight. But that bag isn't packed to be checked. That bag is full of like expensive there's a laptop in that bag. There's probably memory cards or cameras or like valuable things. Like I probably got like cash in there or something. I don't want you to take this away. This is the stuff that I wanted to keep with me and protect and make sure nobody looked at or touched. Like this is my shit. I hate when they try to do that. But, you can never get upset on a flight or at the airport because 9/11, never forget.
And they know now you can't get upset.
You have to be a fucking Vulcan at the airport. You have to do, I see you've assaulted me. Well, I wish you hadn't. Anyway,
well, when that guy on the golf cart gets here in 9 minutes, I'm going to tell him what's up, what
I'm
you
going
did.
to tell on you, sir. Yeah, you see what happens when people get like a little agitated. Now you're on some no-fly
yeah.
list. You can never fly with American Airlines again. Like they're serious about that shit. It would suck so bad to get banned from an airline. Like your
That would
regional airline,
blow.
if Delta banned me, like they're probably like 70% of total flights in and out of my state. Like
Yeah.
it would be a problem. I could still get flights, but when I go to book a Delta flight, it's like you want to go at 7, 7:30, 7:45, or 8. And it's like that. It's like around the clock in like 30-minute intervals to every location on the planet. It's great to fly with Delta. If I get banned from Delta, it would really suck. So
I
They,
wish
yeah,
Raleigh
eat
was
shit.
a hub. Raleigh, it used to be a hub. That airline went out of business around after 9/11, and now we're just
Why?
fewer people were flying post 9/11.
This is gonna shock you. I mean, you should just stay seated
That
for
was
this.
real. Every now and then you see like a young person like realize that like the Titanic really happened for the first time. They thought it was just a movie their whole lives, or Pearl Harbor even. Like there's some
Pearl
sometimes people-
Harbor. Ooh.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Dropping the ball.
That happened. Oh my god.
I think your theory about the airport, like employees being brooder because they know you can't get mad, has also become the attitude of a lot of the restaurant servers and people within the terminal, because I have received orders of chicken wings from locales within terminals on layovers where, like, if I were at TGI Fridays and they gave me that identical plate of wings, like I would have had a French Revolution style freak out for how bad the fucking food is there. But they know you can't get mad about anything. You can't complain about food. You can't throw a tantrum. And it
You ever
would be
see that
fun
video?
to go hog wild and throw a tantrum in the airport.
You ever see the video of that former NFL player beating the shit out of the guy who weighs your bags at American Airlines?
No, I want to see it though.
Yeah,
You
here
don't
you
remember
go.
who it was?
This is kind of chopped up because it's not the raw footage, but they got into a thing, and I think the white guy hit first, and then he got shellacked. Dude was bleeding out of his face all over baggage. It was great. Airline employees are just TSA is what I should say. Although I've had whoever searches your fucking bag, which I think is TSA, fuck those people. They steal, and if nothing else, when I pack my checked bag, I do it in such a way that things that are semi-fragile are like protected. Like I'll wrap them up in pajamas and stuff, or maybe even a towel. Like I put tripods, and I fly with this whole setup if I go somewhere. So like this gets checked, and like the sound mixer gets checked, and there's keyboards and mice, and everything's wrapped up carefully with like clothes. So it's like a shock absorbing thing. And they just unwrap all that shit and throw it back in there loose. And then they stole my belts that one trip. I think
Not the Gucci belts.
I was wearing that one, but I had packed.
Thank God.
All right. but I don't think I owned it at the time, but I think I owned 3 belts in the world and packed 2 of them, a brown one and a black one, so I could wear my like whatever my brown thing was. They stole them both, and I think I had like a formal thing to do when I got there, and it was like, can we stop by like JCPenney or something on the way? I like
What douchebags?
Why would they steal my belts? They weren't nice belts. They were fucking from Belk.
Some guy forgot his belt that day, and he's like, "Thank God."
But I would always they leave that little note behind that's like, "Hey, we went through your shit," and it's fuck. I'd rather you didn't. And I just thought that this was handled poorly. Like, I hate when they go through my
You had
shit.
your grubby hands touching all my stuff.
I have like smuggled stuff back from flights before, like weed before from Colorado in my baggage, and they never found any of that. So they're doing a shit job.
Are you allowed to
yeah.
do that?
No,
It's frowned upon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I asking? Yeah. I know. I guess I knew internationally you couldn't, but
They're never gonna get you, because I've done that accidentally more times than I have purposefully, where it's like I'll get home and unpack and it'll be like, oh, well, there's a weed cartridge in here, and here's
a weed cartridge.
Some gummies
No.
that like I didn't
Gummies.
that are like as hard as sidewalk chalk. Now they've been in there so long. I've taken 10 flights with these.
I have smuggled so many knives in my carry-on. I thought they didn't care. And then I lost one. I was like, oh, well, that sucks. But whatevs, 1 in 10 times I lose it. And then I lost like 2 knives in a row. And I was like, well, fuck. This is a bad deal for me. So now I don't do it.
I had a cigar lighter one time, and they were going to confiscate it going through security. And the guy was like, I smoke cigars. I know that lighter. could I remove the butane from it? And I'm like, of course. And he like bled it of butane, and then I could bring it with me. But I've seen them. I remember when Epic Mealtime came to my house, they accidentally packed one of my knives in their carry-on, and it was a giant Rambo knife. Yeah, that they took on the plane, and it was wrapped up in like electrical cords, so it must have masked the X-ray. And then when Muscle's glasses got back home, he went to like reach in and grab, and he cut the shit out of himself on my Rambo knife. Pretty sure he stole it.
Did he know it was in there?
Pretty sure he stole it. Yeah.
Oh, so he got what was coming. He ganked.
That's how I look at it, frankly. I never.
Well, there's an easy way to tell. Did you give him the knife?
Nope. No.
Then he took it.
He sure did. Yeah.
Who would go to your house and just well, aside from Jeremy, just take things because they wanted them?
I had a lot of what
That's
honestly,
so rude.
Look,
More than rude.
Yeah, it is.
You know what? I think it's gauche.
I almost
It is
understand.
gauche.
Like I almost understand it a little bit, because like you ever look at like a billionaire. I heard this guy on a podcast, and he's like, I got a friend who's a billionaire, and not one or two. I asked him one time, hey man, how about you give me one? He's like, one what? $1 million. Why don't you just give me one? And he's like, well, do you have a plan, or do you have like some idea of what you want to do? No, just fucking give it to me. You won't miss it. Like I can understand that mindset of just telling someone, hey, you've got plenty, give me one. So like I'm sure he came to my house, and I was sponsored by SOG at the time.
$3,000 and you just wanted one. It'd be like,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I had a giant pile of knives, and so he probably was like, you won't miss that one, and I didn't miss it. You know, it was. But
I mean, it was either him or the ATF walking away with your shit in the long run.
Somebody was going to get it, you know. Might as well be glasses.
but at least he gashed himself up something fierce.
Yeah.
Maybe he forgot he robbed from you and took your knife.
Perhaps, or maybe
otherwise, like if I had a luggage bag, if I had luggage full of knives, I wouldn't reach in like it's a video game inventory. Like I'd look, and be like, oh yeah, that giant knife I stole from the guy pretending to be Russian that led us into his. That's funny.
Yeah.
After they left, were you like, where's my cool knife?
No, I would have never missed it, because I had I was sponsored by that company, so I just had lots of knives. You know, I that wasn't my only one. Yeah, but it was the big one. It was like bigger than the one you have, and it was
I thought it was the same. Okay.
Now this was like halfway to machete mode, and it was stainless steel. It was shiny. So it was just I think we used it in the video. It's the one I broke. I broke a glass bottle with it, and then scooped mashed potatoes with the broken bottle and ate them. It was that knife.
Nah.
I broke the case to that knife. It was strapped onto my motorcycle when one of my crashes off road, and the strapping ripped off. Bummer.
That's a shame.
I don't have any knives.
You haven't gone on any motorcycle trips lately. Do you have any adventures planned for any time in the future?
I don't have anything planned. I get asked that a lot, and I feel like I'm supposed to oh my God, I guess I need an 8,000-mile off-road trip.
No, it's like whatever floats your boat is what you should be doing. You've got lots of hobbies. I never like it when somebody sees somebody who's 40 or 50 years old, and they're like, oh, midlife crisis. And I was like, no, it's just a new fucking hobby. You never picked up pickleball? Like, what's your problem, dude?
Dude, I've been midlife crisising since I was 8 years old. Like, this isn't new for me. I mean,
pickleball wouldn't be a good activity for you, Woody. The risk is far too low. Like you would be like, you'd hit it like 3 times. You'd be like, this is fucking gay. I'm going back. I'm gonna go fly around while you homos hit this ball back and forth. But if you're looking for something to do, it's easy and still get some exercise. It's such a fun thing.
I sent this link. It's from Mike Tyson's Twitter, and it seems to be suggesting that he has signed a bout agreement to fight Floyd Mayweather.
Kind of not interested.
Me either. I genuinely could not care less. Of course, it would be just the funniest day ever if Mike Tyson knocked him out, but he's not. He can't touch him. Mike Tyson can't touch Floyd Mayweather.
Isn't Floyd much smaller? I know Tyson's way older, right?
Yeah, Floyd's smaller, younger and faster, and very much retired himself. It's just a bunch of over-the-hill former greats
who are going to pretend to fight and have a multi-million-dollar payday. And I'm like, you won't get my money.
No.
Yeah.
No, I am way more interested in Islam Makhachev taking on what's his name for the 170 pound? Yeah, 170 pound belt. I forget that other guy's name. It's the guy with the awfully broken nose. It's like he's got an acronym for his name. I don't know him very well, but I love the idea of him stepping up and going to 170, because it's not like oftentimes when people are going up a weight class to compete, it's because they're not quite able to cut it where they started. Like Conor was too big for 145, even though he was champ, and a lot of other guys who have went from 145 to 155. Like that's what's up. But this just seems like Islam wants to climb a bigger mountain.
That's his name. I'll let you pronounce it.
Jack Della Maddalena. Jack Della
I like
Maddalena.
that. Okay. You used all the letters. That's not that's not how I do it.
I think they call him JDM. That's how I always hear him.
Jackie, old Jackie D.
Yeah. Sometimes I pronounce it, then afterward, just like, why did I choose 2/3 of the letters in that word? Like, that can't be it.
Oh, are you up to date on Star Trek? Did you watch the 4.5 Vulcans episode or whatever?
I did watch it. I'm doing my best to imitate the hair.
Dude, I really enjoyed that episode. I went online and I saw fans hated it. I loved that shit. I loved all the awkward moments with Spock. I really like Captain Pike's hair. Me and my girlfriend talk about his hair all the time. She's like, I think it's taller than before. Like, not just in the Vulcan episode, because it was crazy tall, but just episode by episode. She's like, man, they're all about this guy's hair.
I'm inspired. I don't know when I'm going to stop. I can get this shit 6 inches tall.
Do it, dude. Do the layering he does.
This is an aggressive quaff.
Can we get a picture of Pike as a Vulcan?
Yeah, if you type Vulcan Pike hair, you'll get it going.
I really suggestions when I typed Captain Pike in on Google. Like hair was like 7 down.
Yeah, that was a really good episode. I like that show a ton. I like that it's the old Gen stuff, but it's with a new quirky kind of style. I like the comedy in the show. I like the awkwardness of Spock.
I've been bested. Give me time. Give me another month. I can get there.
That is thick. Look at that. Hell yeah. No, it's
to me, that was a wink and a nod to how silly his hair's been all season. Like we just turned it up to 10. Yeah. I like the episode too. Jackie and I agreed it was our favorite episode this season. We think this season hasn't been as good as previous ones, but we like it. We just went from love to like. Vanilla Ice. Don't do that to me. All right, good shaven eyebrow. Like anyone would notice.
cut a couple lines in your eyebrow. I'm gonna do that sometime, and it'll be like the Hawaiian shirt thing, where no one addresses it, and then the next week, Kyle, you have to do it, and then
the eyebrow.
Dude, when I was in high school, they shaved one of my friend's eyebrows. And then the next morning I was like, bro, what's with your eyebrow? And he's like, fuck you. And I was like, I don't understand. And he thought that I was one of the perpetrators, but I wasn't. And I was like, I don't know that a blue ballpoint pen was the way to fill that in because he had gaps in it. And he's like, it wasn't a sober decision. Yeah, because they gave him like the Vanilla Ice vertical slices on the eyebrow.
I thought he went all the way off with it.
No.
I put a Band-Aid up there if you shaved it all the way off. People look ghoulish with that eyebrow.
I would just go both off.
No,
because then they would go back in concert. Oh, I see. You don't have eyebrows. Like if we did this bit, I'd be having to reshave every week.
One of my friends, he's the one that died with the cystic fibrosis and the lung thing. But I wasn't a part of this either. But they shaved his pubes when he was overly drunk, and I was like, dude, they shaved your pubes.
We sucked his cock too. It was great.
We really showed him.
He's so
and
good.
He's like, yeah. And then he pulls his pants down, like to show his dick root almost. There was a lot of bush left. I'm like, what? What was it like before?
I did you a favor. How did you find it before this?
That's such a weird thing to sleep over.
See,
if a friend had broached that and been like, yo, Brent's asleep. Let's shave his pubes. It's like, I'm having a good time on COD 5 right now.
How about this, man? How about
COD 2?
How about you leave me alone right now, and I don't tell Brent that you're a faggot?
Yeah. Newsflash, I'm gonna tell him. Which means you're my beer boy the rest of the night, my beer and joint boy.
Yeah, the last thing I want to
was ever on. I was never on either side of like the too drunk and like getting abused in your sleep. I do remember, I've said this before, but I went to New York, same guy, Phil, and he had a whole new friendship group now because he had gone to college and joined a fraternity. And it was like late at night and his frat brothers were like fucking with me. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like starting to fight. And he's like, no. Don't do that. He's not like us. He's nice. Like he's not involved in this whole nighttime abuse thing. And his frat brothers are just, oh, okay. I didn't know. So that's all that ever happened.
I remember like I wasn't there that night, but it was my younger brother's friend group. And they were at a mutual friend of ours, and they were all getting wasted this end of their high school years. And one of their friends took like, I think this was early enough. No one knew that he was taking these like prescription pills that basically make it so you have 3 light beers on these pills, and it's as though you're like blackout, pass out drunk. Mm-hmm. And they like they must have used like 3 sharp, because they sent me pictures of it. I wish I had it, but they drew like solid black Sharpie, like pirate, the whole face, like a pirate beard, a like totally blacked out pirate eye patch on one of his eyes. And he woke up and like, it was like apparently the better part of a week that he just was rocking a pirate look. And I was like, all right, I get you guys kind of like tease on this guy, but like making that decision for him for a whole week, like that's awful. I would be so embarrassed. I'd be like, I can't go to school. I can't go to any social outing because I still have like a dark enough gray on my entire eyelid and a strap that goes across my face and a fake beard. That was just, I've never done the fuck with people with Sharpie while they're asleep. It's too mean. It's too the cost is too long.
I don't think I was never in a lot of situations where that was an opportunity, but still I wouldn't have done that to somebody. I would feel to me, look, maybe I'm just not a good friend, but I think it's the opposite. I wouldn't laugh about that. The next day we'd fight. Like we'd have a real fight, and I'm gonna hit you first. I'm gonna let you right now. The way you find out about the fight is when it has begun. Like that's what's going to happen. I'm gonna blindside you and try to hurt you really, really bad.
You go,
so that when the story comes up at school, they'll say, "Oh, who drew the dick on Kyle's face?" And they're like, "Mark, we hope he's going to be okay." Like, I want that to be the story, not what happened to me, you piece of shit. I hate people fucking with people while they're asleep. That seems like a real easy way to get on like on the sex offender list without even having the fun. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I don't know why it's such a common thing. Or at least in my like childhood, it was. I didn't do it. I swear.
And in Hollywood, it's very common.
And the Sopranos episode when AJ comes back with no eyebrows, he's like, "Fucking weird gay shit, poppers and shit. What have you been doing, boy?" They shaved his eyebrows off, and he looks so weird. Like we need eyebrows to be people.
You do. You need to emote. Go, hey, ooh,
you guys like.
Sorry, Woody. Shots
we
fired.
need eyebrows, and Taylor's like, "Yeah, eyebrows are real important." I'm over here looking like this.
The guy in a wheelchair over there. Me and Taylor are like, "Man, if I couldn't dance every day, I'd just kill myself." You know? It's dancing and walking on the beach. You take that out of the equation, and what's life about? And Woody's over there wheeling away. Fuck this shit. And he like. Wheel locks up.
I'm being bullied.
You can fix those though. That's like that's not a big deal. You could draw them in a little bit, or you could actually.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Speed Racer.
You could get implants.
Can't you put like? It's like you. I don't know. Someone asked me about it on Mail Monday. I don't use hair systems, but they put like lots of small hairs in there, and it just makes what you have sort of look more filled out. Does this sound right?
Well, they could do like a follicular transplant. They could pluck some.
Oh, well, you're going hardcore. I was just getting ready for showtime.
No, just put some cubes in there. You know, like you got plenty of those. Like pluck those out, stick them up here. I'll,
That doesn't
you,
grow the same as head. You're gonna
well, you have to straighten your eyebrows every day. You know, you don't want them to be all curly Q up there looking like, you know, you got pubes on your head.
Dude, sometimes I'll go so long without trimming my eyebrows that I'll like be sitting watching TV or doing something and be like, oh man, I got another itch on the top of my eyelid. Oh, I got another itch on the top of my, what's going on? And I go check and I've got like an old man, just gigantic, like it's almost a beard hair length, just poking into my eye area.
There's a hair powder people use.
Yeah, I've seen it. That's where they like dust it on, but I think you have to be super duper careful because it'll come off. So like you probably can't swim with that. You can't be out in too much wind.
Just a little show eyebrow filling in. It's nothing weird.
If you do it, go hard.
Oh, dude. I want to be someone like a Vulcan for Halloween or something.
You let me know when you want to do the eyebrows, and I'll show it with eyebrows too. Mine will go up here though.
Me like he does every other week.
You think those are eyebrows?
I have one eyebrow, just a half over each.
You're gonna have like those Groucho Marx, like two mustaches over your eyes. That's too much. Well, don't feel too down. I can see your eyebrows just fine.
If you look carefully.
Yeah. It's better than would you guys rather just go bald on your head or get alopecia so it's taken care of everywhere?
Bald on the head.
I've heard people say that they have like replacement eyebrows and stuff you can do now.
Yeah. Well, you're gluing a thing onto your face, but yeah.
I think I consider that
like this thing
because I was like, actually, that most of my other body hair is not that desirable. It's kind of like one step forward, one step back, but the eyebrows would be a major loss.
That's true. If you could lose everything but face hair, I think I would prefer that to just going bald.
Right.
But if I lost, I couldn't. I'd rather go bald than not be able to have a beard. That would be terrible.
What do you have there?
I got some falsies.
That's the mustache.
Yeah, I got me a little fake mustache.
Pop it on. Let's see how you look.
Well, you got to glue this bitch on. Is it gonna be
pedophile or swashbuckler? Ooh,
I got to get it out of the bag.
More of a
Captain
cop.
Price.
I like the cop look. I'll rip that open.
Yeah,
Straight from a Vietnamese sweatshop to you.
I have like half a dozen knives without leaving this chair. Kyle has costumes.
I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed blades. Let's see here. Oh, hang on.
You could even turn it upside down for a bit more whimsy.
You look like you're about to beat your wife.
No, I think, maybe
this would be.
A
Wario.
little bit of
I think I got to glue it on. I'll glue it on. Whenever Woody comes with his fake eyebrows, I'll come with my fake mustache.
Okay.
I bought that on Amazon because I was very, very high.
What kind of fake hair should I buy? A false beard?
How about a whole?
That would be so funny if you showed up with a fake beard on top of your beard.
Dude, get the Jewish like twirly. All right, so they make hats that come with the Jewish sideburns that are all twirly. I've been thinking about getting one of these. So they make these redneck hats that come with like a full blonde mullet that attaches. The hat says like America, and then it comes with all this stringy blonde hair that's attached to the hat in the back.
I like that.
Yeah.
If they have a darker haired one, I'd get that. I couldn't pull off the blonde. People would know it was fake.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
No, they'd see right through it.
Break through the illusion.
Yeah. I don't think
you can buy hair powder to thicken hair for $9 on Amazon. All right, this is a go.
Okay, are there?
I mean, just so we're clear, when we say thicken hair, it makes your hair appear to be thicker. It's not going to literally thicken your hair. You ever see Michael Scott season 1 and 2? Like they're doing that. I'm
aware. I just feel like fake having like luscious eyebrows one night is funny. Like actually treating it, I feel like is somehow insecurity. I don't know why it vibes that way in my brain.
Well, I mean, it's like I don't see any difference than like, I don't know. I mean, your eyebrows are falling out. Maybe you could, if you don't like that, you could fix it.
Are they falling out? I'm gonna look at some old footage of me.
Well, I doubt you're rubbing them off or anything.
All these videos
I see what you mean.
I think I'm just not gifted with eyebrows, really.
My dad's lost his eyebrows as he's gotten older. Like he used to have more eyebrows, and he has fewer eyebrows now.
Oh, this isn't like adding.
No.
This is like a voluminous powder because I saw the guy pour it out and it's like white and he's like rubbing it into his hair to make it appear more voluminous than it is. I was picturing those like tiny little, like almost hair flecks where guys with really short hair almost dump it on like sprinkles on a cupcake. Yeah, I don't think you've really even lost eyebrows.
I don't think you've lost eyebrows. You just were born without them.
It's just a closer up picture with better lighting for it than the like top down camera one. And if you're worried about it, these gentlemen online seem to have found a powdery solution. So
does this make you appreciate your eyebrows more, Taylor? Seeing the other side?
I guess I've got a little too much brow. Like this one especially, I have to trim it pretty regularly or it like just grows up, does its own thing. Some of these get so long it's bananas. Where I'll like pull it out and I can touch like the glass on my glasses.
And you fixed your teeth. I forget how much better your teeth are now. Like you had that little crooked one in the bottom in that last photo, and of course your teeth are now perfect.
That was something I never once noticed until you pointed it out, by the way. Where you're
not thinking of me, are you? I had the crooked one in the bottom.
You had the crooked one.
I was speaking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at a 15-year-old video of me, and my eyebrows were also half back then. So
Zach showed
I'm just born this way.
Zach showed another photo of you, like at your desk as you are now, but maybe a decade ago, and you had the tooth thing just a little bit showing, and then like look at you now, and it's like perfect.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, so is it so different, or am I receding eyebrows? I don't know.
That's just a different like composition, like it. Because that looks similar to
that's
now.
An old one too. And also like
if it's so slight you can't really tell, like then it basically didn't even.
Well, I mean, you could have more eyebrows. Just because you never had them doesn't mean you couldn't acquire them now. It's not too late.
Yeah. See, I think I'm just sort of wired this way. Like it's almost like they don't go all the way across.
Jackie has makeup that does this. She has like eyebrow like filling pencils. Like she can totally hook you up.
Yeah,
a hair system on the way. I've invested $9.99 in this already.
Sick.
Oh,
I can't wait till next week when you show up and your eyes are just blood red and you're like, the power didn't work.
It was a spray bottle.
I know you don't watch It's Always Sunny much anymore, but like the newest season, there's an episode where, without getting too deep in the bit, Charlie's entire head gets shaved. And then the next night, it needs to be not shaved. And of course, it was a bald cap the first night. But in show, the next night, he's got a wig on. And he's like, wow, Dennis, you did an amazing job with this. You can't even tell. And of course, you can't because it's his real hair. And he's like, do you wear a wig or something? He's like, of course I don't wear a wig. And he goes to touch Dennis's head. He goes, don't touch me! like he's clearly wearing a wig. That episode was really good. It's basically Frank is on one of those bachelor shows called The Golden Bachelor, where it's old gals. He doesn't find that out until he gets there. And because of that, there's going to be an episode where he goes back and meets his family for the show. So the gang all presumes they're all going to be on The Bachelor, but so they want to like audience test how they're going to present themselves when they get on the show. So they have like a mock dinner party every night with a studio audience in their apartment, rating them like each of their characters that they brought. And Dennis keeps getting notes that he looks old and he's annoying. So he keeps using more and more tape to like pull his face up until he looks Vulcan and Asian at the same time. It was really funny. It was the funniest episode in a while. Although the season premiere, I think, with the ambulance. Did you see the ambulance episode where Mac and
Dennis? The first 4, and none of them really. I didn't think any of them were particularly.
You didn't like the ambulance microdosing peppers episode?
No, I thought that was really dumb.
I liked that a ton, and they spent money on like a huge ambulance crash, which is out of the way for them. But I really liked the dinner party episode where they're like audience testing characters for themselves when they go to Frank's dinner party.
Have you seen the jokes on social media where it'll show like Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney or Rob Mack now?
Rob Mack.
And all the comments are like, I think that Rob might be the oldest person to have ever been groomed. Like by more like Ryan Reynolds every single year. And he's like clearly kind of latched onto him with the fucking, Leicester Broncos or whatever soccer team they own together. which I don't even know if it's a good soccer team. It might be a shitty fucking team.
I know that they've become like incredibly wealthy. The two of them. Ryan Reynolds does Mint Mobile. He has his own telecom company somehow.
He owns Mint Mobile.
My understanding is he owns it and he does the ads for it. And it's his thing. They use T-Mobile's towers, and he owns it. It's wild. I use Mint Mobile. It's cheap. I switched to Mint Mobile. It was I was using Google Fi for the longest time, and Mint was like considerably cheaper for all the same benefits.
Mint Mobile is the same as if someone I'm like, what network are you on? And they're like, Cricket Wireless. Like that's
that ain't true.
Or like if I asked you and you were like,
T-Mobile towers.
I'm on Mint Mobile, I'd be like, well, you know what, Kyle? It's gonna turn around. Gonna turn around for you, buddy. I know you're just dialing up a lot of prospects on your jitterbug with the giant fucking
big buttons.
Yeah,
you can't miss it. No, but like I don't see any advantage to go into any like more expensive carrier when it's the same exact coverage. It's T-Mobile towers. What else do you some people might say, oh, but I like my carrier has partnerships with other or other things you get discounts on. So does Mint. Like I get like I think my Peacock is free now, like that channel that I usually pay for every month. That alone almost makes my phone free, just that I don't have to pay for that subscription anymore.
I wanted to ask you because my girlfriend wanted to watch this show on Paramount Plus, so she like got the 3-month or 1 month like trial thing, and this is the worst. And I checked online. It's not just me experiencing this. This is the worst streaming service I've ever used. It randomly dies. It stops. It pauses. It freezes. It won't move like on my remote. And over, I'll be like,
what device are you
this
using?
Is clearly my Samsung TV and
Me
my
too.
Samsung Smart TV. And I like.
You have the same TV.
Yeah, I think we do. I have the identical TVs.
The exact
And
TV.
And I'll go back. I'll be like, man, my TV, maybe I need a new one. And then I'll like, to try and force close the app, I open up the menu. I'll go over to Netflix or Hulu, open that to force the other to close. And then Hulu, Netflix, they're all working totally normal, just fine. Back out, go back to Paramount. Shit sucks.
I don't know what that's about. I
would not use this service.
I don't have that experience.
I have Paramount. I did. It's always worked perfectly for me, except it had ads.
Yeah.
And subscription services with ads are no-go for me.
If you pay for it.
You may have a higher level of subscription.
Yeah, you can.
I definitely pay
cheaper.
for no ads. They all have. Everybody has a tiered system now. The problem
Does
is
Netflix have ads?
Yeah, not if you pay. There's
no
like a
free Netflix, but you're saying there
used to be like a cheap. I mean, if you pay for it, you remove the ads. There used to be a cheap version of Netflix that had ads. I know that on Amazon, I had to pay $3 more. Even though I'm Prime, I had to pay $3 more a month to remove the ads from that. And Paramount does do ads, but the ads are pre-rolls for other Paramount products that are instantly skippable. So like a lot of the times I'm like, oh, a new Star Trek animated thing's coming out. Well, I'm glad you showed me an ad. I'm watching Star Trek. Advertise me Star Trek. I'm happy to see it. But sometimes it'll be for some new movie they're making. They're making the Call of Duty movie. If you hadn't heard, and you can just skip, and it's not like a delay. It doesn't send you to another ad. Like it's a skippable ad for stuff within the app that you're paying for. I appreciate being notified.
Dude, I have seen a commercial about how to handle your moderate to severe eczema using Rinvoq 50,000 times on,
Any side effects?
Paramount Plus. Dude, it's
say it really quickly.
It's so funny. Like the entire beginning of the ad is like pharmaceutical ad, people like smiling, like a multiracial group having a picnic. And then the next 40 seconds is like some of the most Tim and Eric style side effects you can imagine. It's like may cause loose bowels, may cause very tight bowels, may cause exhaustion, may cause hyperactivity, could result in moderate to severe liver damage. Cancer has been found to occur in low numbers of patients. Like and it's for like people who are like, now that I'm on this pill, risking my life actively, my moderate eczema on my elbows isn't as itchy. And it's like this is not a good trade-off, folks. Like maybe a cream would be better.
Tim and Eric is a comedy duo, right?
Yes, yeah.
I was like, Tim and Eric, his vocabulary is ridiculous. I've never even heard that word.
A Tim and Eric style comedy. Yeah, old Tim and Eric was very, very funny.
Oh, so so this is breaking news. So the Cowboys-Eagle game, currently the Cowboys have 20, Eagles have 24.
There you go.
The game has been delayed for weather.
For weather?
Yes, Thursday night football game
doesn't
between
get delayed for weather.
It was suspended with 4 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the third quarter due to inclement weather with lightning in the area of the field. The Eagles were leading 24-20 when the game was suspended.
So do they start from that point in like a week or something?
I don't know. I've never heard of this happening, so I don't know what suspended means. In school, it means you'd come back in a few days and go back to learning. But I don't know. When you suspend a game, does that mean, well, that's it? It ends 24-20.
Immediately.
I think it's like people are going to stay in the stadium. Based on this random result on Twitter, this football reporter says that now they have to wait 30 minutes to see if they can play again.
It says TBD on the Fox Sports.
But it might still be tonight, I think, is what they're saying. Like they're not like take the pads off and go home.
I hope so. By the way, if we're done in a couple minutes here, they're streaming it in the Discord, like Scum and all those guys.
Popped in. I said delayed. Geez, the Cowboys are clearly running scared. Just take your beating like men.
up by 4.
Woody's always really mean about sports he doesn't care about.
I'm so invulnerable.
Yeah.
I like to think myself invulnerable sometimes, but the only sport I care about is hockey, and Kyle knows that. And so he'll be like, the Blues weren't even the best team that year. And I'm like, I'm not even bothered about it. That didn't even get to me. I couldn't talk about this for hours.
It's a fluke. It's a fluke of a cup. And I think in the future, and ESPN documentaries, they'll be like, oh, well, of course. Well, what they don't write in the history books is that actually, and they'll spell out why these other teams were all better, but there was favoritism or bigotry. Or there was some cheating. Maybe your guys were on PEDs. Maybe it'll turn out something like that.
Maybe, but our name's on the cup until like 2060 now.
We'll see.
So I'll be dead in the cold ground.
Trump will have the cup by then.
I don't know.
He's coming for it this year.
How long does it stay on there? Like 30 years, maybe.
I don't know. When did the Canadian team last win? Because they just came off, right?
Oh shit! Well, then it's not that long. That was 1993.
Okay.
So, damn. I guess we got to get back on our horse and not suck anymore. Fuck.
Just give up on them. Just give up on them and pick a team that's good and be their fan. Like I am a Chiefs fan.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I gave a fuck about the Chiefs outside of like,
these guys are neat. You can call me a bandwagon fan or whatever, but like I like Patrick Mahomes and his Herman the Frog.
I haven't figured out which team I like. I'm waiting for the playoffs.
I do like Patrick Mahomes. They're like, how'd you do that? How'd you defeat the best team in the league down by 20 in the end of the fourth quarter? And he's like, well, that's a very interesting question. You just had to work hard. And
that's Herman.
The Frog. It's also Jordan Peterson and a little bit of Ray Romano. That's who the amalgamation that is.
I like the Travis Kelce thing. I think he's engaged to marry Taylor Swift. I find that drama to be interesting. The off the field stuff is usually not my cup of tea, unless it's like I like seeing when people throw their careers away to be like gangsters. I find that hilarious. It's like you almost made it out. You almost made it out, but you couldn't resist, can't you? You couldn't.
There's a basketball topic, and I think it might be even interesting to you guys. Kawhi Leonard, when he joined the Clippers, was arguably the best player in the NBA.
Oh, the gun guy.
No, you're thinking of John Morant. Okay. Kawhi Leonard's a different guy. And he won the chip with Toronto, and the Clippers, owned by the richest owner in basketball, wanted Kawhi Leonard on the team. Cool. Well, it just recently came out that Kawhi Leonard has a $28 million contract on the side for a no-show job, which gets in this organization. It's like a fake charity that Steve Ballmer, the richest owner in the NBA, contributes to massively. Apparently, they're an environmental company that plants trees, but they don't really plant trees. They just pay Kawhi Leonard for nothing. So he circumvented the salary cap, brought in this guy by paying him $28 million outside of his basketball contract. And you might be like, well, can they prove that's why they did it? Yeah. Well, there's literally no requirements for this job. He doesn't even have to endorse it. He doesn't have to say he doesn't have to do anything. All he has to do, this contract gets terminated if he stops playing for the Clippers.
Oh, so he's got to keep playing. That seems skeevy.
I heard rumors LeBron might go to the Clippers. The Clippers, but we're going to let Bronny play or something. But I really don't follow basketball at all.
So the Lakers, where LeBron currently plays, picked up this guy Luka. He's a very good European player, and he looks like the future of the Lakers. And LeBron's looking like the past of the Lakers, although still a top 10, top 15 player in the world.
But paid like a top 3 player in the world, probably.
I'm not positive, but in any case, I feel like he got some sort of weird contract to get his son paid, and I'm just not sure of the details. In any case, yeah, so now LeBron's in win now mode, but the Lakers are in kind of build around Luka mode, and that's not a fit. So he's looking at other teams that might want to win right now, and the Clippers would be a fit.
If I'm Bronny James, I'm like, look, Dad, it's clear that I'm not going to make cut it. Let's wrap up a season. Let's have me be an NBA player, technically speaking, and then I'm going to need you to forget that school full of gangbangers you got. I'm going to need you to open up a basketball academy, all right? And I'm going to instruct there. Right. And you'll come in, you'll do like a 2-week seminar at the beginning and the end of the year, and I'll instruct. I'll be one of the instructors. And that way I'll collect a check for the rest of my life and I'll be in the world of basketball and we can work together a little. Let's do that. Not fucking sweat your balls off to be the 18th. How many teams are on a roster in the NBA? To be the worst team on the roster, however many there are.
Teams. How many people are on the roster?
Players on a team. Yeah, players on a team.
I want to say it's 12.
Yeah. He's the 13th. Worst player on the team then. like fucking that's where he should be. Like clearly, right? Like if he was gonna do it, he'd have done it. Like
I don't know basketball well enough.
millionaire.
There's a couple things that make him hard to measure. Like whenever they do summer league or like the other players trying to crack into the NBA, Bronny looks amazing. That's his son's name, Bronny. So he'd be the kind of guy who cracks in the NBA. But then on the other hand, he's not a star. So what you want is someone who's like really good on defense or really good at just like catching and shooting. And he's playing like a star in a lesser league. So is he good or not? I don't know. And it's hard to measure his college performance because the year before he had like some sort of heart attack or something, which is not an ongoing concern, but it impacted his only year in college, which so he almost didn't
what caused
have
that.
Who's
as good a guess as any? Yeah, right.
Got into drugs.
Why? Were there a lot of them happening at the time? I don't know.
I'm the worst scout and the worst general manager to have ever lived in every sport.
Terry Jones.
Better than me. So I don't know if he fits, but I know that he's not like too far off NBA caliber. I think people ride him a little extra hard because he's a nepo baby.
Oh yeah, look,
but he's also right there-ish.
Could be a fringe.
That's my
NBA.
understanding of it. That he's on the cusp. But best case scenario, he's going to be a workhorse coming off the bench for 3 minutes a game, right? Like he's never going to be like have his own shoe. He's never going to be like a part of your
right.
The big three for your team will never include Bronny James. He's never going to be the guy or even one of the guys. He's going to be a guy who played in the NBA, which would be wonderful for average Joe, for anyone but him. But it just so happens his dad is like in the GOAT discussion. He's either the second, third, or fourth best player of all time. He's going to be a billionaire. Like, go do a thing with that. Like you got the silver spoon, fucking use it. What are you doing?
I feel like there's a morality issue almost when he's taking the opportunity from someone more deserving.
Not just deserving, but more needing. They're in greater need of it. Their family might require like what I don't know what the minimum salary is, but let's say it's $300,000. Like, oh my God, you could change somebody's life who also will never be what the guy. But $300,000 to you is bullshit money. $300,000 to you is nothing.
That's how much his car cost.
Yeah, sure, probably. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know how LeBron spends his money, but he's got oodles and boodles of it, and he's so young now. If he follows that Michael Jordan path and just keeps it up with the endorsements and the money making, like my God, Jordan's a billionaire. I think
so too. LeBron is also, but yeah, I think Jordan's a multi-billionaire.
There you go. Like he's already a billionaire. Like it's only going to get better. He's going to add a second number.
Right. It's not like their living expenses are going to really crack that, like whittle that billion down. Like you should be fine. Imagine that. Imagine you just have a 10% return and you make like you have to get by on 100 million to not touch your principal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could live on 100 million a year.
It's not even
Easily.
generational wealth anymore. It's like you're a small country. You know, you can do anything you want. So why are you sweating on a basketball court? You'd have to really love that game. And I don't know. Like,
You got to do something with your time.
again, start by basketball academy. Oh, I mean, you just like live your life and get piles of pussy and drive beautiful cars and occasionally go to space with Jeff Bezos and like have a castle in every country on the planet if you want. You're a billionaire with a B, and your dad is one of the most famous and recognizable men on the planet who's beloved everywhere. I bet if he walks around in China, they suck his dick. I bet he can go anywhere. Like, it doesn't matter where LeBron goes.
One of the
They love
reasons I
basketball.
like LeBron. So LeBron was born to a poor family, single mother. He's from a bad part of Akron, Ohio, which is like a failing city. He had nothing given to him except his genetics. And now he's 40. He's a billionaire, and there are virtually no scandals. Some people don't like his political takes
And his hair.
But like in terms of like actually being a good man versus a bad one, you have no LeBron stories.
Nope.
And I think that's pretty cool.
A bit of flopping. I've seen
There's
the flop.
no hotel
that to most
employees
players, but yeah.
claiming rape or anything. You know?
Right. And he never beat anyone up, although he could beat up almost everybody. You know, he's just
Yeah, no Kobe events.
right.
The hotel employee. Yeah, that's the lady he raped.
No, I didn't fully put that together.
Yeah, you go into NBA Circle Jerk and they're always posting his autopsy photos. They're
Really?
mean as shit over there.
Still?
Oh yeah, it's NBA Circle Jerk. It's part. And
They like
parcel
to talk about Karl Malone a lot too, but I'm here for that.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Karl
yeah.
Malone loved him.
Oh, if any listener doesn't know, Karl Malone, when he was in college, raped consensually this 13-year-old girl, and it's not hearsay because they had a baby, and he
Yep.
was not a good father.
I believe he was 19 and she was 13, but maybe 12 when he impregnated her. Even but
That all sounds right to me.
yeah, the mailman.
He delivered.
He did. Jesus, what a monster.
Yeah. Well, we should wrap.
Yes, we should.
All right. Check out the links in the description. Buy our cum pills. People are saying you come like a girl. You can do better. PKA 768.
Go Dogs.